see, he's the first chess player to arrive on the stage. Isn't that amazing? He's come today with an aim to score 3 out of 3. And if he does that, he moves to 6 points. Nihal is at 4.5 right now. Arjun at 3.5. Shak at 3.5. Are you excited? Chat. There you see Hikaru Nakamura on your screen now. You can see it. Behind him is Vidit Gujarati. Hikaru was the first one to arrive. My volume is low. Yes, because right now music is going on. In a bit, I will switch off the music. And if you are already not tired of it, then I'll switch it off now itself. Tania, I also need some contour. Oh,
Okay. Are we live?
we are live right now. People are saying Dabba Lao.
Dabba Lao in chat. If we get 100 people saying Sagar for contour, we will do it.
100 people. How will we know?
I don't know. You have to put it up in your.
Chat chess moves के अंदर if people write H4, 100 people write H4 abhi out of 500 people. It's very unlikely. Very unlikely. 500 people writing H4 is not.
500, yeah. And how many people are there? 600. So we okay, fine. The stakes are pretty high. It's fair enough. 500 people write H4 in chat. We will do a little contouring on Sagar, and it's usually, you know, Sagar, before a broadcast, it's a very normal thing.
Yeah,
To
but
just-
500 people, they can't write it before we start the games. So you have exactly 2 minutes left, guys. I don't think that's gonna happen.
Guys, Sagar with contour on is a sight you don't want to miss. So please, full जोश में,
दोस्तों
full जोश से लिखिए H4.
नहीं
Harry the H pawn with contour. आप कहोगे सागर कौन?
वाह वाह कॉन्टोर सोच रहा हूँ मेरा माइंड बंद हो गया हाँ काम करने को हाँ ये रहा दिस इज व्हाट आई नीड and entire chat is filled with h4 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 but the number of people who have said h4 is still way off what we need. Tania Tania guys, the unfortunate part of this entire exercise is that those who write it again, it doesn't count. It's only once.
No, but it will happen, Sagar. I
at
have
this.
faith in chat. I'm ready with my Dabba chat. By the way, we're just waiting for you. Well, where are we? What's the number? Give me the number.
We are at 161, Tania. Let's leave it.
God. Okay.
Let's leave
We've
it.
got 2 minutes to lift off. 2 minutes to lift off. 800 people in chat. Chat, we need 500 H4. All you have to do is type H, type 4, and that's it. Send it in chat.
Guys, and look at all the players have arrived on the stage.
Look at the
And-
players, but what you really want to look at is Sagar. Getting that look. It's all about serving those looks.
Tania, what about Nihal Sarin leading by 1 point in the tournament?
That is insane, but not as insane as Sagar. Serving the looks.
Bye, please, bachao.
H4, how many? 900 people. Come on, just type H4, guys. We will get you up to date with the standings, with the pairings, with the players. All that's happening. This is the moment to shine. This is the moment that we've all been waiting for. H4, let's go.
Tania, and while they are typing H4, it's Gukesh versus Nakamura, Setu versus Vidit, Wesley So versus Nodirbek, Mohamed Yaro versus Nihal Sarin, Param Maksudlu versus Arjun Erigaisi. How does that feel?
I mean, look at those matchups. They are amazing, beautiful chess, but not as beautiful as Sagar with contour. Let's go H4.
Oh, games have begun. Games have started, and I'll just look at it once to tell you 278 warriors tried but fell short. And let's get it cracking, guys. On your screen, you have Vidit Gujarati versus SP Sethu Raman.
We
Tanya
will get
feeling
there,
a
chat.
little low right now, but guys,
I was all set. The only thing that can now get me back is some intense chess action. But Sagar, I think that's what we are
Let's
ready
go.
for. And let's do a quick opening tour. Again, just a reminder, final day of Rapid. 3 games will decide the winner of the Tata Steel Chess India Open event. Lots at stake, $10,000. But of course, also an event that we've had such big names fighting it out. Hikaru had a terrible start, made a comeback on second day. Will he keep up the momentum? Shak had a brilliant start, day 1, 100%. Shaky on day 2, currently in the middle of the board. Nihal Sarin, the surprise package. No one would have said he'd be leading the event going into day 3, but he does it, Sagar. What a guy. Nihal saying, "Main karunga tera bura hal."
No hal.
No hal.
There we go, Tanya, the Eminem rapper here in the house, full on energy. And guys, that's what we need from you as well. Full energy, and let's get it cracking. Vidit Gujarati playing his favorite opening since he was a little kid. He goes for the classical Sicilian. Vidit has played thousands of games, but then he realized that no, classical Sicilian is not the best kind of opening, so he shifted. But today, on this important day, he goes back to that opening and he is playing against his good friend Sethu Raman. We are seeing blitzing out of moves. BD7, F3 takes, Bishop E7, King B1, Queen C7 on the board. Both of them heart rates are on. With it at 99, Sethu Raman at 125. Wow, this is looking good, Tanya.
Sagar, I don't think anything can make you as excited as the heart rate monitor. I mean, I don't even think Amruta has that effect on Sagar's heart that the heart rate monitor
Tanya,
has.
your heart rate is 78 only. Not getting me as a happy. You should go like 130, 140.
You want me to get to 200 for your content.
Oh, something, you know.
It will happen, Sagar. Look at the position that we have. We will get there. It's already a crazy Sicilian.
Shall we go?
Kind of
Tanya,
like a night off, but not really.
This is classical Sicilian
Yes.
with its favorite. Can we go, Tanya, to the game of our leader, Nihal Sarin? Let's go. Nihal Sarin, guys, playing right now against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, and Nihal is black.
Wow,
D4.
what a matchup. What a matchup. Shakhriyar wants to come back, have a good day today. He can still win it, but he needs to start with a win. If he does that, he will leapfrog in the standings.
He'll join Nihal.
He'll join Nihal. So this is a crucial game. While if Nihal can keep things under control, he goes solid with his lead. And look at the position. This is a Shak position.
Right, so it was Queen's Gambit accepted.
Yes.
And then Nihal went this very solid way. He never goes B5 because, you know, later it can be hit with A4. So he goes B6, E4, Bishop B7, and Shak is thinking how to sacrifice a pawn, Tanya.
Well, you know, this line with B3 against the Queen's Gambit accepted has become really trendy
Yes,
in the last
yes.
couple of months. It's a really nice way for White to play, not very theoretical from early on, but White simply puts the bishop on B2, tries to target it along the long diagonal. You want to get E4 in. So even though B3 is a soft-looking move, it's actually become really dangerous in recent times.
Very rightly said. And Tanya, after E4, Bishop B7, E5 was played, and this is like Shak, you know, you play the solidest of openings against him. He will take his chances, he will push his pawns, he will create weaknesses, but at the end of it, you will have to calculate. And if you calculate well, you will beat him. If you don't, you will lose. And that's how he always creates pressure. E5, you go knight D5, Tanya.
I mean, I don't know which other square I like more. Knight e4 doesn't look very stable. Knight d5 is where you want to be. He's gone for it, Sagar, as you said. But I was a little worried because knight d5 does allow White to jump in with his own knight to e4, targeting that d6 square. I'm aiming to get in there. I'm attacking your c5 pawn. Well, he goes rook e1, knight e4, always in the air. And does black have time to simply go short castle, or does that cause problems?
I think, Tanya, if you go short castle, it just gives Shak the sort of thing that, okay, the king is on g8, I need to mate him. but it's a good move. It's a move that Nihal may play. Nihal's heart rate at 120 and Shakriyar at 72. Nihal, one of those players whose heart rate is always slightly higher than the rest, but that doesn't mean that he's under pressure or anything. He might just be in his optimal heart situation right now.
Well, we've got to get our heart rate up, and the one player who always does that is Hikaru Nakamura.
Oh, and who is he playing?
He is playing against Gukesh.
Gookie.
So, Gookie in the house. So, what a game this one promises to be is what I wanted to say until I realized, wait a second. This looks like a Berlin.
Berlin, but Berlin mein anti-Berlin, Tanya, not the endgame one. So, anti-Berlins are always fun.
Always fun, or at least potentially fun, and still a slow strategic game. Bishop c6, dc6 happen, and let's get up to date with the position. The current position as we have it, white's knight on a5 played there so that you get your queen stuck on c8, defending it. I think all this has been played before.
Kya hi sona knight hai?
It's actually a beautiful knight. This knight on the rim is not dim.
Yes, because if you push it away with b6, the c6 pawn hangs. And if you play c5 and then b6, then the knight is like, thank you, you took a lot of efforts, I'll go back.
Exactly, and you can always fall back knight to c4 after a good amount of preparation. So this knight is basically making sure that black takes a bit of time before it feels that it has got everything in order and synchronization between the pieces. Meanwhile, while this heats up, let's also quickly take a look at the Setu with it board once more, because this is just such a crazy classical Sicilian that we've got. c4 played, Sagar. You don't want to get greedy. Here is not where you say...
Setu, yeah? Setu
yes,
versus with it. Okay.
Setu versus with it. You don't want to be a materialistic, well, girl, or in this case, a materialistic with it. Although greedy with it. Greedy. We all know about that. But here, greedy will not strike because queen c4 runs into the very scary e5.
Oh, what a move, Tanya. And if you take here, you want to chop the knight and pick up this bishop on d7.
Exactly. Well, you can't take because you lose the piece. You could go knight d5, Sagar, but it just looks so slow. I could take on e7, for example. Your king is in the center. I could play rook c1, get more tempos. Super dangerous. Greedy, weedy, must not return.
Right. So he mustn't take it. And he's right now thinking about it. You can see there with it, putting all his energy there. What about the game between Parham Maksudlu and Arjun Erigaisi, Tanya? Parham Maksudlu playing against Arjun Erigaisi.
Well, this is one of the most saner positions that we have out of the opening, but don't be fooled because it will blow up. Look at white's pawn structure. d4, f4,
Wait,
broken apart.
Why are you doing this? Guys, do you understand this position? Not really, right? So let's go for it. Here we have Tanya's breakdown.
All right. Well, this position, Sagar, I do think that white, though has a slight edge, black also has a lot of trumps in the position. It all comes down to this e4 outpost. You have given f4, you have played d4 already. This will always remain a strong square for black. If white gives up the bishop, I'm happy. You've given up the light squared bishop. My bishop on b7 comes into the game. You will be in trouble. Meanwhile, white also has certain things going in his favor. Can always go f5. Can always put the knight on e5. Also, most importantly, what I'm scared of is this. I was going to say bishop a3, opening up this diagonal. But Parham has another idea. He says, I have the queen side majority. I want to go b4. I want to go knight c5. I want to go a4. I want to go a5. I want to go a6.
Oh my God. I want to hear your breakdowns more and more. Guys.
I love the way Parham has gone for b4. I was very tempted to try to go for rook c1 or just some simple development moves. But time is of the essence here. And Parham playing b4, establishing that knight on c5, wants to make the most of the queen side majority.
Right. And do you see how Arjun is sitting on the edge of his chair? Like, you know, a little bit ahead on the chair. Which just shows like he's really into the position. He's thinking about his move here. What needs to be played. He's at 100 beats per minute. While Parham is at 120 beats. And this is a fine position that we have. And people in the chat saying, today there seems to be a lot of people in the crowd, and that is true. That always happens because the players who have played the festival tournament, they come and then sit there. And also today we have more people joining in because we'll have a champion today.
It is the championship day here at the Kolkata National Library, and definitely we have quite a house full there watching these big names of chess, the big brains fight it out. And Sagar, I want to go back to the Shak Nihal game because clearly that is our game of the round.
Right.
And it's also such an intense position in the middle game. I want to point out just a couple of factors that really matter here. Here we can see that black has got these holes on d6, and that is where white wants the knight. The bishop on e7 is a key piece. If white can trade this bishop, white will be better. But black will not let that happen. Meanwhile, black is already threatening to take on d4, to trade the rooks along the c file, and just simplify the game as much as possible. While white has the d6 post, black has the d5 post. So black's knight looking good there. The bishop on b7, x-raying down. The bishop on d3 also doing a great job. I just feel every single piece here is very well placed. And for me, it's really hard to say who is doing better. But I have a feeling that it's just some sort of a dynamic equality currently.
I have a feeling, Tanya, that if someone's here feeling comfortable, it's Nihal as well as Shak. Why? Because Shak has his attacking chances here, and Nihal loves to sort of eliminate opponents' attacks. You know, likes to sort of calculate, defend well, look at the defensive possibilities. So it's a perfect battle of attack and defense between two players who differ in styles. And that is where we will see whether our young genius will come out on top, or whether this amazing attacking player, Mamit Diarov, will be able to win this. You know, Tanya, always what I want is to exchange these dark square bishop, as you said, but with the bishop on b2, that seems unlikely.
Very unlikely. The one idea that comes to my mind for black here, it's super direct, is to go knight b4. I want to hit your bishop on d3. I'm hitting the pawn on a2.
But then bishop b1?
Yeah, and I was just wondering, does black have the time, or is it over ambitious to start pushing the c pawn?
Oh, c4, and you want, but I think that would just leave these two pawns too strong, right?
Very true. I mean, it's super committal, but also it's
And
the
what
position
do we say
is a
to
mess.
commitment?
We say
Not today.
not today.
On the
Commitment
chessboard.
issues in the house.
But Tanya, if you take on d4 at the right moment, let's say now, wouldn't that weaken the e5 pawn?
After c takes d4, I think it's a big question. What are we capturing? I can go knight d4, I can go bishop d4, I can go rook c8. And knight d4 at first sight looks a bit dangerous because I lose control of the e5 pawn.
Right.
So I'm just wondering, can I simply take the pawn back with bishop d4?
You can, but then after that, I can take on c1.
After
After
c1,
queen takes,
queen c1.
there's this idea which I really like, but I don't know if it's right or not. I want to shift my queen to a8.
Whoa.
Look at that long diagonal with my queen and bishop. Put my rook on c8. Then look at this. Maybe, you know, it looks good.
Yeah, it's very complex. White can also try to set up, their own battery
Oh,
with
you will.
bishop b1 or queen. I like queen a1 doesn't seem to have
Exactly,
too
this
much
pawn,
future.
You know, Tanya, e5 can be a strength as well as a weakness. And right now, it's a weakness, I feel. But when Shak will sacrifice something, it
Which
will
we know
become a
Shak
strength.
will.
He will.
Shark is all about the sack.
F6, guys, mark that square in your calendars. No, don't do it. Just mark that square in your mind. Knight f6 is coming soon with the queen entering here, the bishop looking
Wow.
here. It's going to be crazy.
All right, so a lot of action going on in this game. Let's go back to the anti-Berlin that we were talking about between Gukesh and Hikaru. Sagar, how do we feel about this position? I think it's a very slow position.
Yes, also I feel that for Gukesh to play this against Hikaru is a very interesting choice, because at the end of the day, this position is a lot about positional understanding, experience. It's a slow game. So Gukesh choosing this against a world-class player like Hikaru, who has so much experience, just shows that he wants a fight. He wants to learn. He wants to try something new. I haven't seen Gukesh playing this much.
Very well said. And I think these are the kind of positions where also Gukesh, his strategic style comes out. So going to be an interesting one
Yeah.
to watch. I think so far
Around
we can
even.
conclude as saying that this is pretty even. By the way, a lot has happened in the Parham Arjun board. So I want to go back to that one. And we see that there was a trade-off on e5, fe5. We were talking about this pawn structure. It's looking a lot better for white now.
Yeah,
but the
it's
reason black
very
did
nice.
that is because there's a practical point to it. Arjun wanted to immediately break the center with the move f6.
And if you take it, Tanya, he goes queen g4, by the way, here. But if you had taken it, then after rook takes f6, black's bishop is opened up on this diagonal. The queen can enter, and that would have been a great position for Arjun. Instead, queen g4 on the board, and it looks like over here, Arjun e6 pawn has been threatened. So Tanya, would you go for f5, just cementing your knight, but also telling your bishop, sorry guys, you will have to find some other diagonals to work for? Or would you think something differently here?
Well, f5 is definitely tempting because you kind of kill the bishop on b2. You've established your knight on e4. It comes with a tempo. But I'm also keen on leaving the center flexible. I want to kind of keep this option open that things might get traded. So the other move that comes to my mind is queen to e7.
Yes, not committing.
Not committing, because commitment,
Not today.
not today.
F5.
Queen d7.
Why? What are we teaching the chat? What are we telling the chat?
That if you have the options to stay flexible and keep your options open, do that.
Well, f5, if it strengthens the knight also, you can do that.
f5, I think it's about approach.
Yes.
It's about approach. I think f5 is definitely a good idea. You keep control over the center, but I think queen e7 is also a move that
Because
I
you
would
have
do.
f5.
You always have f5. You're not unhappy about the trade on f6, which opens up your bishop on c7. I am potentially at some point attacking b4.
Right.
I wouldn't go queen d7 because then you've got the trick of taking on e4 and jumping in with the knight with a nasty threat everywhere. It's so many O's that even Para Maksudlu would add another O.
Wow. Arre, kya hi bataya. Knight c5 attacking here, and this would be a big O here for Arjun. So, queen g4 and Arjun thinking for his move. I love how the heart rates are coming out accurately. 97 for Arjun, 120 for Parham. Really great work done by Ashwin, who's looking after the heart rate. Can we go to the game of Wesley So and Nodirbek Abdusataro? That's a game we haven't seen yet, Tanya. It's one of those positions where Wesley So has a very small positional edge, it seems, because he has the bishop pair.
He has the bishop pair, and I hear you.
Yes.
But also with my bishop on e5, that you will potentially end up trading that bishop or not be able to put it to maximum use.
Right.
I also have an IQP, but Sagar, this position is pretty complex. So we've got just the help that we need to break this down.
We just don't understand, and we have the person to help us get to grips with what is happening here, because and he has pushed the pawn, and what a nice welcome we have for the 5-time world champion and the ambassador of this tournament, Vishy. Welcome back.
Thanks.
Vishy, we were just contemplating whether d5 is weak and is white slightly better, but Abdusataro just pushed his pawn to d4.
Yes. Let's see. Bishop takes a6, dc3 probably. And that bishop has no squares, I think, is the idea.
Oh, nice. Bishop e8, that bishop a4, there'll be b5 in the end. So you end up trapping it.
But wait 1 second. So bishop c6, d3, dc3, sorry. Oh, I can't even start with queen d8. So I have to play bishop e8. Because he takes with that and then thing. So bishop e8. So it has to be cb2. And I thought bishop f7 and rook b2. I mean, at f4 and rook b2. But on the other hand, having played f4 without exchanging queens, it's also black has a nice square on e4. Might be okay for him.
Right. So maybe better idea is to just exchange on d4, yes? Or
no, it's become slightly awkward. I think it's better to weaken your pawn by allowing de3, fe3. Because if ed4, knight d4, if you play rook d2,
Knight f3.
Knight f3 check, and because you have to play gf3.
Yeah.
So now you have to go back to c1, which is quite embarrassing.
Yeah.
So maybe you're better off with just playing. I suspect black is okay after knight a4. So is white.
Got it. Okay. So this looks pretty fine for Nodirbek with black. Very timely d4, Tanya. So
very important.
Yeah. And can we go to the game of our tournament leader, Mamed Diaro versus Nihal? And Tanya and I were sort of saying that this position, Shak likes it because there are some attacking prospects. Nihal likes it because it's all about defending, and then eventually he can get an endgame edge, sort of, because the e5 pawn could get weak. What are your thoughts?
For me, it's like some old Meran. But yes, black is doing fine. I think Nihal likes it more than Mamit likes his position.
And why do you say that?
Rook is on d8, knight is going to f8. This b3 has been played, which means bishop b4 can poke. I don't see what's in it for white.
So attacking possibilities are few.
Limited, and black's pieces are very nice squares. What is white's next move?
Yeah,
I don't
actually.
even like it so much. Because queen e2, you can harass me with.
He's
He's
gone
gone g3 to stop knight
Stop
f4.
knight.
Exactly, yeah. So okay. Now, I don't know. Could I try knight b4? Just to play knight c6 and really put a lot of pressure. Then I don't know if you go knight d6. Or, well, I'm trying to stir up some in the pot. Bishop d6, e d6, queen d6. I don't think bishop h7 works. I'm just trying. Oh, maybe queen c6 is good. No, queen c6, bishop e4.
Bishop e4.
So queen d6 and bishop h7 does work, it seems.
Wait, huh?
Knight
Knight g5 or what?
Yeah, knight g5.
King takes. Wow, we're going to.
King g6 and then knight e6. No, here queen
This is
h5 is
lost.
very strong. Yeah, this is. But king g6, I thought, and then queen. No, knight and d6. He says. So the queen g4, g7, and all this stuff.
This. Oh my god, this can get dangerous.
I mean, I could also play g3, Oh, he's gone h6.
He goes
does
h6.
H6,
Yeah, he
there.
has.
That's fine.
That's Nihal.
No,
very,
Nihal is
very safe.
Do you have time
he's
for
one
queen?
contented boy there on the stage, I think. Actually, this is a very nice move. Takes away all this knight g5, knight f6 stuff, and then black throw against knight b4. If white goes queen e2.
What about queen d3? Is that an option? Knight b4, knight f6.
First of all, I have knight
f6,
b4
yeah.
because knight f6 temporarily doesn't work. Second, I could just play knight f8. That's why I'm so happy always to have knight f8 in these positions, because
So can't get too ambitious with queen d3. So queen e2 you were mentioning.
Queen e2.
what is yeah, he's gone queen e2. Sorry, is that your board or their
No,
board?
he's gone something else. He went.
Yeah,
Rook-
there are a lot of moves.
no,
Queen
he
e2
play-
has happened.
He played queen e2, yeah.
And then knight f8, rook
And rook
d1.
d1 has happened.
Rook
Okay.
d1.
But Nehal's doing well.
This is nice for Nihal. Should we look at Gukesh and Hikaru?
We have to, because what we left it at, the knight was on a5.
Oh my
Somehow
god,
it's,
what?
we have to
How
take
has
this maybe
Gukesh-
with from the top, and you can break it down.
This
for us.
this was the
Yeah.
I think well-known position, right, in the anti-Berlin, and then even this entire thing with knight g5 and coming back itself is a little sort of shaky, right? Why did you go knight g5 here? Knight f5, g4, bishop g6, rook g1, bishop e3, and I think this is kind of a typical attack that Gukesh is launching.
Yes.
This is the
But
position.
king f7 luckily has stepped out enough that if g5, then rook h8 is going to be a problem. So you can't do that.
Correct.
And in a sense, both kings are happy. Both kings have stepped slightly out of it. I don't know who's better. Or if someone is better.
So g5 is
Also,
not.
it's threatening c4, so maybe white should pause for some b3 or something. I don't know if you want to play c4, but you can play b3. But black can play bishop f8 if he likes, and then double on the d file.
It does it seem easier for black to play this?
In what way? I don't actually see.
Because like you said, yeah, rook d8, rook d7, bishop f8, rook d8. At least 3-4 moves are easy to spot. What does white do? Because g5 is not so easy to execute.
I also don't see what black's going to do after 3. I mean, the next, as you say, 3-4 moves are obvious, but white plays rook d1, d2, queen e2, and king h2, and then what?
Got
Then
it.
it becomes the both sides run out of moves in a way.
He's played your move b3,
Yeah.
so again c4, prophylactic there, and rook d8 on the board. So black has the plan to double up. Do you want to ever commit with h5 or no? It should be concrete if you do that.
Yeah. Well, I can't play h5 here because gh5. Oh no, gh5 then bishop f5, ef5, knight f4.
Oh no, I
wins.
meant with white
White.
h5.
Oh.
I was wondering if white
No,
wants
I
to ever-
suddenly noticed that black can play h5
Oh, interesting.
because I thought g5, bishop f5, ef5, knight f4, but I realized gh5 same argument works. The same thing happens with a pawn on f5, and then this is because there's nothing to stop that.
So if he takes, then you can still take.
Still do the same, and
Yeah,
same knight
and
f4.
knight f4.
Wow.
Knight f4
I think
actually is
Hikaru might
best.
just. Oh no, he goes rook h8. He's just staying there. But now Tanya's h. But
But what's the follow-up? And once you block it, you're never playing g5 then
knight
again.
h4.
You're never playing g5, you're never playing f4,
Yeah.
but you're claiming that black has to do a lot of shuffling. So ideally, rook d7, king e8, d8, f c8.
Oh, you do the
Then
ding
bring the rook
walk.
back to. Yeah, I'm surprised Gukesh went for rook h8. He could have tried.
No, Hikaru went rook h8. Gukesh is white.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, and then, but this, on the other hand, stabilizes the position because otherwise you have to keep on watching for this.
By the way, h5, bishop h7 we do have. So you were mentioning this king walk and take it to safety on the queen side.
It is a plan. No, the other king.
This game is a bit confused.
I somehow it feels that white won't be in time. Of course, when black's king is on d7 and white's king is on thing, but here you see.
We might be seeing that.
And then what Hikaru wants presumably is rook h d8, bishop f8, bishop g8, and then what? Still
And
the
then
pieces
what?
aren't
He
doing
put
anything.
his rook here, so maybe this is not going to come.
Yeah.
Somewhere something on h6, but you want your queen to land on h6, but I don't know how that's ever gonna.
Look, Gukesh also moved his king to g1.
Yeah.
It's going to be like this maneuvering battle, and notice only one pair of minor pieces have been traded, so it's going to be very
I think the
interesting.
most, if both people just wall everything up and
It'll be draw.
I don't see how either side is going to break through because of the double
Yeah.
pawn. If I play c4, it is a lock in these positions.
Right.
So,
Sorry, I'll just get you some.
I mean,
sorry, yeah.
here, Tani. I think. Okay, while the other game that is very interesting is Parham versus Arjun. Again, crazy game. Arjun
Yeah.
always playing some crazy games here.
Yes, well, you can see that. Okay, this was some Mehran.
Yeah, it was a Mehran with b3, bishop b2
Mm-hmm.
with an early c5.
Oh, this is how
The way
somehow it ended quickly.
it turned out quite well for white actually,
Hmm.
the way it went. Then
Oh, he went for queen e7.
yeah,
we
yeah,
were
not
discussing.
committing to f5. ef. Whoa.
Intermezzo.
So the point is that
If you take here
Then just DC1.
and then this bishop opens up.
Yeah.
So he went here,
Bishop h2.
here. Because if king takes,
There's
he
more
wants
stuff
to move
happening.
it.
Actually, hang on.
should we go to the main position?
Oh, this is the current one. Okay.
Okay, this seems
Looks
to have
equalish, yeah,
stabilized. Yeah, it's
I
around
mean,
equal.
bishop c6, bishop e8, or rook f8.
rook f8 looks
Yeah.
nice.
Okay, so
Can we go to the Vidit game?
with it?
'Cause
With it,
it's
Setu with it.
really interesting.
They
the
have played each other
position.
so many times now. Look at Setu's heart rate, 146. With it at steady 90.
This doesn't look that great for white unless rook c2, rook c1 holds. Or... it's actually tough to get that bishop. You can play rook b6, but I go bishop d7. I keep jumping around. Is there something other than rook b7? No. Rook b6. There's something other than bishop d7. Maybe queen c2 also is possible. Okay, so
So this
then white
seems
thing seems
white,
quite
white
stable.
is stable, yeah, here.
I was thinking that maybe he's just played queen a6. If he plays queen d3, then it opens up for knight a6. That's maybe a plan.
But like on the first look, it seems like black should be better, right? His king is safe. He has these nice pieces.
Yes, it's only these two pieces, bishop on c6 versus knight on c7. The knight on c7 is... Also, generally, two bishops surprise you. Even in positions where you think you're better, it turns out there's a lot of resources because of the two bishops.
Right. By the way, chat saying that Nihal is better. And oh my god, not just better. That seems huge.
He's
What
winning.
just happened? So after Queen E2, Knight F8, Rook D1, Rook D7.
This is actually, let's just pause. I was thinking here when we left this position. What next? Am I going to play knight b4? This is majestic. What he is doing is queen, exactly what he executes in the game. But Rook D7 is such a cool idea. He's playing very well.
Sicilian idea.
Yes, but it shows just that he's playing at a high level here. The Rook D8, Queen D7 will not work, so he's switching around, and then more possibilities to, and then knight before c6 is even stronger. But he delays knight before c6 till the last minute.
That's very nice. So he's basically
and
just
then this move is probably just careless because it walks into this in a way. And Rook C2 is a serious mistake
and
because
now
of this. So now the bishop is can't be defended. Sorry.
Rook D1 is coming in. So how?
No, he's losing a thing. Then Rook D1 B1.
So you.
Oh, this is hanging. Okay, so that he cannot move.
How do you defend this? You've got to defend it with queen, but Queen E3, Knight F5.
Yeah, what is the thing? The computer says A3, Bishop A3, Rook D2. Just checking that pawn to be able to move back.
Rook D2. Okay, but...
Hang on one second. After A3, what about Rook takes D4?
A takes B4, Rook D4.
No, first Knight D4.
Rook takes D4. Knight D4, Queen D4. Maybe some Rook C7 intermezzo. Because here then I take on E4, Queen E4, and then I'm winning with the two knights.
So that seems to also
Then
work.
he's just blundered. He's lost. I mean, he's just lost against Nihal.
He's down to 2.5 minutes.
Look at Nihal. He's looking up there. The last move was A3. He played A3.
No, he hasn't played yet.
Shak is thinking still.
Shak is thinking?
There isn't a move. Rook C2 is incredible. That means that knight E7 just... knight E7 just didn't come in his field of vision.
Right.
Because it opens the D file and you're stepping away from the piece you're defending. It just didn't. Admittedly, it's not... I mean, the computer doesn't play Rook D3 with pride. But it says that the position holds. Move. Everything is defended. Bishop is defending the rook, which is defending the bishop, which is kind of okay. This is just a blunder. Probably he couldn't go Rook D1 because of knight C3.
Oh, nice. And knight C3, bishop C3, you're pinned and you lose the bishop. Queen D, knight F8 is defending H7 as well.
Yeah.
So here, even knight E7 is very useful because the knight pops out on F5 to Queen E3. Well, yeah. Right. So
very nice.
Very cool move by Nihal.
This is winning.
This is winning.
I do not see a...
Knight D6, bishop
D6.
D6.
And Nihal instantly takes it.
Oh, knight D6, okay.
But knight D6, bishop D6, ED6, rook D6, same problems, no?
Yes, we haven't solved the problem with the D file, yeah.
But did you see that? He played A3 and Nihal didn't even think for 1 second. He just chopped the A3 pawn. Like...
Probably he realizes that after Rook D2 he can play Knight F5 and be going to ending a pawn up and he's happy. I mean, I thought Rook D4 was worth a shot.
Yeah, that's also...
Because... but maybe there is some Rook C7 in between move because we attack that thing, attack this. Who knows? If you want, we can try it. But Rook D4 take instead of A4.
Rook D4.
Knight D4, Queen D4. And now maybe Rook C7.
Rook C7.
Oh, and now the bishop from B1 also.
Because if Bishop E4... Oh, Bishop E4 wins. Because I can take on A3 and still defending the knight. Wins is too strong, but slowly my minor pieces can start coming out. Okay, but I have to say it's hard to fault Bishop A3.
Yeah, he went Rook.
So he's done what he should have done in the original place, except he's lost the pawn.
Without a pawn. With a stable bishop on B4 now.
This is the exact same position. I mean, if I gave you this position and said, construct the same position with the pawn on A2, you would have had difficulty finding the sequence. He's got Rook C2, Knight E7, A3, Bishop A3, Rook D2, Bishop E2, Rook D3. And if Black had played Knight E7, okay, here it's white to move rather than whatever, but here we are.
Rook D3 instead of Rook
Now
D2.
it's Black to move as well.
Yes.
So pawn and move he gave. He played Rook D3 and gave pawn and move.
Right.
It's
Knight F5.
No, but it's tough because Shakhriyar started in great shape, and then I think yesterday must have been a big disappointment because he's still shaky.
He has only
So-
half a point out of last four games. If he loses this,
Yeah.
that's
So
a big.
it's kind of knocked him off guilt.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see some of the other games again.
Parham Arjun maybe?
Oh, Gukesh
Okay.
Hikaru drew.
So that's already
as
done.
you rightly pointed
It
out.
felt like everything was blocked and no improvement for either, no?
Yeah, I mean, after C4, it is officially shut down.
Yeah.
So, I mean, A6, B5, but even after that, what are you going to do? So,
Correct.
Parham Arjun, is there any excitement here?
Wow. Oh, Rook H4 was the last one. King F7. I generally get a feeling that in these tactical fights, Arjun somehow has always the last word many
I mean,
times.
technically, if I go Rook H5, what does he want? G4.
I'm always thinking about Rook C5 and trying to make it work, but yeah, you've got King
King
H2.
H2 still. No, I was coming to this that if you play King G6, then Queen H2 doesn't help me very much because you can go Queen G7 and I haven't got a follow-up. And I cannot play Bishop D6 for what you already said, Queen D4 check. So Bishop D6 E5 would be nice, but I can't get it to work.
Queen H2, just Queen G7.
And now this Rook is.
Oh, in fact, this is already Queen H2 is a bad move. Simply, I should probably come back, and maybe that's where we were. If he goes Rook H4, this guy
Yeah,
might,
it's a repetition.
for Rook H4, he wants to shift at Rook F4, using the pin. He wants to get it back home.
Which is
So
why
that's
he
why,
went King F7, right?
So it might be a draw.
Oh, that's actually really interesting. He's basically stopping the rook from coming back to F4.
So he wants it staying on the H file or doing nothing at all.
Right. Oh, they are repeating. Oh,
Okay.
they drew. They drew. Arjun and Parham have drawn
I'm
here.
surprised though that he couldn't go Rook H1. Oh, Rook H1, then Rook D4, Queen A1, H8 is also a perpetual.
nice,
if you
yeah.
want, yeah. So,
Then it works.
yes. So Rook H1, just Rook takes C5 would be a draw.
We are missing a queen on one board, so let's go
Where?
for this Wesley Nordebek position.
What? Oh,
Wait, why is he doing? He's giving knight E7 check. But now if I go Bishop E4,
Queen E5, is that a move? Oh no, he's
no,
just
no,
Rook E7,
D7.
sorry.
He'll go Rook in D7.
Yeah.
Now, if I go Rook D8 check, doesn't help me. Well, let's try it. Rook D8 check. No, sorry, I don't play Rook D8 check. Now Rook C2, and I think I have very good drawing chances. I don't think I'm in big danger here. Of course, White is going to try, but I mean, Black is going to try with his Queen. But if I go Queen E5 or something, I'll just play Bishop F3, double the Rook on the D file, G3, King G2, and just say that.
Interesting.
Wish
Wish he believes in his
Yeah. Okay. So I think he's in luck. Wesley's in luck that he has this Rook C2 back. Because otherwise, if you trade rooks, then there's no serious way to come back.
So wait, let me just update the current
Let's,
position.
oh, he did it.
He's
He
gone for
played
this
Rook
Rook
C2.
C2.
Yeah.
Wow. Amazing.
Queen E5 on the board. And now just Bishop F3, G3, King G2, and
Well, it takes a while to execute because G3, Queen F5. So if I play G6, you cannot play G3 because Queen F5 will
so
drop a
maybe
pawn.
start with Rook
So you
D2.
start with Rook D2 and then maybe even Bishop E to F1 and then G3. You can do it very slowly and so on.
Happening as you're saying it.
Yeah.
G6. All right, let's go back to the Nihal board. And is
Let's
this
have a look at it. Is there any change? Oh, rooks have been traded and he goes G4 here.
Oh
And
wow,
Nihal
knight
plays knight
C5.
C5.
That was
It's a
not on my
complete mess.
radar.
So now if GF5, knight E4 is hanging, but if he takes on C5,
Then Bishop C5 and
F3.
F3 is
yeah. He's just simplifying down to a
Hmm.
one bishop ending. So
Nihal's heart rate moving up, yeah, 143. It's definitely slightly tense.
it's tricky, isn't it? I mean, he's keeping his poker face, but
Look
you
at
Yeah,
can
yeah,
see
yeah.
you can see the guy. He knows he's winning, or he knows he's much better, and his heart rate's gone up, and he's clearly very excited inside.
Somewhere
He's
I feel like
blitzing.
over the board winning these games slightly tougher than online winning you when you can't see your opponent.
Wait,
no?
look at this. Now, can I play knight d2?
Ooh. Wow, that would just end the game, right? Knight takes, there's a mate. If queen takes, then queen f3, and there's a
Does
mate.
knight d2 win?
Wow.
Was it played?
No, it wasn't
No, it
played. I'm
wasn't.
just trying to understand.
He's still
yeah.
thinking, and I think
He's going to find it. He's going to play
he's
knight
seen
d2.
it.
Okay,
He's
so
seen
if
it.
I give a check, does it change anything? You have
What,
to
bishop
go.
h7? Oh, no,
No,
sorry.
no.
Okay, yeah, well, I'll go king f8.
King f8.
I don't
Has
know,
he
maybe
gone
king
for,
f7
he's going,
works.
he's making
He
a move.
wants to play that. He
And it's
wants to
coming
play.
in. Knight d2 will be on the board.
Nihal
How much
wants
time
to
does he
make
have?
that move. Oh, he plays
He
that
goes for
move.
it. It's on the board. And immediately
Oh.
check. Moves the king to f8. He's not
f8,
even
yeah, he could have
taking.
even taken on f7, I think, but he just, why bother, yeah?
He's taking no time at all.
It's not even a sacrifice. He's gone, there's a bishop on b4 protecting the
Yeah.
king on d2.
And there's no way to defend f3.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
over.
resigns.
He resigns.
What a
Wow.
game this was.
Nihal
Huh?
moves
Brilliant stuff.
to what?
Just
Five
adjust
and
the
half.
kings calmly and
Five and
that's
half.
Plus 4.
Plus 4 in this field with 2 more rounds to
Does
go.
he know this is not the Blitz tournament? It's the Rapid. Should we tell him? He seems awfully confused.
But Nihal coming into full form in this event. Yeah,
Amazing.
amazing play. So now he's on 5.5, and this is Setu versus
Oh, but Setu has lost a pawn here
on h5.
on the king side.
Yeah.
So this is no longer, but on the hand, that is the one serious pin there. Okay, he's going to try for b4 and slowly push the bishop back.
So this is slightly, I mean, it's kind of tricky position here.
It's hard to execute, but it's, black is tied hand and foot. Unless black goes back bishop d8 now. Because then rook c1, I have bishop e7.
No.
Oh, bishop e7. But then it's another pin here. Takes. Maybe Setu is the one pushing here, right? With
But
the
why did he
passer.
play king f8? Why didn't he go bishop d8 and bishop e7 for king a3?
Bishop d8. So rook c1, bishop
e7.
I think he'll move his king away,
Yeah.
right?
That clearly is a kind of fortress on this side. But on the other hand, I still have that pawn over there. So I'll go h5, h4, g7. Yeah, but this is true. I cannot make any further progress. So maybe they're just locked.
Right. But now it seems Setu is the one pressing here. a5 already. Oh, and with it sacks.
Yeah, but they're fairly stable.
Knight b3.
But now king b6. Wait, he's missed king b6.
King b6, knight d4, king c7, knight b5.
Oh, no, he hasn't missed it, of course. He takes the knight and then that is enough.
But then,
Though I'll go king d7.
and then that's
I go king
tough,
d7.
right?
How do you...
because rook may join in.
Well, let's try it.
Okay, so king b6.
This is already not so
king
nice for
four,
Wesley.
Yeah, we're just wondering.
Because the pawn has come to h4.
Okay, one second. let's see.
It is still solid.
But it's
You have the feeling queen f4 and then g5 and how am I going to break free?
g5, g5.
It's like that, yeah.
Oh, I
Wesley
go... No, then I go
But
rook e7,
you
rook e6,
pick
takes
up the
g6,
pawn.
yes.
he has thrown the key away right now, Wesley. In your words. Now he can't change the structure here.
But
This
he-
has to either hold or not.
Wait, let's just go back to with it. It's actually an interesting game.
So rook c2
Oh,
was
he went
played.
Even rook c2.
c2.
So he changed his mind. If knight d4...
Knight d4, rook d4? What am I
Yeah.
missing?
No, but then
No,
this
it's just rook
endgame
c2
should
and
be-
he's saying that 5 versus 3 is a good draw.
Okay.
Okay, so maybe more dangerous is this, right? King c7.
I don't know. Knight b5 check. King d7. I mean, only because of this move I want to try. And then I want to play rook a1, push the king, but it might be too slow. I mean, your pawn might come very fast. Or the knight can jump c3, rook a1, g5, and then go. If it crawls back to g6, then white is lost. So maybe this was not worth attempting. Okay, so rook a8, king g7. If king e8, king e7, I have d4, and then knight
D4,
d5 check. So you
yeah.
want to go to e8,
with the idea of rook.
and then the computer says this is a draw. d4, rook a7, d3,
And you'll
rook
have knight
f7 check.
d5 in the end.
king g8, and you cannot improve with rook
Oh,
d7
there's no
because of
this
knight
knight
d5.
Yeah,
Wow.
nice, very
Wow.
nice.
That was nice. Okay. So in the game, Vidit did not go for that. He went rook c2. Sorry, here. Yeah, bishop a4, knight d4. And okay, similar endgame, but maybe slightly better version for black.
But why wouldn't he keep the bishops? I would have kept the bishops.
Where?
Instead of bishop a4, I'd have gone bishop g1 or something. Admittedly, he's losing one more pawn.
Hmm.
But let's say I go bishop g1. Maybe rook takes g2. And I can't really capture that knight somehow.
This also looks very scary for a black. But now this position all.
But this is lost for... I mean,
Lost pawn?
wait.
Oh wow, really?
I might be overstating my case, but
I mean, if white just puts the king, let's
Yeah.
say on d4, I wait there and put my rook on a7 so you don't get this f6 stuff.
so I'll play king to g6 and then I'll play h5. You'll take it.
Yes.
I'll take knight h5. Then I'll rotate the knight g3, f5 check, something, knight h6, and then go king f5 and model around. No, the thing is you'll be stuck defending this guy. Though the computer says it's only a tenth of a pawn, so maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it doesn't work. You don't win this. But
with it,
my first reaction would have been to panic. But,
wow.
maybe I'm wrong. Yeah. No, with white.
With white.
Really?
Black's the one who's trying. Yeah, with this
No, I
h5
think black is
idea.
trying now with this h5, gh5, knight h5. Then bring the knight to f5. Then try to get the king to f5
He's doing it.
while you defend the thing. I
Wow.
mean, practically, I would be scared here.
It's
But
happening.
then, I mean, your intuition would be most likely what would happen in the game, not the engine. Engine.
That is true.
Yeah.
I mean, the engine might realize you can defend calmly, but the white player can break down and panic. So
Right.
that's the. I think it's not going to be fun for Setu.
Okay, so this is on the board, and now knight g3, knight f5. Maybe it's just relying on that. How do you improve from there? So you'll bring your knight to h6, defend the f7 pawn.
Hmm.
And
Oh, but maybe I can actually. Yeah, king g6. So now what do I do?
I have
King
to wait,
e3?
yeah.
Or- yeah, king e3. Yeah, I was just thinking if I could go king e3 and king f2 and wait there, because when you defend, if you go knight h6, I'll go rook b8. If you go king f5, I'll attack the
Rook
knight,
h8.
and that way I can stop you breaking free.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, maybe both sides are just stuck here.
Hmm.
Was there any game left?
Yes,
Yes.
the Norderbeck one.
Norderbeck Wesley.
Wow, okay, this is
Oh my
This is
god.
what
not
is
a-
happening. This is not as
This
fortress.
is too
This is
much.
not a
He's
fortress.
made too much progress.
I mean, but how are you going to? So
What's
Queen
your next
E1
move with
played.
white for a start?
That's a good
May I
question.
ask?
G-
Oh, rook f5. No, but then gf2 check.
And then I take on b3. Yeah.
Yeah,
Rook
but now
f5.
gf2 check. gf2
Yes.
check takes.
No, he went. Yeah, he went gf2.
No, he
He
went
has
king
to,
E3.
because
no,
if-
no, he went king a3. By the way. I'm not.
Okay, let me play b4.
You want to go b4 here,
I thought I had to. Because if you play b4, then you'll take on b3 while
and then just queen that pawn. Yeah.
king is alive. He's gone
No, he's
b4,
gone
Hmm.
B4.
but there might be a nice zugzwang here.
Can't you now start with gf2?
You don't want to. Once you've done that, you've released. So gf2, I'll go rook f2. What will you play?
I was hoping to take the b4 pawn with queen, but he's gone king a4, rook f.
No, if you take the b4 with the queen, I just go bishop takes b5 check and rook f3. So it's a draw.
Oh, Sagar, we should show that here
Yeah,
gf2,
king f2. If queen takes b4, then
and
bishop takes
this
b5,
this is a draw with rook
and rook
f3.
f3 check, and then that's it. It's a draw. It's a
Ah.
fortress. So you can't do that. No, that is his dream.
And rook f3, rook h3.
Yes,
Got it.
and you can keep adding h pawns.
And even if the king is
No,
below,
no, maybe not. You
no,
can't-
king is in b2, then it's not a draw, right? If the king is below, comes from behind.
No, this one is over
this
no
is-
matter where the king is.
Okay.
Because the rook itself provides the extra moves. I can go to h3 and f3. Both squares are defended. It's like a thing that you're waving like this. It goes to h3, comes back to f3, and hits on you on both sides. This is a draw. This is clear. But let's go back here.
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
the
but
current
he's going
position.
round and round for the.
Well, he has picked up the b4 pawn. You
No, but I had some other idea. I just go to rook f4.
okay?
I wanted to play gf2 check
Rook f2.
and queen e3 and pin that thing. Now, if ever you come out, your king will have to go to f1 to release the rook. Which, after queen c1 check, your king is going to get dragged all over the place. So now I'll
And-
play king takes b4. Yeah, you take that.
And this you're saying is not the same.
I mean, come on, h3 and queen h3 and king takes
Yeah,
b4.
yeah.
Yeah. But even queen c1 check and zugzwangs.
Yeah.
So your king needs to be here. And once I've pinned you like this, you have no hope of ever getting out. The only way to get out is you have to play king f1 to get out.
I don't even have a square. I mean, can I go? But bishop e2, king f1 won't be possible then.
No, bishop e2, bishop f3, then king f1.
But in the meantime, I play king b4, king a3, b4.
And the
And
pawn
I'm,
advance.
So you have that b5 pawn. Yeah, it's.
So that is lost. But I think he's lost anyway. In fact, I think the game is over here.
Yeah, he's.
He has to play king e2 because otherwise king d2 is coming winning. He's gone queen g4 check.
And this B pawn is also, I think.
So what is the move now? King F2, then King D2, and it's game over.
And what about Vidit Setu? Oh, Vidit is Vidit trying still? Vidit Gujarati versus Setu Raman.
I mean, similar, same position as what we left, yeah? So there's no king f5 coming.
In fact, after knight f5 check, comp says even king f2 is a perfect way to wait.
I think
you just have no way. There are no ways to get your knight to a great square.
Yeah, it's very important that after knight h6, just in time with rook 8, rook h8. Because if black gets king f5, then maybe it's already very dangerous with one move.
What a tournament for Wesley.
Not great.
I think producer.
Because much earlier he did have I thought a very good chance at a fortress if he didn't allow the exchange of the second pair of rooks, and if he could play g3 h4 bishop d5 or something. Now it's just gone.
King d2 on the board.
Rook h3. Is he going to go queen g3 check? No, he'll go queen c5 check and he's just winning the bishop. Yeah, queen c1 check, queen e1 check, and king takes d3.
Oh, nice.
So that's over.
And the b pawn is alive.
Yes.
So we've got Vidit's game and knight h6. So does he have to? Oh, he by the way.
Vidit has played g4.
Yeah.
But now what's the wait? How does this work? Oh, I get it. As I go fg4, knight g4, king d4, king f5, and rook a1 saves me.
And knight e5, you have check and you win.
And I win the bishops. I win the knight.
Yes.
You could go rook knight h2 though.
Rook a3.
King f4. Oh my god, this is, and then knight f3 check 6 e5, and then I'm out of 3 pawns.
And I can't fight against it. So then,
but wait, the computer doesn't care. So why? Let's try and figure out. Knight g4, king d4, king f5. It doesn't go king f5. It doesn't even bother.
Does it? Rook h8. Yeah.
Rook h8, and that has the advantage of taking away. Let's see if rook h8 is the only move. Just go back.
And this.
No, rook a2 is also there, but only 2 moves, which is
because rook a1 knight h2 is in fact winning. That's what we figured out. Oh, rook a2 and then you wait there.
Same idea as rook h8 to stop knight h2. Very nice.
And he found rook h8, right?
Yeah.
That's a good defense.
Yeah.
So many subtleties in a position that looks okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for me, it was not even clear that black was the one trying at that point. I mean, it was.
I mean, rook a2, rook h8, only 2 moves to hold. So he plays it.
Oh, so it was actually important that these 2 precise moves, and it's.
And now.
And this is one of the problems when you analyze with the computer. The computer knows it's a draw, and it just
it kills
leaves the evaluation and it goes to sleep. But if you think, any move draws, then you can easily lose. Rook a1 was not even a difficult move.
Because rook a1 is such a hand move, such a intuitive move that you would make, but it loses.
Absolutely. But now, I mean, 2 pawns and a minor piece versus rook is a draw.
Is trivial.
Yeah.
It's trivial, yeah?
Yeah. So this will end in a draw, and we see Anna Ushanina winning in the women's section. That was quite a huge thing because Nana Zagnidze was leading throughout. And in the end, she caught up.
To be honest, Anna had not lost a game either, right?
No, she didn't.
So she was already undefeated. But in this spell of Nana escaping one lost position after another, we thought, who's going to touch her if she saves all these positions? And go to Anna. Oh, you're just showing the old one.
This is
and this is the current one.
But has it ever... Tania was saying that this was the first ever time that this happened in chess, that there was an equal prize fund. Is it like also first we were thinking first ever time that it happened in sports, that there's an equal prize for both open and women's section, like men and women?
Sports, there are equal prizes for men. I mean, in tennis it's been quite a while. All the slams, all the slams have equal prize money. And but I believe in chess it is a new thing, and so that is very, very nice in chess.
King c7, rook e8.
Okay, so this is very much drawn here, and that means that Nihal is having a great run here.
So 2 games
Shakhriyar was one of the people trailing him.
Yeah.
So he's now 2 points above Shakhriyar
Right.
and only half point above, 1 point above whom?
So
No,
this
one and a
was
half
the
points above him.
standings. So Arjun has gone to 4
And Nihal is at 5.5.
and Hikaru is at 3.5. So I think he's almost won the event. Like he just needs one more draw, I think.
And at
he's
least
going-
secure of a tiebreak if he gets
Yeah.
one more draw. Somebody has to win 2 games.
What's his next round
He's
pairing?
playing Parham in round 8 and he's playing Arjun in round 9.
Okay.
But it's amazing. Like in 21, we had Arjun
Huh?
with this, picking up these points at the end. Nihal with 2 games remaining.
I think Nihal was badly informed about Blitz and Rapid. That's my hunch. And he's
Yeah.
playing like he plays in Blitz.
Nihal will end this tournament and say, oh, okay, there's one more Blitz event.
Oh, the
okay.
Blitz is still there.
Use here king to e2.
The thing is, actually, you don't have to panic because even if black gets knight on d6, king on d5, pawn on e4, and d4, as the distance gets longer between the rook and pawns, the rook can stay there and check. Right now, if the knight is on d6, it's taking away some key squares. But if my king is on d1, there's a limit to how much you can advance at some point. It becomes just like a... So I think it's a fairly simple
Right,
draw if
right.
you just don't panic.
So the technique would be to just allow black to push the pawns up till the 3rd rank? Or is it not possible to cross the
I don't
4th?
think it's important to actually do very much, but I've never studied this because
I
I just
have-
thought it's an easy draw.
Yeah.
I think I read somewhere that if it is bishop and 2 pawns connected or knight and 2 pawns connected with rook, it's a draw no matter wherever these connected pawns are. So
Unless they're quite far advanced. Kind of thing.
Okay, so he wants to go e4 next.
and also from day after tomorrow, Blitz event starts and there Prague will join in.
Yeah.
So one more Waka kid will Waka Menti will join, and I think that will make the tournament even stronger than.
Okay,
this
here we are. We are at e4 and
Yes.
d4. But
So he'll put his king to e5.
yeah, rook e7, king e5, rook e8, king d5, rook e7, and you make a move.
So d3, king e3, e3, king d3.
I guess so.
Unless there's a check somewhere with the knight. So let's say we go king e5,
Yeah, so rook e8,
king d5,
rook e7, d3.
d3,
No, sorry, e3.
e3, yeah, because we want to check.
Then let's say I blunder king d3. Is even this winning? That's the kind of question. Knight f4 check.
Here or here?
f4 probably.
Okay.
You don't want me to get back to e2. King c2.
Let's
d3 check.
go in.
But then king c3, and it's okay for me.
D2, king c2.
Yes. Am I completely sure? Wait, king d2, rook d7 d2. Yeah, sorry. Here I just have rook d7 takes d2.
Oh, nice. Okay, sorry.
I mean, I've never seen anyone lose
Right.
rook versus. Not like I've looked at it, but I've never seen anyone lose this one.
So this is
And
the
probably you
card.
don't even have to play this badly. I mean, if your king waits on e2, you have king f3 immediately, you can come back. So there's no way to force you out. If I just go back to e8,
Yeah.
and I wait on this side. So if d3, I wait on c3 or e3, and for e3, I wait on f3.
And after
There's
knight
no
f4,
issue.
you just want to go king f3.
Yes. Sure.
There is one very nice statement you said, I think, in commentary, which became very popular. Was I think someone asked you that, have you practiced with Nihal? And you said, I am not crazy or something like that.
I have played Blitz against him, but mainly to get ready for Norway. So he was one of the victims to get me up to speed. No, it was nice that I could play. I played with Prague, with Nihal, with roundup, just testing some schemes to get used to these positions again.
And Norway was amazing to
no,
watch. Yeah,
and
brilliant.
I think
it
it
was.
worked so well there. It's great fun. You beat Anish, Rajabov, I think.
It was Armageddon.
In
Sure.
Yeah,
all,
the
all of them
Armageddon.
in
I was
Armageddon.
I was surprised that I did well in Armageddon because I thought
Yeah.
10 versus 7, but
What do you
And
think
then-
about these bidding, this time bidding?
Well, you know, I made the most ridiculous bid of the event.
Yes. You
And
knew it, right? That it was 15.
I knew it was 15. I just thought, I mean, I play a normal Blitz game in 5 minutes, so 7 should be reasonable. But then Nihal looked at me and said, "You don't have much experience in this." A very sweet way of saying, it was totally clueless decision. But I mean, with as much contempt as Nihal could muster, you don't have much. You're very inexperienced in this.
Oh my god.
So, which is maybe the biggest compliment
too
I've ever
funny.
received. You're not very experienced in this. No, seriously, he told me after the game, I wanted to tell you, but I thought shouldn't disturb you, but you're not experienced. Yes. I agree.
Okay, so king e6, rook 8. Not so sure about how long this will go on, because I think they have almost surpassed the start time of the next round.
Okay, but see now, rook f5 check,
King f4?
rook d5. That's it. Game over.
No, knight.
King d2. Because d3, rook d3, you can never break out of this.
And e3, king d3.
Yeah, and if you go king g4, I go back to e2. How are you going to make progress? So this one is locked.
Did you meet Prague? He's come here. Have you met him yet?
Not yet, no.
Okay.
I will catch him.
It was very nice. I saw the videos yesterday over there of the Arjuna award that they won from the President of India. And they both, like stood there when their names were being announced. Then they went there. But Vishy, how was it winning the? You were the first ever sportsman to win the Padma Vibhushan, which is the second highest civilian award, right, of India, and not even like first chess player, the first sports player. That you were what, 17 or 18?
No, that was Padma Shri. Padma Vibhushan I won much later. But I think 2000. No, Padma Vibhushan I won many years later. Padma Shri was 87.
Okay. There you were 18.
Nice. Yeah,
And
so
Arjuna, you were 15.
Arjuna was for the previous year. So I got it for 85, but I got it in 86. Something.
Okay.
That was the...
How important do you think are these awards for?
It's an experience. It's an honor. Look, you go to Rashtrapati Bhavan and then they tell you all the protocols, which is quite impressive because it has to happen like clockwork, and there's no interpretation there, and it's a very nice experience.
Prague just feels so in control in these interviews when he's defeated Magnus. You've seen him, absolutely no emotion. It just feels like even getting this. I remember speaking to him in San Francisco, and he said, I really wanted to play the Rapid.
Yeah, I know for a fact that, and he tried to adjust, like there's a free day, can I play my games on the... Entire chat is going Vishy for Bharat Ratna. This is something that has been going on for years, and I think we all agree with that. Do you ever think about it?
No. I think one of the things with these awards is the Home Ministry can decide on its own, and you shouldn't be thinking about it too much. Now, what about rook e8, rook d8, rook e8?
I think he's going to get his king to c4, and then again you go rook e8 anyways, yeah.
No, but then d3 check, because if king e3, then knight d5 check, king e4, d2, and suddenly my rook doesn't have a way back home. So, but now it's kind of so he's trying this
Knight
route.
He wants to put the knight on, but it doesn't.
It doesn't
really
matter because now I'll just wait. Rook e8, it's a draw. Because if you go knight c5, knight c3, I do the same thing as before. Rook e5, and then I lock you
keep
there, and
keep
then
an
that's
eye
a lock.
on the knight and a pawn.
I was trying to do it on d5. He's going to do it on e5.
Correct.
So I think this is over now if he plays rook e8, rook e5.
Do you think sometimes when you're playing, you're defending these kind of positions for a while, you figure all the positions out, but when they keep repeating in these different manners, sometimes there's this blindness that happens and you can miss these moments.
Yes, there is some danger in these positions, but I don't think.
Not
I
at
mean,
this
it has to go back to e6 and knight d5 and knight e6 and try
Yeah.
to think. But we've been there before,
Yeah.
so it's hard to see how this is going to change.
He's still trying.
Yeah, he's done that. He's gone.
Yeah, you got back. There's nothing else. There is nothing else.
Yeah,
But once again, this is king
Big
e2
fight.
and if e3, king f3. We've been here, so this is.
I think with it reminding us of the 6th game of the World Championship. What we spoke today.
Vidit is on 50%.
Yeah, Vidit is currently on, yeah, he's on 3 points, yeah, 50%.
And if he draws this, he stays on 50%.
Yeah. I think Nakamura versus Arjun will be a fun game to follow.
That's the next one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
big,
next round.
big game.
And also Nihal Parham was very exciting last time because if you remember in time pressure, Nihal had made an illegal move last time and then he had done all those things. So, but that was Blitz. And we have Nodirbek versus Mamedyarov, Vidit versus Wesley So, and Gukesh versus Setu.
Yeah, so I simply go back to e8 and then.
So this is what it was with keeping that distance. Now there's no more king e4 that will come in.
Correct.
Alright. If we can now get somehow knight here and king here, maybe sometimes. But it's not easy.
That's because
Not
rook
at all
e3
easy.
always,
I
no?
know,
That's the
correct.
problem.
What is your memory of the longest game that you play, like which kept going on and on? I think there's one with Wesley here, if you remember, that queen ending.
Yeah, the queen ending, yeah. That was, I don't know how many moves we went finally.
Yeah, it was very.
But I've actually played a game which had 3 adjournments. It was adjourned twice after the thing. So full 5-hour session plus another 2 or 3 hour session plus another 2 or 3 hour session.
That's almost 10 to 11.
But this is Ravi Shekhar, and I was trying for my first rating. It's a very long one.
Raja Ravi Shekhar.
Exactly.
He was my first coach.
Really?
Like, not my first coach, but when I started playing seriously, I had to go to Bangalore and...
Oh,
yeah.
okay, yeah, nice. So, in fact, he won that game. I was having queen. He had a rook and knight and some pawns like f5, g5, and a knight in a row, and slowly trying to make progress without running into checks. And he managed in the end.
Will you be going to World Rapid and Blitz?
No.
No.
So I won't be playing.
Yeah. This one.
And how are you enjoying your new role at FIDE?
It's been good so far. We have had quite a few useful meetings, and then there was a physical meeting in Jerusalem. So on the day of the last round, and it's been fun so far. But because the elections only happened in August, I haven't done any big trips and things like that. We're still doing a lot of the preliminary work, but hopefully next year, or rather next year, I expect serious work to hit. Some of the maybe visit a few places and so on. Yeah, they have drawn.
Yeah.
Oh, what a marathon encounter.
Yeah. I mean, but it had to try till the end. It's completely
it was
understandable.
Well tried by him. By the way, Vishy, before the next round begins, there's one thing which I wanted to show you. This was part of our Kolkata quiz that I had made this time. And this young boy from Kolkata who is giving you this rose went on to become a GM. Who is he? I asked them to the youngsters. No one...
I mean, his face hasn't changed.
Yeah.
But they couldn't guess. Arjun and Nihal, they both didn't realize. They said Saptarshi Roy and Deep Sen Gupta. But do you
But
know
the age is just wrong, right? Yeah, it's
Surya.
Surya, yeah.
And do you recognize these two?
Is this Sandeepan or what?
Yes, this middle
Yeah,
guy
this is
is
actually
Sandeepan.
Sandeepan. So that would have been an honest mistake, actually.
Become GMs.
Right.
Very memorable. I think you had come from Reggio
Reggio
Emilia
Emilia, that's right, to play in the Goodrick Open. So
to Kolkata. And
Beautiful photo. I think Anand and Surya's face is very
Very
recognizable,
similar.
but you can't.
Sandeepan is also quite similar. Now,
Hmm.
once they tell you, you think, of course, how didn't I get it? But maybe you don't expect much in one picture.
yeah. So next round is about to begin, guys, and I think the players will start pouring in. This is how the pairing is for round 8. We have Hikaru versus Arjun, Nihal versus Parham, Nodirbek versus Mamediaro, Vidit, Wesley So, Gukesh, Sethuraman.
But
So-
there will be a staggered start, right? Because with it and
Yes.
Sletho finished quite late. So
But-
maybe in 10 minutes or something?
Yeah, I think
Are they going to start right away? No, it looks like they're going
they are
to start.
still
Just setting
setting
up.
up.
Yeah.
And let's see if we have the standings. No, the standings are being prepared, so we'll come back to it in a bit.
You've always mentioned that Calcutta has a lot of personal memories for you growing up. Tell us some of them, because I remember at the opening ceremony you shortly briefly mentioned you made your first norm here. And
No.
no.
I came half a point within. I came to half a point of my norm. I had to beat TV Prasad in the last round, and I was black, and we drew. So I didn't get the norm then, but it was still a very nice performance. But even afterwards, when I became a grandmaster, when I came back from Reggio Emilia, for instance, there was always very, very big response there.
Welcome.
They would, yeah. And whenever I happened to come into the city for whatever reason, the press would chase me and so on. And you would assume this to be normal for their own thing, but they really liked all sports. So it's not only cricket or thing, but they would appreciate all sports very, very early. And you felt the sporting culture was a maximum here. I mean, even in the 80s, you come here, there'd be dedicated football fans who could tell you the score of every league and every World Cup and thing. You come here and they'd tell you all the tennis scores and all that. So always there were sports crazy fans, and let's say the kind to notice your sporting results rather than your celebrity itself. So that was nice. I always had fun experiences here. Whenever I would come here, the press would always sniff it. And I had no idea how they'd find out. So they would always sniff it. And then some photographer would come to the airport and stop me. And it was fun because, and quite often they could arrange a police escort for me from the airport.
Oh.
To be fair, we almost always overtook the police escort. But anyway, and it was fun. I mean, these experiences were very, very unique. And you feel they're genuinely happy to see you. And it's fun in that way. And you meet very committed sports fans. Actually, I should be heading now. Got to do an interview there. So.
Okay. Vishy, that was a pleasure having you here.
As always.
And I think this tournament will heat up. In case we have a tie break, maybe we'll see if you are around and we'll write to you. But I don't think tie break's gonna happen.
I'm not gonna jinx anyone.
Well, of course, if you have a moment, it would be amazing to have you back. But thank you so much.
Thank you.
See you guys.
Bye. That was Vishy Anand joining us for the first round of today at round 7. And what a
I
great
feel
fun
that
it.
my heart rate, if I was to take my heart rate when Anand is here.
It was there, Tanya.
Oh, was it? How
It
much
was
was it?
there. People were seeing it.
What was it?
It was a stable 80.
Really?
Yeah,
Because I felt it was like 190.
really.
I could like literally hear it because I just feel, I don't know, it's, especially when we're talking chess and nines, it's just an incredible experience for me. I literally could hear my own heartbeat.
Everyone's saying that you are Tanya 1.0 and Tanya 2.0.
Huh?
When Vishy comes, it's 2.0. And now Tanya 1.0 is back.
I mean, you guys have to understand, right? Like, I've literally grown up. My whole life has been around this. And then to have Anand, to be able to analyze with him and learn. We had him at the Olympiad camp, Sagar. It's always a special sort of a moment. And I just feel in like 30 minutes, what I can learn from him,
Yes.
I probably cannot learn, in maybe, I don't know, like 1 year, like in a very long span of time, that experience that he
Correct.
brings, his way of thinking, his clarity, his confidence,
But
just all of
Tanya,
it.
what is the problem here? That after you spend like half an hour or 1 hour with him, you spend 2 hours with me. And then, and then
And
we
then
have,
I'm back to oh na, or we're doing it's the time to disco.
and
My
after
only hope is that Anand doesn't watch this as soon as he leaves, because he'll be like, "What is going on here?"
it's like, what are the split personalities? When I'm there, they're all very nice kids, taking all good questions and talking to us and how was Kolkata experience, and now they're dancing and what sort of stuff is that? But
It's
I asked Anand the question that was always on my mind
what?
about Bharat Ratna, and I wanted to know what his thoughts are. Of course, I know he wouldn't say much about it, but this is something which I think I've read so many times in the chat, people talking about it, that Vishy for Bharat Ratna, Vishy for Bharat Ratna.
Yeah, and I loved how he said that, we shouldn't think about it. There's a committee, it decides it, and not to spend too much of the energy and let it sort of overtake. And he doesn't spend time thinking about it. So,
Correct.
like, nonchalant with the whole thing.
I think that's a very good way of saying that you just focus on what you have to do, your performance, your practice, your play, and
Yeah.
leave it to the home ministry to decide whom the awards go to.
Yeah.
And I think it's only with this attitude can you win so many awards that he has won. It's very counterintuitive because you don't really think about them, yet you keep winning. But I think that's the way it is.
And you do that when chess speaks for itself.
Exactly. And I think, Tanya, you also have won a lot of awards, but I think many of them might have come at a time when you have least expected them.
No, I think it's only when you have a certain performance that you kind of are not that surprised at that moment to win an award. But like he said, it does mean a lot. It is a special moment.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a big shock value to it because you kind of do believe that you've achieved it. So yeah, it's a special moment for sure. Why are you Googling my name?
No, I'm just
2008.
not
Oh,
Googling it.
2009.
I'm just trying to show the chat that yesterday Prag and Bhakti won this award for, like after a gap of
Almost 10 years. 9 years.
9 years. And in India, we have had very few chess players who have won Arjuna Award. And it is amazing that one of them is sitting right next to us here. And here's a very nice picture of her winning this. Let me see if I can bring it up on the screen for our chat to.
I look so golu.
You look very, not different, but you look similar
Younger.
but different. Yeah, but it's very nice. This was the picture with the president of India, Pratibha Patil.
Yes.
And you're receiving. Do you have this trophy with this?
Of course, I have the trophy.
And what did you get? Did you get a medal with it?
Yeah, there was this letter, sort of a very fancy one. You know where that tray is? On that tray, there are these few things, Ryan, like a performer. There's a medal. There's the trophy. And I think the trophy is the same. It hasn't changed. It
Acha.
used to be different a couple of years before I got it. But even now, I think it's the same Arjuna with the bow and the arrow.
Amazing.
It's a beautiful bronze trophy. And it's super heavy.
And was there a cash prize also?
Yes, there was. I think now it's a little
15
more.
lakhs now.
Back then it was either 5 or 10.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Tanya, party ho jaye.
Party. अभी तो party शुरू हुई.
You know, that's what friends are for, guys. That when
बस
they win
party मांगने
Arjuna
के लिए।
Award or Bharat Ratna Award or Padma Vibhushan or whichever award,
कैसे
party
फ्रेंड्स है तुम्हारे, मतलब
पार्टी तो
अगर
चाहिए।
अगर तो भारत रत्न जीतो या अर्जुना जीतो या पद्म भूषण, I mean that's quite a bit of standards for friends, huh?
Party, but we'll
Party
ask in
बनती है।
good places, better places. By the way, Nihal Sarin having a 1.5 point lead, guys, and Arjun Erigaisi on 4. Hikaru Nakamura has moved up to third spot with 3.5. Gukesh on 3.5. Vidit on 3.5. Nadir Bek on 3.5. Param Maksudlu on 3.5. Shakriyar Mamed. भाई कितने लोग 3.5 पे, पूरी जनता।
दुनिया 3.5 पे है, starting from third spot until the 8th spot, and the biggest shockers of, I mean, shock, 100% score on day one. Sagar, I don't think we would have ever imagined that going into the last 2 rounds, he will be on 8th spot.
Correct.
But it's, you know, we might say it's 8th spot, but don't forget from
He can
third to
reach
8th.
third.
Exactly. It's the same number of points. But I think the shocker, as even Anand mentioned, has been Wesley So. It's not gone bad for him. It's been a disaster for him this tournament. And he is one of the heavy favorites at the start.
Is it true, Tania, that he traveled 40 hours to reach here?
He did travel 40 hours to get here, but he also got here like a week ago.
Yeah.
So it's a, you know, he's managed to get his rest, Sagar. And
Tanya,
now,
will we have our special guest joining today? Shall we try to?
who's our special guest?
Of
I don't
course,
know
we
what
had
you're
one
talking about.
very special guest who came here and left some time
Yeah,
ago.
haven't we had the most special guests already for the day?
But there's also one surprise guest whom we are waiting for. But
Let's see if chat guesses who it might be. I don't even know if the special guest will join us.
Q.
I have no idea.
I'm going to write.
Let's see if chat guess. Well, chat guesses. Well, if they're saying Prague will be joining in from the 3rd. He is playing the Blitz. So
Prag
we're
will
super excited.
join us on the board, but right now we are talking about commentary. So let's see if we have a spot here empty. Maybe I'll go there, but because the guest needs to be here in the center, very important guest coming in, guys, in some time.
Are you saying the guest needs a lot of space?
I'm saying that the guest is
What are you
very
trying to
important,
say?
that he will be in the.
But let's see what chat says. A lot of guesses. Well, I do see some name. Could be one of them.
Name.
Some name
Okay,
on
some
it over
name.
there, which it could be, but we're not giving anything away. Sagar, you just cannot keep anything.
Oh, game started.
Game started. Let's go to the chess now.
Game has begun, dosto, but on our board there is no update of moves, Tanya. Or is there? 1 second. Maybe it's because we need our special guest to join us. Only then will the moves get updated. But on this board we have moves. So let me push that one.
Oh, we have a special guest joining us.
Arey, hello, hello.
Dak dak karne.
Let's have Nihal Sarin on the screen. Nihal Sarin. Can we have Nihal Sarin on the screen? And we have oh ho ho ho.
Oh ho ho ho.
Oh ho ho ho, Amruta.
And we have Nihal and Maksudlu on the screen.
But
क्या
that
ही बात
people
है?
are not able to
Updating,
see.
no.
अच्छा, not
Here.
yet.
No,
Okay.
they can see now. Nihal and Maksudlu here. And we also have Amruta joining us. Amruta, how has been your day today?
Oh, today it has been so hectic, so much happening out there, tie breaks, and I don't know, generally men's also, I'm assuming it could reach tie
And
breaks. but
Nihal
unless
winning.
Nihal
Oh
is
my,
like on
he's on fire.
Exactly.
And he looked so confident. Did you, when you were watching him live, you're just blitzing out move after move in the last round,
Yeah.
not taking any time at all.
Yeah.
Absolutely, he's in a different mode.
He's in a
बहुत
beast
मजा आ रहा है
mode.
देखने
I won't be surprised if
mode.
he starts if he wins like 4 more games. I mean 2 more games and just wins it with 7.5 out of 9. That would be crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, if he draws this game, then he's assured of a tie-break match. Because if we just look at the standings for a moment, he's got a 1.5 ahead of Arjun, who is on 2nd spot. So Nihal with a draw would go on 6 points, and then basically, even if somebody wins 2 games, only catches up for a tie-break.
Right.
So the tournament, the championship, could even get decided in this round.
Oh, never realized
By
that.
the way,
That's a good
chat
point.
is
I have to
saying-
be very alert, Tanya.
You're
Thank
very
you so
right.
much.
Acha.
By the way,
Thanks.
chat is saying that the special guest which we mentioned about is already arrived, and
Where?
Amruta, that's what they think. But guys, she
Oh.
is not special guest. She's
She's
like a
just-
host.
she's
ordinary,
special.
yaar. Come on.
She's
She,
here.
I didn't know she's not a guest, is what he's saying. She's special. She's not the special guest.
She's here
Look
like
at
from.
Tanya. Tanya on full fire as well, yeah, all the
So-
time.
So
But guys, one question to you. So many moves, more than 100 moves in the last
Oh,
game.
God.
Are you guys tired?
No, no,
Today
we
you
were-
don't
No,
look very
we had-
fresh. How come? Was it the dabba?
Do not call my contour a dabba. Firstly, it's not a dabba, but it has helped.
Oh my god! More fresh. He's going to look more. He was not even aware.
Tanya,
what's
which
happening.
color did you put from this?
Okay, this I put this one, although this one.
This is very fresh.
Yeah, because this will give you, I told you, right? It draws shadows on your face.
Cheekbones.
Exactly.
Okay, guys, I have the cheekbones now.
Amruta, do you approve now?
Absolutely. I think we are going to have some training sessions after the
Okay, I
tournament.
really hope. Please tell
What's
me
gonna
that this
happen?
broadcast is not on in the players' room.
Oh no, everyone's just looking at this because right now Nihal Sarin's game is just in the opening, so everyone's like, "What's happening in the commentary?" Let's have a look, and they're looking at what is happening.
We're just making you fresh and appear more beautiful
Yes,
because you.
and we are making you ready for the tie breaks if at all they
No,
happen. But if
Amruta,
I
very
don't think
unlikely.
there'll be tie
Very
breaks, Amruta,
unlikely.
because
Very,
it's
very
too big
unlikely.
a
and if
lead.
they
Too
don't
big
happen,
a
then we are
lead.
preparing you to take a big, long interview of Mr. Nihal Sarin.
Okay,
All
got it.
right.
We're ready for
Okay.
it.
We are ready.
I'm gonna
But
go
if there's
because
anything that happens outside, if there are any special guests who arrive, you have to come in and tell us. Is there
Yeah,
anyone?
definitely.
Ask our guest why is he or she not coming?
I'll definitely ask. But one more thing, I was so happy to see Vishy here commentating
God.
since morning. I mean, what unbelievable
amazing.
stamina! So brilliant. That was so cool.
Wait, Stamina,
And
us or Anand?
Vishy. I
Oh,
mean,
okay.
Vishy. Yeah. You know. Okay. Bye bye, guys.
Bye, Amruta. Thank you so
Bye.
much for joining us. And Tanya, while the games are not being updating on our website, it is updated on this board. So if we can just have a look here, and you can maybe take it through the opening. I'll go and check
Sure.
what's wrong there.
Alright, so let's take a look at how the game went. Nihal with the white pieces against Parham with black. So d4, e6. The important thing about e6 is, can I draw arrows?
No.
Okay, that's not the important thing about e6, but I was just getting that information. Is the flexibility once again. You might want to play f5. You're not committed your knight to f6. So keeping your options open. And of course, if white would have played e4, it would have gone into a French. But instead, we have knight f3. And as I was mentioning, Parham chooses the Dutch defense, the Dutch structure with the move f5. Well, a potential stone wall this could be. After bishop f4, knight f6, e3, we have b6. Development, the bishop is fan-shadowed, h3, knight c6. So this is quite a non-theoretical battle so far. The bishop falls back on h2. It's sort of just a preparatory move, getting out of the way of the knight jumping to h5, and I just cannot draw arrows, and that's a really difficult space for me to be in, but I will try and take you through the plans anyway. Knight e7 played, and the point of knight e7 is that you want to transfer the knight to the king side as soon as possible before you place your bishop on e7, because then it's very difficult to shift your pieces. And now after short castle, he takes it out at d6, so offering a trade. But the slightly strange part of this is the pawn structure that happens. A trade-off where you do double up the pawns but get complete control of the center. It's quite an interesting choice by Parham, and I think the reason for that is to go for this dynamic position because of the tournament situation. It almost feels like an attempt to really try and win this game. It's not an opening that we see very often. d5 played, rook c1, short castle, and here we are. We've got this as our current position. The time situation is 10 minutes to Nihal, 15 minutes to Parham. So all these slightly unconventional moves by black clearly goes on to show that he knows what he's doing. It's part of his prep, but it has taken Nihal by surprise. And
Tanya,
you're
I
back.
went and fixed it.
What did you fix? Oh, we're back with
The
the
board.
awesome.
Are you hungry?
Oh, my friend is a toxin.
But I think Tanya,
Why
although
do you not get anything for me? What is this? Well, you go, you eat, you just come and sit, and then you're just munching over here. You're like, oh, I'll just go check the internet. Oh, I'll just go call my guest. Oh, I'll just go meet my wife. Oh, I'll just go take a walk. Oh, and then you just come back eating something all the time. Just get me something.
I'm getting you myself, here, being sitting with you, commentating. You can take some rest. Okay, Tanya, I'll get something for you. Don't worry. So now
What
castles,
does that mean?
castles on the board, and right now, although in this position, क्या हो रहा है, Tanya? That even though it's slightly, as you correctly pointed out to the chat, that Parham has played unconventional kind of moves, Nihal's position looks quite stable and risk-free, no?
It does, but then that's what I was also, we were chatting that given Parham's standing, he wants to kind of create a mess on the board. So I understand what he's going for. He's gone for d5, and Nihal rightly captures on d5. And the point is that after you take with the knight,
Yeah, knight
he
takes,
does pick
bishop
it up.
takes.
And he could also, yeah, exactly, try to trade off this bishop because Black's bishop is the strength in the position, Sagar.
Right. But after you take, Tanya, knight takes, how do you further go on? Maybe knight e5? So that if he ever plays d6, you can put your knight on c6. Right?
I like that. And the thing is, again, Nihal is risk-free in this position. Maybe his queen will come to a4 at some point. You go rook c2, you go rook c1, you start doubling up along the c file. It just feels as if the more pieces get traded off, and I think Nihal does have this in his mind, that if things don't go too wrong in this one, if he's able to draw this game, if he's able to keep it under control, it's a very strong chance for him to seal the deal.
Yes.
So,
unless Arjun beats Nakamura.
Which itself is a tough task,
Very
a
tough.
mammoth task. And if that happens, it still doesn't mean anything. Nihal still keeps a 1 point lead.
Correct.
So-
And then he faces Arjun in the last round. And then if Arjun has to beat Nihal. So Arjun, in order to get even a tie break, see, it's not impossible. So what Arjun has to do, he has to beat Nakamura now. And Nihal draws with Parham. And then Arjun has to beat Nihal because last round is Arjun Nihal. Then
Yeah.
they both are on same points and then we have a tie break. So
and even, yeah, exactly.
it's very tough.
The path is tough, and the best case scenario for Arjun would be a playoff. For Nihal, that's the worst case scenario,
Correct.
which also we know how he is in Blitz.
I know. But Arjun, Nihal, these two guys
Anything
are
can
like,
happen.
best friends of each other. They are always together. And if the tie break happens between them, we are going to be in for a treat. Right now, Tanya, we have the heart rates on our screen. Nihal at 130 and Parham at 120. So both quite a little bit in the tension zone right now.
Very similar situation with the heart rate, but I think position wise, both are not absolutely, but both are looking fine. My only concern with Black is the pawn structure. It feels like somewhere there could be potential weaknesses with these d6, e6, f5 pawns.
Correct.
F4 is too committal. You kind of don't ever want to go there. With Black, I meant after f4, White will always have the move e4. So it's still a slow grind. My prediction on this one is a draw, Sagar.
Right.
I think that's the most probable outcome.
I feel that maybe Nihal might be able to sort of convert this small edge because it's his kind of position. He knows that Parham will kind of overstretch here because he always plays for a win. So I have a feeling that Nihal may also be able to get the full point here. Tanya, shall we go and check the game of Nakamura and Arjun?
We will do that just as soon as we point out the only thing that is a bit of concern here is the difference on the clock. Parham has almost twice the amount of time as Nihal does.
That's a very important point.
Very important point, but it would be if it was anyone else except Nihal. I mean, Nihal, when he comes down to a minute, is when his rapid starts. So I wouldn't be that worried for him.
Correct. And he's gone queen d2. And meanwhile, guys, as we switch to the next game, please do like the stream because there are very few likes as compared to the number of people watching this, and we would really love if you like it. A5 Tanya, ye kya Param Maksudlu is not even thinking.
He's
He's
literally
just-
not even thinking. He's got more time on his clock than what he started with.
and do you see him how he's sitting on his chair? Like if he had 15 minutes at this point, then he would be, you know, a little relaxed. But he, even Parham, is like he's waiting for Nihal's move to make his move quickly, because he knows that Nihal under time pressure can go wrong. He has I think that's his strategy.
To get him really low on
Yeah.
the clock. Well, we'll see if it works or not, Sagar. But let's continue with some of the other matchups.
Hikaru Arjun, let's go
Hikaru
for that.
Arjun, it has
It's
to
a
be
very important one.
super important for both Arjun and Hikaru.
And Arjun already looking quite better here in the position, but very, very complex strategic battle. What do you think, Tanya? Can we have a Tanya
Before you
breakdown?
do that, you need to give me some time to understand the position. I
No,
mean,
you break it down with us. We are with you, Tanya. Let's go. What are you thinking? Just tell us.
Alright, I'll try to tell you what comes to mind. Now, in this position, I do see our bar gives a big advantage to black. But the question is, why is that the case? We've got equal material, nothing's lost, but why such a big advantage to black? And there are many factors to this, Sagar, which stand out. One of them is, of course, the bishop pair advantage. The bishop pair advantage in an open position is extremely strong, and that's why Arjun has got it, so that gives us a little edge. Now, let's talk about the center. Black does control a lot of the center. The pawns on c4, b3, taking away many, many squares. The c4 pawn especially is making the b2 pawn a backward weakness. With b2 a backward weakness, the rook on the b file always eyeing it. Your one piece, which is the knight, which will be on the rim, which will be dim, will have to keep on defending it. Meanwhile, the big question is always going to be, where is white's counterplay? Black has a really nice plan as well. Why was the move queen e7 made? Black is potentially setting up a battery along this diagonal. You might go bishop c7, queen d6. Your knight is defending the mate on h2. I'll go knight e5. I'll trade it. I'll enter with my queen, and my two bishops will do the rest of the talking. So with all these plans coming up, lot of pressure is there. And on the other hand, white has to just minimize damages, just make sure that things don't go out of control. There's no break. You don't have e4 because the queen on d2 is under attack. e4, you take d4, bishop e4, bishop h2 check, win the queen, win the game. Well, he moves away queen e2, and my feeling is that he wants to get e4 in.
Tanya OP हो जाएगा इस chat में for this 2-minute rap, which was
It wasn't a rap.
It was non-stop rap, Tanya. That was amazing. What you just mentioned, the b2 weakness, the c4 strong point, the coming of the queen and bishop on this diagonal. You just explained it all here. And I think the chat now understands why Arjun is better.
I'm happy to help, but I'm also looking at the position because chess, of course, we understand why it's better. But what are the moves? How do we build on this advantage? He's played g6 now. I was mentioning the idea of e4. Currently not possible because black goes d4. In these kind of positions, thematically, white wants to break these c4, d5 pawns.
They are like two friends.
They are like two friends, and in real life, you don't want to break friendships apart, but on the chessboard, you always want to do this. If you see one piece or a pawn supporting the other, you want to get in their way, you want to separate them, and then you want to win them.
But when someone comes and separates you at the wrong time, then you become even stronger as you come together.
Exactly.
So you can't
and
do that.
This is that moment because of d4, as you were pointing out, would be a big disaster. So with that not a possibility, how is this? What are the plans for white here? I'm really struggling. I don't see e4.
I think, Tanya,
do
how
you-
about going, and this is the only weakness. So we want to get as much pressure flowing on the d5 point as possible.
Well, that makes a lot of sense. With the move knight c3, you fall back. Now that your rook on b1 is defending the pawn on b2, you attack d5. But black can simply move the bishop away. You can go bishop c7 or bishop c5, defend that d5 pawn, and the position remains. The pressure remains. There's so much space.
Tanya,
What
there's
happened?
so much pressure on me.
You
from
don't fall.
Chat.
What
They
you-
are saying that how can Sagar not offer water to Tanya, and Vaibhav Sethia is here in the chat saying
What's up,
this.
Vaibhav?
Vaibhav is in Kolkata.
Vaibhav, why are
what
you in Kolkata
doing?
and not
Please
over
come
here?
We are missing you, Vaibhav.
I have pani.
Please, pani pee lo.
Oh, damn, I don't have pani.
Wait, I'll bring.
He is. Are you going outside the room to bring pani for me? Is that what is happening?
I'm just bringing some water, Tania. Don't worry.
Yeah, and if accidentally you come across some food, just accidentally, because it never happens, but just in case it does, please get me some.
Oh, bringing the dabba. But this time the real dabba of, what is it called? Mudi.
Moody?
This famous Kolkata.
Every time. Why are you laughing?
अरे वो अंदर ये हो रहा है. By the way, rook d2 played by Hikaru. He's putting pressure on the d5 point. तान्या चैट सिंह थोड़ा चेस भी देख लो दोस्तों. 2 मिनट का रैप किया चेस के वक्त, तब नहीं बोला खाना खा लो.
हाँ ना,
खाना खा
पानी
तब
पी लो,
बोला
कुछ
पानी
नहीं.
नहीं, तब बोले.
अच्छा, तब बोले.
फिर पानी पी रहे
फिर
तो
पी
बोल
रहे हो. चेस देखो क्या है ये चैट. वेरी टफ क्राउड.
very tough to please the our chat, but okay. Queen d1 played and now putting pressure. Jalmudi. हाँ, jal. That's what you are eating. Rook d5 hanging.
Where?
Not hanging, but putting pressure there. But Tanya, you know what Arjun might do? He might start pushing his G and H pawns down the board, and suddenly the king might start feeling a bit lonely.
खा लो आप पहले. खा लो आराम से, कोई जल्दी नहीं है. और एक बिस्किट और लाऊं क्या? ये लो. दाल मुड़ी खा लो थोड़ा सा.
जाल मुड़ी, दाल नहीं.
सॉरी, जाल मुड़ी खा लो.
दोस्तों जाल मुड़ी को कभी ना नहीं बोलते.
Alright, so you're mentioning this idea, Sagar, of a pawn roll down the king side. I like it the moment you mentioned this idea because black has got everything placed at the right spot. Needs to find a way to break in. We'll see if he goes in with this plan. Let's go back to our other game. Nihal Sarin, tournament leader, against Parham. Lots of trades have happened.
Oh, now I think I agree with you, Tanya. This is most likely going to end in a draw.
Just no pieces remain. And
Yeah.
yes, black has overpushed with the pawns. Basically, Parham has moved each and every pawn of his forward on the board. But with no rooks, no bishops on the board, very difficult to make advantage of
Right.
it.
Can we go to Nadirbek, Mohamed
Yes,
Yaro?
let's do it. Let's take a look at Nadirbek. Shakhriyar. Shak must be so mad right now with the way things have
Yeah.
happened in the last.
You know, first day it was such an amazing day for him. From then, it's been just half out of 4.
Yeah.
That's been very tough on him. But right now, his position looks fine. His heart rate doesn't. He's at 122, while Nadirbek is at a solid 88. It's also that youngsters have a little lesser heart rate.
It's time for.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
All
Tanya,
right.
break down.
So, looking at this position, first thing we look at the eval bar, it says it's even, Sagar. But I really like black's position here. And the reason for that is the dark squared weakness on the king's side. A weakness is only as good as you can make advantage of. And in this particular position, black has a really nice maneuver, which I'm going to ask the chat to tell us. How can you take advantage of this f4 weakness with your pieces? Meanwhile, white doesn't really have a target. Sure, d6, you could call it a weak pawn, but how are you attacking it? Are you even attacking it? A move like rook d3 runs into knight e5. My knight on e5 will be a very strong piece. Imagine, well, I'm just going to answer my question. Knight e5, knight
अरे ये क्या है?
मैं फ्लो में चली
खुद
गई
ये
ना.
क्वेश्चन पूछा तो आंसर तो दे
आ
दो.
गया ना.
Everyone, very good guys.
Well done, sorry.
By knight g6, knight f4. Okay, done. Ha, Tanya, go on.
That is a strategic maneuver, and the pawn on h4 really makes things difficult for white as well on the king side. I just think it's easier to play with black this position with the idea knight e5, threatening knight c4, hitting that fork with queen d2, rook e3, also eyeing knight g6, knight f4. Simply the fact that the white knight on c3 has few squares, but the black knight on d7 will actually be a strong piece. I do like Shak's position here slightly more.
Fantastic. Okay. And let's go to Gukesh versus Sethu Raman here. I think in this position, white should be very slightly better because of the space that he has. And also the rook is on an open file. But it's nothing spectacular. So I think Gukesh may be very slightly better against Sethu.
Yeah.
can we go to the next board where you can break down Vidit versus
Why
Wesley?
do you get these positions to break down where like everything looks fine, everything's okay here, quite even, looks slightly better? Your turn, Tanya. Take away this crazy position that's on the board which nobody can understand and break it down for us in 5 seconds.
I not 5 seconds. I'm just thinking that भाई तुम मतलब बोलोगी कुछ तो I'll eat something. But okay, Bishop takes c7 has happened on the board, and Tanya, look at the number of pawns here. Black has 5 pawns, whereas Vidit has 4 pawns.
Do you do this thing where you ask your co-commentator, look at the number of pawns, but you actually yourself haven't calculated them, and while you're doing it for them, you're actually doing it for yourself?
Yes, that is the secret of being a good commentator, that you don't know what to say, but you say something and then you think about what you want to say.
So while you're actually saying something, you're also
Yes.
forming
It's
your
like Tanya. Now I'm thinking, what do you think about going back to the game of Hikaru versus Arjun?
Sure, but do you want to just quickly take a look at
Yeah.
the Vidit Wesley game, because it is quite an interesting position. And while we were having this banter, I was doing exactly that, trying to make sense of what is going on, Sagar. And you mentioned that White has lost a pawn, but look at the
Yeah,
activity.
the remaining pawns are quite weak. Like the B pawn is
Exactly.
weak, the C3 pawn is also weak. So eventually what might remain are these 3 pawns and these 3 pawns. So perhaps Vidit is not really better here, nor is Wesley better. Around equal.
And I also want to point out that this rook on h5 is slightly awkwardly placed.
Yeah.
With no clear direction of attack or a supporting piece. With no Amruta to this rook, which is a Sagar. The rook has little future.
Correct.
So, because of that, it is not something that you should fear. And in fact, Wesley has given up his extra pawn. He wants to try to improve his pieces. I'm expecting the rook to shuffle from h5 to b5 so that it can come back to the game.
Maybe to b2. Then the B pawn can move forward. But then again, it's not a passer yet.
So we can conclude by saying that that extra pawn does not matter, as you mentioned, the pawn
But
structure.
he
the
anyway
pieces.
lost.
He anyway lost it. We will come back to this. For now, I think it looks fine for both players.
Yeah, sort of around equal here. Let's quickly go to the game of Nihal Parham, our leaders. And oh my god, Nihal
Whoa.
is better, and very likely if this he's able to
Whoa.
convert.
If he wins, he's the winner
He's the
of the Tata
champion.
Steel
He's
Chess.
the champion.
He
But
is
how
the
did
champion.
this happen? Tanya, can we go to move
Champion.
26?
Champion. What is the beat of that song?
Yeah,
that not Chumpy.
champion.
Yeah, that was-
Champion.
No,
champion.
no, no, no.
Something like that. But Tanya, where was the mistake by Parham? Queen b3, b5 all looked good. Queen c3, queen a7, queen b3, queen d7, queen c3. I think he would have taken a draw, yeah, if he would have repeated.
That's what we were talking about. Nihal would be happy with a draw in this, but Param, as you predicted, over ambitious, wants to continue, and it's kind of tempting to play like this.
Yeah, and I think this is where he went wrong. He went here. He should have taken fe, fe, and then put his knight here so that he could later, if pawn push, he could have gone to e4 with a
Ah,
check.
That one. Nihal
So-
is a champion. Arjun is a champion.
Okay, Tanya. Was just trying to figure out why he will become champion. Then we'll sing champion. Knight f6 on the board while Param, Param is thinking e5 played. He's getting the e5 square. Takes knight e5, hitting the queen. And if queen d6, let's imagine if he goes queen d5 here, then already queen c7
Oh
is
damn,
a
that's
mate.
actually game over.
पीछे से ही mate.
पीछे
So
से ही mate.
there queen d6, queen c5 played by Nihal. He's attacking the queen and the pawn. If you take, the pawn is already pushing forward. So
Not
queen
just that, he was threatening queen a7 with that same idea of a checkmate, so you have to trade. But that gives this crazy passer king b3, king c4, king b5, win all the pawns.
exactly. And he's going to now become the champion.
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 Nihal
Nihal is
is
a
a
champion.
champion.
Sarin is a champion. Nihal Sarin is the champion.
Champion. Champion. Alright, so knight d5. Okay, that actually could happen. I mean, this endgame
This has happened. It's
He-
happened.
did he
It's on
resign?
the board. No,
Ah,
it
yeah.
is no resignation. Nihal is on 132 heart rate and 120 for Parham Maksudlu. And guys, if we can just go to our big board here, I mean the big camera, to just see what the mood is like outside. Look at this. Nihal is thinking like in
Nihal
his
is-
head, he's trying to calculate in the sort of distance.
And look at the clock situation. I mean, 10 minutes to Nihal, 15 minutes. Is that true?
No.
No.
This position is one second. I have to update the this one. So this is the clock timing. 12 minutes for Parham and 3 minutes.
Okay, but what is this king pawn ending lost? You just go 95. King pawn ending is lost. King pawn ending is lost.
Oh.
95, 85, king d3 and king e5.
King e5, g3. No, king g3.
Can we have some? Let's have them on the board. The
Okay,
players are
let's-
thinking because this is the moment. If king pawn ending is lost, it's over, and we will have a
Champion takes. Okay, now
King
king
D3.
d3. I have to go king e5. And now you,
you
have
have.
to think.
Okay, so we have to wait. Okay, let's start with one waiting move.
G3,
Yeah, because if it's black to play this position, it's over. So we just have to pass the move. Let's say you play h5.
Okay. Because if the king goes back, our king comes up.
Exactly.
Correct?
So you go h5.
Now, what I was thinking, Tanya, is I want to go h4. F4. Why? Because you take. You can't take. The pawn is queening. And
Sagar is the champion. Is that accurate? Because king f4, c6.
C6 is winning. King e6.
King
King
D4.
d4. Khatam. Tata. Bye bye. Goodbye. Khalas. Over. Because now you play h4. But in this position, I'll go b3. A3, and even though you think I have lost time, I have the C pawn.
And c7,
Push,
king c7, king d5, you
push.
pick everything. You pick the f5 pawn, you pick the h4 pawn, you win the house, you win the game.
And that is looking very, very scary. And he has done it. G3 on the board. Nihal Sarin on
Chat,
course.
unbelievable. He's calculated it, kept it precise, went for the king pawn ending, and he's
F4,
gone.
G4.
And now he loses the tempo, right? Because if you go b3, a3, black to play. You go a3, b3, black to play. You just have to force the king to fall back.
Absolutely.
And then once, let's just show that, Sagar. Let's say b3, a3.
No, right now it's black to play.
Exactly. Black goes b3 or a3.
B3,
a3,
A3,
king e6.
King E6. But here, Tanya, maybe D4. It's a little
Oh.
complicated because then your king can't win this.
d4, c6.
D4, C6, King
gets
D6,
messy.
King D4,
It
King
looks
here,
lost to me.
King C4, King D6, King B4, King D5, King here, King C. Suddenly, King C4 black wins because now the king is coming here and
my
winning this.
God.
So,
He has to be very precise.
yeah, it's
so
still
what is
not
it?
clear.
But b3, you can take on b3 and go king c3. So b3 is not possible.
Yeah.
Right? You have to go
Yeah.
a3 in this position.
A3 looks good. Yeah, B3 is just straight away take, and King C3 should win.
So this isn't possible. Let's back up.
Mm-hmm.
And let's say a3. Because if you go king e6, Sagar, king d4 is lost. So a3 is the only move.
A3,
b3.
B3, King E6, right? Now, somewhere you have to move.
You have to go d4. But then king
D4,
c4.
C6.
d4, king c4.
King C4 is also winning. Both win.
Is Nihal going to be a champion?
Nihal will win this and become a champion. Sorry, we can't say champion here. So he will become the champion, and then Tanya, even if Arjun beats Hikaru and then beats Nihal, he can't catch him. So
He
Nihal
can't catch
will be
him.
the champion with one round to spare. Can we go to Hikaru Arjun and see what's happening here? Arjun still keeping an edge against Hikaru Nakamura. Wow, that is amazing. Queen takes, because lot of things have developed. We had the b2 pawn weakness, right, Tanya, here. Hikaru went b4 and said, I'm getting rid of my weakness. Arjun says, I don't care. I'm going to attack you on the king side. Nakamura goes back with knight e1. Queen d6, setting up some kind of a discovered attack here. Knight a4. A5, B5, Bishop E6, F4, Knight D7, Knight F3, and Queen. He just
He
snatched a pawn.
won a pawn, but also White could not have done anything about it. You don't want to defend this pawn. How are you going to
Like
defend
Queen
it? It's
C1 or something. If you
yeah,
try
but the
to...
knight comes into c5 and the knight is jumping everywhere. If you take knight into c5, queen c5, e3 is hanging.
E3 is weak. Yeah, too many weaknesses to deal with. And so he just said, okay, Arjun, take this pawn. And then once Arjun took the pawn, it turns out that black is pawn up and has a very solid position. Tanya, this means that Arjun is making a strong claim towards the second spot. Which means that if Nihal wins, the tournament. Arjun finishes second. It's our Indian
Oh
youngsters
my
who have
God.
leapfrogged ahead of these world-class players.
You remember in the women's section, we were telling how the experience has proved itself, the domination over the youth. Here, it's the other way around.
Yeah. And by the way, Hikaru is not one to sort of just take this down
Sagar,
lying.
let's go back to the Nihal
Okay,
game
let's
because
go.
this is the moment of championship here.
Right.
So it's really crucial. B3 has been played and A takes B3, A takes B3, King C3.
Tania,
This is game over.
A takes B3 is the only move. He can't play.
He's played it.
And
And now just King C3, bring your king, D4 check, take that pawn, and after King D5, the key move is C6. You have to go King D5,
he'll
C6.
find it.
If he finds C6, I am expecting Parham to resign, and that would be Nihal winning a round to spare.
Let's see if he finds it. He has to push his white pawn
He
down the
will
board.
push it.
Can he
will.
do it?
He will push the pawn. And
he
he goes with C6 and King takes C6. You need that C4 square. You want your king to come there.
So if king takes pawn, king comes up, D4 hangs, and then Nihal Sarin is going to move to 6.5 points out of 8. Tania, that is just crazy.
Look at him. He can feel it,
He can
Sagar.
feel it. He can feel the
it.
championship coming to him. And there he's looking up. Just like, you know, how these cricketers make centuries and then look up to the sky.
With the bat,
But here he's looking at the DGT boards like nothing.
He's also sort of looking at the audience. I think he's just like, oh, look at him.
Oh, nice one.
That is a great shot, producer G.
Yeah, he's very, very intense here. And I don't think he still knows that if he wins, he's
He
won the title.
knows it.
No. He knows he's won this game. But whether he has won the title or not, he might not have that idea.
And look at Parham, you can feel it. He knows that this is game over. C6, it's a king pawn endgame. He's going to go king C6, king C4, pick up that D4 pawn. The B pawn will distract black's king, while white's king will simply walk over, march over to the king side, pick up each of the pawn. Sagar, I'm expecting a resignation after king C4.
Yes, he's going to go there. King C4 coming in, guys. Yes, he's played King C4 as well. Nihal making one best move after another. King C4.
What a guy.
And D3, okay, take the pawn, but now resign.
Look at the confidence. Well, King D6, he's just going to march with
Nihal is not even going on that side. He's like, I'll keep my B pawn, I'll push it. And then eventually, Tania, you can even stalemate the black king. Because black has h5 move and then you can win.
And that's smart. He's not going that side. Because why give black the counterplay to come to the f3 pawn, create counter chances? He's just going to push the king back with his pawn, with his king. And at the right time, capture on h6.
B4.
And now he'll just slowly march forward. Keep pushing the black king back. Keep pushing it. Slowly, his own king will go to the king side.
And what should Parham do with all the time that he has on the clock? He has more than 8
doesn't matter. And now
minutes.
we see.
And stalemate. Now stalemate. King C6.
He has...
B7.
Yeah, B7.
King B8. King B6. Now he has to make a pawn move, guys. It's not a stalemate. H pawn can move. And...
champion Nihal Sarin wins the tournament. Nihal OP in chat.
What a performance by this youngster. Just 17 years old. Or maybe he's turned 18 now.
Sagar, let's just show this last position because it's quite a nice one here. Black has to make the move H5.
Yeah, let's just show them how this wins. H5 is forced.
You take
this.
After G4. Be careful, Sagar.
No, don't take that.
Be careful.
Push.
Push.
Here.
Push.
And mate. Let's make a rook.
Let's make a rook. That's pretty. That's pretty. And this is why Parham resigned. What a flawless technique and a conversion by Nihal.
Again, a clean game, yeah, by Nihal. No mistakes. Okay, it was drawish. But then when Parham made a error, he just capitalized on it.
Very, very pragmatic play by Nihal. You know, he didn't overpush
it. Look. What did Parham do there? Parham smiled and said, Nihal, congrats, you won the tournament. You know, he just congratulated him. So the first guy to sort of shake hands with Nihal after he's become the Tata Steel Chess India Rapid Champion 2022 is Parham Maqsoodlu.
That is sportsmanship, Sagar, and amazing to see. Both of them are just standing there looking at the other games that are happening. But incredible technique at the end there by Nihal. Once Parham just got a little over ambitious, little over pushing there, and Nihal was up to grab that opportunity. Parham could have potentially just taken the draw and finished it off, but instead, when Nihal was in driving seat, did not give Parham the chance to come back. And with a phenomenal day 2 and a day 3 so far, he has
we have the replay.
won the tournament.
Can we have that replay again, Director Saab? That would be amazing to see. That small moment where he, did this. There you see him shaking his hands.
And then shaking his head. But what a moment for Nihal and Sagar. Truly, I mean, this is what makes this tournament so special, that it has been this big platform for these youngsters from India to really break out amongst the world's best. We saw Arjun do it last year, and Nihal does it this year.
And look what happened to Arjun. Yeah, he reached 27-25 in FIDE classical rating, and Nihal right now is at 2680. Who knows? This will motivate him to push even harder. He's doing really well. He won a gold medal at the Olympiad in classical chess. He finished in the finals of chess.com global championship, finishing second. Now this victory in the rapid, who knows, he may even take home the Blitz award, then the world rapid and Blitz. But this guy is not going to stop there.
Just unstoppable play, and the best thing is that he does it with a round to spare. With this field, with players like Shak, players like Hikaru, Wesley playing, and the best in India as well.
Absolutely.
Just an amazing moment for Nihal. Sagar, we've still got action on, so let's quickly jump over to the board that is fighting for the second spot currently.
Arjun and Hikaru?
Yes.
Let's look at Arjun and Hikaru here. By the way, Rook A6 by Hikaru. It's a position that is tremendously complex, because right now the black pieces are all huddled towards the center. He goes Bishop C8, hitting the Rook. Tania, I think majorly the D4 knight is under pressure. Look, the Rook is hanging, right? If you move the Rook, Rook takes D4 is hanging, knight takes D4, queen takes D4. So is that going to be material loss? Oh my God!
And because this is such a complicated position, full of blunders that are possible, we do have a guess.
We need a master.
We need a master
of
such positions. Chat.
No, he is so weak. He must
What is happening?
I can fix
Yes,
it.
please.
First, face reveal before a voice reveal.
Sorry.
And we have the one and only blunder master incoming, Samay.
Who's Samay?
Rana.
I just got defeated by Nihal Sarin.
Oh, sorry. But by the way, really nice sportsmanship there. Congratulating Nihal after that tough loss.
That's good.
It was really quite a moment to watch.
But a round of applause for you guys, yeah? बहुत time से तुम लोग ने यार कोई joke नहीं मारा घटिया सा यार.
What?
I actually came here because I saw ChessBase India clips notifications. I was like, need to improve the sense of humor here, guys.
Oh, when actually there was one clip called Narak. That time
मेरे को notification में आया नरक में बोला.
मेरा material किसने चुरा लिया?
I thought someone else uploaded the same video. I was gonna give it a copyright. Then I was like, if I give a copyright, तो फिर मेरे में और सागर शाह में क्या फर्क रह जाएगा?
Oh.
Alright, what's happening? सुबह से अभी भी चेस ही खेल रहे हैं लोग.
No, look, Nihal is already a champion with one round to spare.
Champion.
He's a champion, and right now Hikaru Nakamura is playing against Arjun Erigaisi. What do you think, Samay?
Nihal is already champion, right?
Yeah.
Then why are you excited?
Because he's already champion with one round to spare. How unreal is that?
About Hikaru's game, it's like, now what will happen in
Did
Hikaru?
Nihal adopt you at some point?
Yeah.
His father.
Yeah.
Please
He
respect.
defeated me 20 times in a row.
Yeah. Now it makes sense. Now you know why.
Now it makes sense why he won here.
Yeah, like he's so strong.
He got good practice, yeah?
By the way, we couldn't take the rook here because of knight f5 check, and the queen was hanging. So queen a1, brilliant move here.
That is tricky. And that is what Hikaru is known for. He's so resourceful in these positions.
Whoever wins this, Nihal has won, right?
Nihal has
Nihal,
won.
this is
But the second place, fight for second place, Samay. Because if Arjun wins this, he moves to 5.5, I think. Yeah, I think 5 points. And then he will face Nihal in the last round. But Nihal is already on 6.5. So even if Arjun beats Nihal, he can only reach 6.
And third place also, is there a chance that Gukesh can win?
Exactly, that's where we are thinking. Maybe
Bhai,
Vidit
maza aa
has
jayega
a
bhai.
chance.
we are
Gukesh has a
clean
chance.
sweep
It's
by the Indian
crazy.
youngsters. And this was actually the idea behind Tata Steel Chess India tournament, right? That you organize it to give an opportunity to the young talents of Indian chess to face the best in the world.
Yes, and to win the whole thing was not something that many expected. I mean, above this field,
exactly, and
to
when-
take the podium finish is just incredible. But we've got some moves here, and actually, Samay, we want your opinion on this position.
Yes.
I think Nihal Sarin is winning the tournament. That's all I can tell you here. Black looks much better, yeah.
But Samay, Bishop h7 is a. Can we please have you do that?
What the hell is this?
Disco. It's the time to disco.
Ah.
Because whenever disco comes, you have
You
to do this.
this step, no?
Acha, ये कहाँ से कहाँ आ गए? Look,
Please.
like last year, you
don't-
guys were so different. What
it.
changed this time?
You have to do it first, Samay.
Is the time to disco?
Not like that.
He's not good. I thought his chess was only not good. Also, dancing skills are bad.
Oh, my dancing is horrible, man.
So, Bishop h7 is winning this rook, Samay, but King f8 comes and defends it. So, here he went here, and now, yeah, let's go.
So, what is the point after Bishop e5? Did we do this online already?
No.
Samay, what happens after this?
After this, again,
Bishop h7. Oh, nice. That's how you learn it. Learning quickly is his
He's
forte.
a fast learner, and Bishop h7, King h7, and
Oh, sorry. But Tania, it ends with badly for you because you have two pieces on the board.
by
And
the way,
this is-
chat is saying Gukesh is winning.
Oh, Gukesh is winning against Setu Raman. Let's go. And there we have Gukesh
not- I
having
don't-
two bishops here, not winning, but definitely putting pressure on Setu because of the.
bishop pair advantage.
Yes, and now you agree.
Yeah. No, this is an open position. No, white clearly is better.
Hmm.
If there were more pawns here, then the knight was better. No.
I mean, I think we are overestimating White's chances here, to be
Yeah, I
honest.
know.
It's, this bishop on d2 puts pressure on b4. I do agree that if anyone can push, it's White.
But time.
What is the time
Say
situation?
Lord Setu has only 8 seconds, I think.
What is this Lord Setu? We've been trying to
I also
figure it
don't know.
out. Okay, so it's 1 minute to Arjun. Less than a minute for... no, wait, what?
This one.
It's... Setu's down to 20 seconds and Gukesh has got about a minute.
Yeah.
I like
H5,
8-6.
H5, Tanya, look
Oh,
at this.
I was just going to say I like 8-6.
H5, if you take here, or
No,
maybe
8-6.
from
You
here.
have to go 8-6.
Oh,
You have to go 8-6.
Oh, breakthrough coming in. No,
But he doesn't do it.
find it. He takes it.
And I think 8-6 is a good practical move to try and trade off the
D7 is
pawns.
handy.
Yeah, but are you going to take it after King D7? Your bishop might get trapped
But with
there.
Bishop G3, I'll cut your king off. King D8.
Alright, so bishop into B7,
But then King C7.
bishop A6.
But that could be just.
What is
quite
happening
dangerous.
after bishop B7?
Okay, but this looks like.
It's a pawn, yeah?
It's a
Now it's
pawn.
a real
It's a
pawn.
pawn.
Alright, so it does look like
Can we
Gukesh.
go to Hikaru versus
Let's
Arjun?
do it. Let's go to Hikaru versus Arjun. What has happened here?
There was a clear advantage for Arjun, but somehow Hikaru has managed to swindle him. C2 was maybe the best move here, but he went knight D5, knight F7, rook E4, bishop E4, and now this is, he pushes the pawn.
Isn't he still winning?
No, but he can always sack his bishop for the pawn.
I'm talking about Nihal.
Nihal is the winning by.
क्या फर्क पड़ रहा है bro? India has won this.
But I think even here, if you do sack your bishop for the C2 pawn, win the 8-6 pawn, black's F4 pawn is still alive.
Yes, but it's easy to trade it, right? At the end, and then maybe that one minor piece that should be drawn. He goes knight D. Oh my god, he
Oi.
blunders what?
What, queen?
What?
Queen.
What? C1 queen?
Mouse slip हो गया रहेगा भाई.
C1 queen.
Did he play
He just
90?
allowed him to queen.
No, he's thinking bishop H7.
No, look at Hikaru shaking his
Yeah,
head.
because he thought bishop H7, king F8, rook F7 mate, but bishop H7, that's king H8.
Oh, he missed. else is it?
Did he try for
Check.
a disco?
And King H8, and he will resign now. This is what happened, and let's just
Oh
show chat.
my
That is
God.
it. Game over. Arjun on his place
Arjun
to finish
beats
second.
Hikaru.
Unbelievable. And let's show chat what was missed, Sagar.
Yeah.
Here, Hikaru thought that the only move for Arjun is to go King F8. Rook F7 would be checkmate, which is why he set up this trap, completely missing that King H8.
He thought
simply
even
walks
this
over.
would be mate, but there's already a bishop there.
Exactly.
Something went wrong in his head.
Unbelievable.
That means that Arjun Erigaisi now in second position, sole second position with 5 points. What a complicated game that was. And Arjun coming out on top against the world's best blitz player in time scramble.
This is
And
just
also his heart rate is
amazing.
88. You know, जीत गया पर कुछ heart rate भी ऊपर नहीं हुआ. Man, this guy is...
Unreal.
Can we go
आपने क्या
to...
सारे प्लेस पे हार्ट रिमाउंटर लगाया?
हाँ, सब पे.
बाप रे.
And look at this. Gukesh and Seturaman are playing Gukesh at solid 84 right now. But see, this is winning for Gukesh. Maybe that's what Samay came here and said. That will it be Nihal, Arjun, Gukesh, top
That'll be
3.
epic, bro. Like,
This is
उसके बाद
crazy.
कोई नहीं बोलेगा अतिथि देवो बाबा.
And now, knight
Oh,
b5.
just take it.
Yeah, just take it because it's not even an opposite color bishop. You go take it, go king e4, king d5.
Yeah, exactly. Take, king e4, attack the bishop, go here, push the pawn, khatam.
Khatam, no,
Khalas.
Tata, bye-bye.
Tata, bye-bye.
Gukesh is also winning, right?
Yeah. So Gukesh is right now at 3.5. He'll move to 4.5.
Cheesy stuff.
Vidit ka kya hua? Draw. So he's on 4. Nadirbek draw. He's on 4. Parham lost. Shakriyar drew 4. So actually Gukesh on Seoul's third position with 4.5.
What
And we
a
have one more
takeover.
round
This
left,
is India's takeover in India.
India's takeover of Indian juniors taking over everything. And what about the Gukesh's last round pairing, Tania? Who is he playing?
Let's take a look.
Because Arjun Nihal is happening and Gukesh is playing
Draw
against...
कर लेना चाहिए अर्जुन निहाल ने नहीं.
No, they'll play. They'll
So
play.
Gukesh is playing Wesley. Huh? It's a tough matchup, but Wesley is very shaky this time. Samay. So
Why
any
does he know that I was coming? ऐसा Wesley तो is very strong otherwise. What happened?
so
Bhai Samay, आपको देख, you came in the when there was analysis, we couldn't even express our happiness at seeing you, but we are so happy to see you here.
Where
and
have
chat,
you been,
Samay
tell
open
chat?
हो जाए एक बार chat में that he's come all the way from Mumbai.
huh, where have
Kashmir,
you?
bro.
From
Oh,
Kashmir.
Kashmir.
All the way. I had gone there to actually meet my grandmother.
How is she?
She's not moving, we can say. Hi! We have Ashwin here, yeah?
Ashwin is the reason why these red hearts are working in the chat.
मेरी नानी को भी लगा दो यार. उनका नहीं चल रहा है.
Wow, the game is
Oh, he's
finished by
won,
the
he's
way.
won, he's
Setu
won.
had
Go!
Gukesh taking that third spot going into the last round. Sagar, I'm going to be back. I'll leave you guys to this. I'll be back soon.
Where are you going?
I'll go maybe eat something finally.
अरे
ये
eat
तुम लोगों ने
ये.
खाया सुबह से कुछ?
ये हर बार कह के मैं बाहर इसको बुलाने जा रहा हूँ, इंटरनेट फिक्स करने जा रहा हूँ, ये नहीं चल रहा, जाके ऐसे खा के वापस फिर यहाँ पे बैठ जाता है.
मैं उसके लिए चाय लेके आता हूँ. उसी में से
Nothing और
tea
यहाँ
को
पे
भी.
6 घंटे पुरानी चाय पड़ी. Oh, Tania, like tea for you.
But Tania, you should, मतलब, you know, we are like commentating together. थोड़ा बहुत ऐसा अच्छे से बात, just
If
making
you
me a
keep
villain.
going and eating food and coming here and munching in front of everyone while I'm starving to death.
Death, बाप रे.
Please don't say that. It's a trigger word right now.
I'm sorry.
Alright, Sagar Shah.
Bhai, how are you?
I am good. भाई थोड़ा उधर हटो ना.
What has happened to you?
अच्छा, ऐसे क्या देख रहे हो भाई?
Bhai, you are no longer the Samay I know. You look like Samay of 2020 when the lockdown began.
You know, I can make myself even thinner right now.
How?
Give me 2 minutes.
हाँ, 2
मैं आपको इतना पतला लगूंगा ना 2 मिनट के बाद. बस 2 मिनट बाद.
ठीक है.
Tanya, please use it.
Guys, Tania has left, Samay has also left, and now I'm all alone here telling you about what has happened in this round. It was an insane and crazy round because Nihal Sarin was leading by 1 full point. Actually, not 1.5 points. And everyone was like, oh, will he draw his game? He should play it safe. But Nihal played it normally. Parham went all out. You know, he's that kind of player. He always wants to win. And he went all out and gave Nihal that chance, which Nihal took it, made all the accurate moves and won the game. He moved to 6.5 points out of 8, which means that that's a great score. I think until yesterday, Nihal was gaining 40 ELO points in rating. If you add all these games, I mean, he might be even gaining 70, 75 ELO points, which is just unbelievable. And then comes, yes, Samay,
Haji,
where it's the same.
give me 30 seconds. How?
Oh!
Oh my
Better.
god!
The volume has
Oh my god, look at this. Who do we have in the commentary room?
Let's
The
go.
one and only Vaibhav. Sit.
क्या हाल चाल रे?
कैसे हो मेरे भाई?
क्या हाल चाल? All good. I'm taking the chair of the person who has not been fed throughout the day.
Only one was losing weight here. How are you?
Vaibhav, you
All
had
good,
written
Tania.
Pani Pila do, I gave her water. But after that, you were coming here, you could only have brought water for her.
नहीं अभी तो यार ब्रेक मिल गया था ना तानिया को. I didn't realize कि वो खड़ी है पहले मैसेज कर लेगी. पहले she wants a little bit of dose of the digital world.
Tanya,
And then come
anyway,
back.
not eating anything, chat, just lying to us that she's starving. She could have gone by now, eaten something.
What are you trying to do? You're just
Force feed.
Have you
ये
seen
कि-
him?
नहीं कुछ तो खाना ही पड़ेगा.
Literally eat.
Please खा ले कुछ
Give
भाई.
me the chudi.
चूड़ी? अच्छा
This is-
चूड़ी.
This is the moody.
Vaibhav, you're from Calcutta?
Yeah. I grew up over here.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So how do you pronounce this?
Yeah, this is jhal moody,
You want some?
but it's
Jhal
not
moody.
supposed to be
Why
taken
did I
like.
take it like Prashant?
Sagar is taking like prasad hai. It's like Devi Prasad de rahi hai. And it's obviously amazing when all three people have a crunchy thing in their mouth and they're commentating.
Commentating at the biggest
Khatyar,
event
khatyar.
of the country.
If anyone's ever sat in a movie theater and had people eating nachos on their side and wanted to slap them,
Bhai,
this
isn't
is the
it like,
moment that reminds everyone of what is
Now
going
you
on.
know what my life
Calcutta
is
thing.
like the whole time you're sitting next to him.
भाई मेरे को तो बुक्कड़ ही बना, बुक्कड़ शाह बोला रे सब चैट में, कुछ भी स्कैमर शाह, पूरा मेरा इज्जत खराब हो गया, डांसर शाह. ठीक है, कोई बात
But
नहीं.
रात को मैंने देखा यार, you've improved your whole like रात को 2 बजे वाला phase.
In what way?
In the last tournament, I didn't see you like H4, H4.
अभी तो
He's
जल्दी
already
खत्म
won
कर रहे हैं।
H4. He's played H4.
By night at 2 a.m. he's in the hotel yesterday. He was there and वो ऐसे एकदम सूट वूट पहन के full proper.
Sagar is ready.
ये रात
Comment
को
कभी
2
भी
बजे
कर
से ready है
सकता
भाई. कभी भी बुला सकते हैं टाटा स्टील वाले.
So what was so different?
I'm
How
just
did
saying,
you?
why did they keep only 2 events? They could have kept 4, 5.
No, but how did you improve your like late night rising up, whatever, like keeping you awake thing?
No, I started sleeping. No.
Oh, you slept in the day.
Whenever I get time, I sleep.
So you're doing what Samay is trying to improve. A sleep cycle which is not healthy.
But look at Samay, man.
ये तो कर रहा है यार बंदा.
How? This guy has such willpower that first with his willpower, he could never cross 1800. That's a different matter. But weight, he's come down to 88.
I think it also can be because he's commentating with you. फिर आप बाहर जाते हो और आप कुछ लाते नहीं हो. So Samay is not getting the food that he wanted.
However, you were to commentary for some time then.
अरे नहीं.
By the way,
Food for thought.
while we are talking here, I just want to show the viewers the standings which has come out after round 8.
Nihal
Nihal Sarin
Sarin
has won the Tata Steel Rapid.
with
Insane
6.5
stuff, man.
out of 8. Arjun Erigaisi on 5 points. That is 1.5 point different, but it's Nihal versus Arjun. I think it will be a match where they will both play freely.
Yeah.
And Gukesh is on number 3 spot with 4.5. He will face Wesley So. With it, Gujarati on 4. He has a chance to actually come back to the top with a win here and finish in top 3 perhaps. Nadirbek on 4. Mamed Diarov on 4. Hikaru on 3.5. Parham Maksudlu on 3.5. Wesley So on 3 and Setu Raman on 2.
So there's a possibility India is gonna finish like how it is right now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Charo Indians.
Oh man, that would be huge.
That is
Baap
insane.
re.
That would be huge when you consider that
And-
you have Wesley, Hikaru, Mamed Diarov playing in the same tournament.
सेतु भाई को थोड़ा बुरा लगेगा फिर.
But I think Setu did a great thing. He beat Arjun in this tournament, which is not at all easy. And let's look at the pairings just last round ka, and then we can continue with our banter. These are the pairings here. We have Setu taking on Hikaru.
Oh my god.
That will be a big one.
Nice.
And then Gukesh has to face Wesley. with it with Mamedyarov, Nodirbek with Parham, and Nihal versus Arjun Erigaisi. What a round we have on our hands. And
I think hands down favorite match everyone's looking for is Arjun versus Nihal.
बहुत ही ज़्यादा.
मतलब also Gukesh has a I mean after the death
Yeah.
match Gukesh has a win to pull off.
Right. Also, if he beats Wesley, so he'll finish in top 3.
Yep.
So that's a big thing, big achievement there.
And Setu has a good chance of getting more like confidence here, no, by defeating Hikaru. He's one of the best players.
Right.
Yep. It's great that I mean for the second position काफी सारे जन हैं.
हाँ.
That's gonna make it very interesting. But
But
Nihal, man, one
you
tournament
guys
was-
knew Nihal Sarin like 2 years ago, right? I remember watching that stream where you had invited him. I think he was the first, maybe one of the first chess players after
Yeah.
Vidit
He
that
was-
you had invited.
Yeah, he was playing Hans Niemann. Who was he playing?
He used to play Hans Niemann.
No, he was playing Akash Mehta in that one. Yeah.
Oh yeah, interchangeable.
No.
The names.
names, yeah. So,
Yeah, I have a question.
हाँ.
ऐसा क्यों है that when
But
I'm
मैं
sitting
क्या
outside?
करता हूँ? Tania,
Yeah. No, I have one question and then I'm
No,
gonna
no,
go because
you
serious
have to
commentary
go
is
there.
gonna
You have to
begin.
sit.
Serious
Man,
commentary
you're-
नहीं हो रही है. आपने clips नहीं देखा है क्या?
यार मैं बाहर बैठा था and I was thinking अंदर आऊंगे and then I was thinking नहीं यार ये तो सीरियस कमेंट्री होती है फिर जाके अपना क्यों मैं बेवकूफ बनूं मैं and then all of a sudden I see कि यार 3 मिनट तक ये मुड़ी खा रहे हैं कमेंट्री 3 मिनट हो गए मैच के मुड़ी खा रहे हैं अभी तक so I don't
तानिया
understand.
5-10 मिनट का मजाक किया, 4 घंटे का कमेंट्री अच्छा किया.
7 घंटा.
7
यार
घंटा we did
आप एक
serious
पेपर पे
commentary.
एक पेपर पूरा प्लेन वाइट है उस पे एक लाइन खींच दोगे तो लाइन तो दिखेगी ना यार ये क्या बात है ये तो मतलब जनरल कॉमन सेंस है बट आई एम क्यूरियस व्हाई इज इट दैट आई एम सिटिंग आउटसाइड एंड सी ऑल द प्लेयर्स हु लाइक यू नो जैसे मैच खत्म हो गया दे स्टैंड अप एंड देन दे गो एंड फिर उनको जब दूसरे प्लेयर का मैच देखना होता है ना वो सब स्क्रीन पे ही है पीछे पर कोई ऐसे नहीं देखता है सब आके ऐसे हाँ लाइव बोर्ड पे ही देखते हैं क्यों
लाइव बोर्ड पे जो मजा है वो इमोशंस टू सी.
ऑल दीज प्लेयर्स लाइक
Yeah.
3 जन को मिलके देखना तीनों जन ऐसे फंस के थोड़ा सा नजर छुपा के
You know,
कंधे के ऊपर से देख
I
लेंगे
think
बट
even
बोर्ड
in
पे
the
नहीं देखेंगे
pandemic, the ability to not see live games was missed so much.
Actually, I saw Nihal looking at the screen.
Nihal looks there.
Nihal did not look at the board.
Nihal loves online chess.
Yeah, it was damn good, man.
So,
बैठो ना यार.
Vaibhav,
I actually have to
Vaibhav,
get
can
another
we
chair.
inform the chat about
No. Sit
Yeah.
there.
how far do you live from here?
Like around 20 minutes,
Acha.
15-20 minutes.
And how did you find the atmosphere outside?
It was great, man. I mean,
Completely
bah-
packed.
Yeah, and people all adhering to like you know, ऐसे सब शांत होके. It's such a different
You
thing
were
to watch
listening
chess.
to commentary?
Yeah, your commentary.
With
just
headphones.
Yeah, because I mean, I tried for a while and फिर मैं समझ में नहीं आ रहा था पूरा.
फिर आपने
just wanted
कमेंट्री
to
शुरू
see.
किया फिर भी समझ में नहीं आ रहा था
नहीं,
क्योंकि सब
commentary-
लाल बॉडी का तो क्यों काली पोकर रख गया.
मेकअप लगाना सीख लिया मैंने. लोग यहाँ पे छोटे छोटे बच्चे बैठ के देख रहे हैं. क्या एवरीवन आउटसाइड. निहाल से तो अरे वो जीत गया ऑलरेडी यार. वो निहाल है.
And I really like that. Unlike all other
Can
sports,
we
I
do
just
one
have
thing?
chance better.
See, anyway, you guys have played chess. Now you guys are not playing so much, so you will never reach that level of super tournament.
Thank
correct?
you. It's good to realize.
No, I'm just saying.
So will you, bro.
Yeah.
Let me finish. No, what I'm saying. Nice thing I'm saying.
Can you finish your chase for the GM title first?
No.
Yeah.
So then, when the players finish today at around 7:15, why don't we have a match between Samay and Vaibhav outside on the stage in the center like that? जो जैसे निहाल versus ऐसे गेम हुआ रहेगा कोई नाकामुरा.
कौन से बोर्ड पे पनौती लगानी बताओ. उस पे बैठ के खेलते हैं अपन. वैसे स्लो के बोर्ड पे खेलना है क्या बताओ.
एक्चुअली क्या है ना सब जब पैकअप कर रहे होते हैं तो सागर शायद थोड़ा बोर हो रहा होता है कि मेरे को खड़ा रहना है तो आई थिंक दैट इज द टाइम में आपने
wants one more opportunity to do commentary. like 8 घंटे को मैं 9 घंटा कैसे करूंगा.
9 to 5 नहीं हुआ यार 9 to 4:30 हो गया यार ये क्या हो गया यार मेरे साथ
Done, right?
Crazy.
So that's going to be epic.
How about we also do a giveaway for the audience so that there is audience. So audience, if you are at home, please come tomorrow.
Tomorrow rest day, bhai. Come on.
Please come day after tomorrow. We will give you a giveaway of 500 rupees.
500. We'll give something signed merch or
Sign check देंगे 500 rupees. Please come. We need you guys.
I walked in यहाँ पे ना and like
कैमरा
जो
एंगल वो वाला नहीं रख सकते थे क्या आप लोग?
कौन सा?
जिसमें ऑडियंस नहीं दिख रही हो.
I remember मैं अंदर घुस रहा था जब तो like the tickets are not costing anything for anyone who doesn't know. It doesn't cost anything. So you can just walk in.
but what
तो
is
मैं
the
अंदर आ रहा
ticket
था
है?
and then I was like हाँ ticket दे दो and then there was a printout sort of a stub and they're giving it. तो वो दे रहे थे and then this guy no sir I know you आप आ जाओ. मैं बोला नहीं मेरे को एक तो लेने दे यार. एक तो लेने दे मेरे को प्लीज यार. वो अंदर से निकाल देंगे तो बहुत खराब भी लगे. फिर मैं अंदर आया तो मेरे को पता चला oh I get it now.
But you were like given this ticket and all. So you have that ticket. Can you show?
No, I don't know. So that's what he said. No, you don't need it.
अच्छा, you
I
didn't
was
get
like,
it.
yeah.
Okay.
मैंने बोला मेरे को दे तो दो. And now I'm seeing everyone has a booklet and a ticket. I'm like यार मेरे को भी देखना था booklet
Booklet में सारे players का नाम और सब है.
And that's such like I've been in Calcutta for a while now, and I've just been seeing it's great promotions everywhere, the boards and everything. They've done such a nice job of
It's
it.
amazing. It's
Yeah.
amazing. And also the entire, you can see the hall, like the stage. It's that in checkered colors there, like a board. ऊपर वो screen है. It's a very well organized event.
Yeah.
But where are the people?
I think it's also the timing, right? In the weekday.
No, but it was filled in the first round. It was filled like full tha. I think by the end, what happens is people have to go back home, like travel, traffic, and also they leave soon.
I also feel like a lot of people maybe didn't prepare properly, like you know they don't get their headphones or anything. अगर पूरा ऐसे देखते हुए नहीं समझ में आया ना, it's just such a silent hall that you can get a little tired. So जैसे मैं I'm putting in and watching the commentary, so I'm engaged throughout.
We should
and
do
I
the
feel
death
like
match
it.
kind of headset.
I wish they do.
कितने का टिकट है आशुतोष भाई? फ्री है.
हाँ.
Okay, the games have started, and
गेम तो स्टार्ट है.
yeah, just trying to.
तानिया आओ ना.
हाँ मतलब वही I'll just push.
Can you throw that water bottle on Sagar Shah? You know I
Giveaway होगा सागर शाह wet.
trust me. Trust me on this. Trust me on this.
अरे how
नहीं,
can
but
she
ये-
trust
हाँ,
you?
अरे trust
She
नहीं.
will throw here. How can she trust?
सागर का धक it was सागर धक happening.
Can we have Gukesh Arjun? Yes, that's the game we will follow here. Gukesh versus Nihal versus Arjun, and we have guys. Can you tell me the name of this opening that we are seeing on the board?
Beautiful opening, bhai. It's the Rai Lopez.
No.
Italian.
Choco piano.
Italian C3, knight F6, D3. Very slow Italian. Castles, D5 hitting the center. Pawn takes, knight takes, and A4.
Oh, यहाँ तक there is a name till here.
No, there's no
Is it
name.
very delayed Choco piano?
It's just normal chess, knight BD2, and now there's a huge theory that revolves around the
Bishop
bishop
G4.
coming out here, yes. Then the knight moving back, then he going to B3, then the queen taking here, then the knight taking here, then the queen hanging with the knight here. So it's very complicated, all of that. But right now, knight B6
Bishop
played.
A2.
Oh, he played bishop
B3, no?
But if you play bishop B3, you have to be careful about your D3 pawn dropping from the queen.
Oh.
Ashwin, can you just mention to Leonard that to just start the broadcast? Yes. Thank you.
All right, chat. क्या चल रहा है
Oh, he
भाई?
played bishop G4.
What's chat saying?
Chat is saying, now if the GM is playing from the heart, trying to win merit, then money is not the object.
How much money they're winning?
$10,000 for the first place,
Wow.
8 lakh rupees, and for the second place 5,000. That's 4 lakh. And also in this event, like there's prize money, but as I think as people know, there's also an appearance fee for these GMs.
But I think more than that, it's about like defeating all these top level players.
Yeah.
I'm actually very excited to watch Abdul Sattarov's story has kind of like hinged along with the young players of India जो खेल रहे हैं ऐसे like बिल्कुल तोड़फोड़ मचा रहे हैं पूरे chess world में. Abdul Sattarov somehow cannot be dissociated with the rise equally.
Oh,
Like,
for
he's
sure.
also-
But you know what he won? Like this is a great rapid event, right? And Nihal winning this is huge. Imagine now you put Magnus into it, you put MVL into it, you put Aronian into it, you put the world's everyone into it, and he won the World Rapid Championship last year at the age of 17. Means Nadirbek Abdul Sattarov is really a huge thing in the world of chess right now.
Where is Alireza Firouzja?
He's so surpassed everything, right? He reached the candidates.
But we don't see him playing these tournaments.
Yeah, I mean not here, but he will play. I don't think he's even playing Vaikanze.
Yeah.
Maybe he's preparing for the next candidates. He's very
And-
serious now.
I have a question though. Like, is it very common? Is it the first time, or is it like very common that the chess world is taken, like, you know, swarmed by like 3 or 4 young talents who are just defeating the absolute top tens?
I think it's
Like, अभी जैसे 4-5 player ऐसे हैं who are doing this. Is it
I
common,
think
or
it's
is this
not
probably the
common.
first time?
It's the first time I think in the history of chess that so many young talents between the age of 15 and 18, 19 are doing so well. And we are looking, because the game is getting younger. There's more engines being used, internet exposure, knowledge is freely available. So the speed at which people are improving has grown so drastically now. उतना टाइम नहीं लगता है जितना पहले लगता था.
That is great.
resources भी ज़्यादा है.
Correct.
But again, it's like so many distractions these kids have these days.
Yeah.
Yet they are playing at the top. मतलब crazy है भाई.
फोन नहीं मिलता होगा इनको, घर पे फोन ही अलाउड नहीं होगा. I think that's the only reason for success.
ये उम्र में तो you're most your you know.
Yeah.
brain
और
is
या
everywhere
फोन,
here and there.
हाँ फोन सिर्फ एक चेस ऐप के साथ. That is all they're given.
So you have won $60 million, Pragnananda. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna play chess.
कल सुबह जाके मेरे को पूरी सब्जी खानी है. मम्मी से पैसे मांगते होंगे.
But that's
Still
great.
kids,
No,
they don't
discipline,
have-
I think
yeah.
discipline is what it
Discipline
is.
is very
Yeah.
important, and Pragnananda actually won the Arjuna Award
Yeah.
at the
it
age of
was-
17.
Waiting for Arjun to win it.
Yeah.
So the Arjuna award goes to Arjun. Okay.
I'm sure some Arjun would have won the Arjuna Award by now.
That would have been strange.
But it's great, no? Like you saw the video of Pragnananda winning it.
Yeah.
It was so it felt
It was
like
so nice.
Yeah.
Bhakti also
It's
won
damn
it.
nice.
The
Yeah.
2 chess players got it, and it's very cool.
Who else has won it?
Bhakti Kulkarni.
No, total.
And Anand has.
No, the many Indian chess players.
Actually.
In fact, we have a picture here which I was showing to our chat. I don't think you guys saw it. Maybe you missed it. It was this one
Yep.
that I showed today, and this is someone who is in the room who has won the Arjuna Award here.
Pratibha Patil is in the room.
All right, guys. On that note, since you guys might not get the complete picture of who won the Arjuna Award,
Yes, let's
please
have-
bring back Tania Sajdev, guys.
Thank you, Vaibhav, for coming, and please do stay back till the end.
I'll see you guys in bed.
Yeah.
भाई यहीं बैठ जाओ ना, मैं भी आता हूँ 2 मिनट में आपके पास. ये लोग अच्छा कर रहे हैं.
Thanks. I really appreciate the approval, Samay. Okay.
अब समय ने पहले तो पूरा ही मार दिया कि क्या ही कर रहे हो
क्या ही
आप
कर
लोग,
रहे हो,
ऐसे
क्या
खाना
गंदे
खा रहे हो,
जोक मार रहे हो,
makeup कर
खाना
रहे
खा
हो,
रहे हो, मेकअप कर मेरे को ठीक करने के लिए आना था, यहाँ पे मैं आया.
हाँ, तुम लोग भी हमारे चेस पे ऐसे बोलते हो ना यार.
नहीं नहीं भाई, हम बोलते हैं wow, Samay Raina is going out for the attack, he's really playing well, he's going for the kill, and he's won COB, all stars, he's won COB over the board.
ठीक, I'll be better. Please. अगले
Be
जोक में
better.
ऐसा रिएक्शन दूंगा ना भाई.
भाई एक हमारा जोक के बारे में आपका क्या कहना है, like what is Tanya, what do you have to say about Tanya's sense of humor?
What
Oh, very
sense
good.
of कुछ
नहीं नहीं सच में भी बहुत मजा आ रहा है देखने में.
She's very, like her sense of humor is very good, and her rapping style,
ओ नो बाल वाला ना.
no bar,
No ball.
Nihal no ball.
Hey, Samay,
Nihal
before you go,
Mohal.
हाँ.
why don't you just drop a verse for Nihal? He's just one round to spare. थोड़ा सा सोच. Let's have.
I think you have just killed it yeah over there.
अरे, but we need a championship.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go.
निहाल सागर पे नहीं है बाल. निहाल is playing like मिखाइल ताल. निहाल ने कर रखा सबका बुरा हाल. निहाल तानिया ने लगाया कॉन्टोर ऑन हर गाल. All right. That's all from my side. I shall be joining Vaibhav Sethia. All the best. Please do the commentary. उसके बाद मिलते हैं. Party
All
करते हैं.
right, see you, Samay. Thank you so much. Bye.
क्या beat ही दिलाया तुमने last में.
क्यों? बहुत सही. मिखाइल ताल was
बढ़िया.
super.
मिखाइल
Yeah.
ताल,
And he
I
actually
never
did.
thought.
मैंने भी नहीं सोचा.
Ball
Oh,
was taken from you.
Ball was taken.
Gal
Hal was
was also
taken.
taken.
Gal was not taken. I
Contour
don't-
on गाल, मतलब
वो
हुआ था.
but मिखाइल ताल क्या crazy
crow.
क्या. Well done. आ गया वापस.
One line was
Well
1 out of 4 was good, but
कमेंट्री करके हो गए 2 साल.
okay. So
let's
Tanya-
do a. It's been a while. It's been a while.
No, it's not been a while. Tanya, did you eat something?
It's been a while. Let's get back to our commentary style. The games are on. Let's switch off that phone. Sagar Shah rolling his sleeves.
Let's not make a leave. And
All right, let's
start
get back
to
to chess.
let's not make a mess and let's get back to chess. Okay, so knight is a
I have observed since Samay is back, he has not even acknowledged that I
Your presence. What is that? Can we talk about that?
Oh.
Chat.
You focus there later on
Okay.
after the stream.
We have to discuss this. Yeah, what is this? Not just you, dude. I was literally thrown out of the commentary. It was like, oh, now we're just, going to be here. Sagar not caring about Amruta, not caring about me.
So after bishop f4, the c7 pawn is attacked. Now the rook goes to c8. The bishop goes to g3.
Let's get back to chess, Sagar. I want to do a roundup of what is going on here. Let's start.
First, let's just look at Arjun Nihal because that game is important. Knight c4 and c7 pawn is hanging. So right now Nihal with the black pieces is under some pressure because he has lost a pawn. But Tania, 2 pawns are hanging. 2 points. First, knight b2 is hanging. Secondly, king f8 is coming in to hit the rook. If the rook moves back, then the c7 bishop would hang.
Very important point here. And king f8, luckily white has got the move rook a1. So you still keep the bishop on c7 defended. But the big question in my mind is that why in this position can't black just take the pawn on b2? Your a pawn is advancing down the board. I feel like there's a bit of pressure here on white, regardless of what our eval bar is saying. With this a pawn marching down a3, a2, I would be worried with white here.
Yeah, also, but the fact that the rook is on a1, the pawn cannot easily queen, Tanya. And if I can move my bishop back and hit your b7 pawn, then it can become dangerous. Because if you push your pawn, my knight sits on c6. So there is counterplay for white as well here.
Tricky endgame.
It's
very
a
tricky
It's a very
endgame.
tricky endgame. By the way, king f8 was played, rook a1, and Nihal once again finds the best move, Tanya. This is so good that Nihal really realizes that exchanging the rooks is to his benefit because then b2 falls and then the a pawn is strong. But Arjun keeps the last rook on the board.
Because it brings back exactly what you said. You need that rook to stop that a pawn from a1. Imagine if white actually traded on e8 in this position, Sagar. You still don't have a way to defend the b2 pawn and you will not have a way to stop the pawn from queening.
Correct.
So the only way to keep your chances alive is to make a move like rook c1. Let's say you take on b2. I would give a check and say king Vapas jao, the king would go back to g8 and I will start developing my own counterplay
C4,
with
huh?
my own pawns.
C4, C5.
Start pushing them, go c4, c5, c6. Your pawn on a4 is stopped with my bishop right now. Not so easy. So it's a very, very tricky endgame. Anything can happen. And I don't think saying that this is equal would do justice to this position.
Right. Okay. So, Tanya, we would say that this is complex, but with maybe equal chances for now. Which game shall we go to?
I
Vidit?
want to go to Shakhriyar versus Vidit. Definitely, I think Shakhriyar is very disappointed with the way the tournament has turned out so far. But regardless of that, every player wants to win the last round. You want to finish on a high. You've got a blitz coming up. 2 players of Vidit, meanwhile, can still have a good finish in this tournament. But I think both these players want to finish
Both
on
are
a
on
high.
4 right
Both are on 4. But I think with Shak having a 100% score, this is not the ideal position that he would have hoped for. And Sagar, it's a very complex middle game once more. Let's just break it down here. What is actually happening? Now, Queen e7 is the move that has been played. Both sides haven't castled, haven't yet developed. You want to make a move with your bishop. Let's say if you make a move like bishop c4. I want to play rook to d8. Do you have time to go short castle now? I don't think so, because if you go short castle, you could be in a lot of trouble after bishop e6.
Yeah, here there's pressure on the d2 point and then you will lose a piece.
So I actually kind of like black's position as well because you're threatening rook d8. And I see our eval bar seems to disagree with me, saying that white actually is doing super well here. I want to go bishop e6. I want to go rook d8. Sagar, can you tell us why is it that this position is so much better for white? I know you're a pawn up. I know that.
Yes, the main thing is that after the opening that was played, cd5, cd4, this is a well-known theory. Instead of taking directly queen d4, which is played so often, Shak went for queen a4 check, bd7, queen d4, ed5, knight d5, knight d5. This is where I think Vidit went wrong. by taking this knight on d5. And I think this is theory at this point, and with it maybe played it a bit too quickly. He should have taken time, and maybe there is queen a5 check, which kind of gives black ample compensation, because you have to go back with your knight here, knight to c3, and then knight comes out to c6. So this was the opening little nuance which Vidit had to see, but instead he took on d5, Tania, queen d5, knight c6, and now in this ensuing position, it feels like after queen e7, white is able to finish his development with, as you said, bishop c4 and long castle, not short castle.
But that is so tricky, Sagar. Going long castle with the c file open, not a very human choice to make.
Yes.
You kind of want to find a way to go short castle, and to
But
show you.
shark is white.
That is true. Shark, when we talk about normal humans, and we want to go short castle, play it safe, shark doesn't belong to that category.
Shark is the guy who will be like,
Long castle, bring it on.
even if short castle worked, he would go long castle.
I completely agree with you. But also, I want to point out the dangers, just to show chat that you can't get fooled by the evaluation of the engine bar. Let's say he's gone for a3. After a3, and I kind of like this move, because if black trades bishop d2, which I think has just happened.
He played a a3, correct. You are right, Tanya. And now bishop d2, queen d2 has occurred.
And bishop d2, queen d2, and now I feel that white is already feeling a little better, because there isn't pressure. I was going to say, I'm surprised that he didn't go bishop e6 first, attacking that queen, before taking on d2. You kind of want to win this tempo.
Yeah.
But instead,
But Tanya, there was a possibility here, if you did that bishop takes b4 would happen, hitting the queen. And if you were to take knight takes b4, then I'll interpose it with queen b5 or even bishop b5 check.
No, queen b5, queen b5 is very strong, or bishop b5, like you're pointing out. This is probably the reason he decided to trade on d2. And it looks like Vidit could have a tough time proving his compensation. Let's say he makes a move like... He did?
He long castled.
Wow.
Wow. And with it now going all out, and I can see, Tanya, that he'll also go g5, g4 next. This is a very common idea here, to play g5, g4, bring your rook in the center, and try to take advantage of this small lead in development that you have.
Very complex. So he's gone queen c3 after long castle, moving away from any threats. And you're mentioning the move g5. Yeah, it's going to be a rich, complex middle game. I like it, Sagar, the way they're fighting for this last round. And it could be anyone's game. Let's move on to Arjun versus Nihal and see, has there been any development in this one?
Yeah, Arjun, Nihal, I think it's nice to see that they both are fighting, because they both could have also drawn the game. However, I believe that Arjun doesn't want to draw, because, okay, for Nihal, I think he's won the title and a draw might be okay, playing with black.
Right.
But Arjun might want to fight for the
Wants
second
more.
spot.
Yeah, he wants more for sure. While this ending, it's kind of similar to where we are when we left it last. Sagar, look at this mad position. Setu versus Hikaru.
Okay, let's go to Setu, Hikaru.
What is happening here? White has a king on e1, but white is the one who's trying to open up the position with a move like after g4. f5 has been played on the board. h4, g4 with your king in the center, I would be really scared. But of course, Setu and Hikaru know better. They're not players who fear this kind of position. How would you evaluate it? For me, it's so hard to say who would I rather be, but I like black. I simply like black because of your king in the center. I'm opening up files. I'm opening up the f file. I'm opening up the e file. Look at my bishop on g7. It can come to c3. My knight will jump to c5. It will come to d3. Arrows would be great, Sagar. And I think this position could get very, very tricky for white super quickly. I would be scared as Setu.
Yeah. And that's a typical Hikaru position in the King's Indian. He's very good with this bishop and overall, and I think he's managed to create that kind of position that he likes. Can we have Hikaru versus Setu on the screen so that people can have a look at them? Right now, it's Nihal versus Arjun. There's also Shakriyar with it we saw. And Tanya, the last Wesley So versus Gukesh. That's an important game that we should have a look at, because it's the fight for the third place.
Super important fight. This one with Hikaru is heating up, but let's jump to the Wesley Gukesh game. As you were mentioning, Sagar, it was so nice to have Weber and Samay here to give their insights. They've been such an integral part of, well, everything with chess. So we hope to have them back with us. And you were mentioning about how this could be a complete takeover by the kids. And Gukesh potentially could finish third with this game. But how is he doing now? Wesley is no easy player to beat regardless of his form. He could be in the worst of his chess days, but he's still one of the very best players in the world. Sagar, my feeling in this is that as an opening outcome, Black can be super happy. You know, you've kind of gotten your pieces out. Your bishop will come to b7. This g2 pawn, which is so weak right now. Anytime you go castle, I will set up my battery on the long diagonal with bishop b7, queen c6. My rook might go to g5, and there could be trouble on king's side. So I really think that Gukesh has managed to create. He goes rook g5. He doesn't fall back with the rook to e8. Not
It's
playing
looking
safe
scary
here.
for Wesley, right?
Yeah, and b5 is defended. g2 is attacked. First big question: how are you defending g2?
Yeah, it seems like you may have to give that pawn up, but maybe knight f4 is one move that comes to mind. Like you can just want to defend that pawn.
Might be the only move, Sagar.
Yeah, might be very logical to defend that pawn with knight f4. But how does Black continue now? That is the question. Do you go bishop b7? Or maybe, Tanya, you want to trade off that knight. You can go knight h5 to... Then if he takes with the knight, you may take on g2 first.
Wow. Okay, that's a stunning idea. Let's just show chat that idea that you know what, and this is how you could come. I mean, it's so logical. Knight f4 defending g2, get rid of the defender, knight h5, and a tactical trick that after knight into h5, you have this stunning intermezzo of not recapturing but taking the g2 pawn, hitting that rook on h1. If knight g3, the tactics continue, Sagar. You take rook into g3,
Yeah.
get rid of the defender one more time. So once again, I think we can conclude this by saying that Gukesh can be happy with his position.
For sure. And although the bar says it's equal, it's looking scarier for white than black.
100% agree on that.
And then we have the game between Parham Maksudlu and Nodirbek Abdusattarov. And I think Parham has played a very... It was Rui Lopez, but in this position, he seems to have gone a bit wrong, right? With the knight coming on f5 next. Maybe I'm just...
I think you're absolutely on point. I mean, even just visually, look at the amount of space that Black has.
Yeah.
Black is playing on the king side, Black is playing on the queen side, Black has open lines in the center. It's really all over the board. And excuse me, your pawn on h4, watch out after a move like knight f5. I might hit it. Whenever you make a move like h5, I will always have g5
Yeah.
as a counter. So I'm not worried about anything like that. As you mentioned, ideas of f5, ideas of knight f5 always on the board. Nordebek definitely has, again, reasons to be pleased with the game. Parham, I think, is still bleeding from his loss against Nihal.
Correct.
Sagar, I want to draw your attention to the Hikaru game because this is such a wild position. And, you know,
Yeah, and some point, Tanya, he might sacrifice his rook for the g7 bishop because it's such an important bishop here, looking at the long diagonal, that if you give up your rook for that bishop, it might be worth that exchange sack.
you
What do
mean rook
think?
g7 here?
Yeah, just take it. And even though there are no tactics, eventually what will happen is that all the dark squares could get weak.
I actually love it. Well, he's decided to start with queen e3, but always in the air.
It's there.
Always in the air. Now also this idea of bishop h6, because this bishop on g7, you really want to get rid of it. What white wants to do is threatening multiple things. Bishop h6, rook g7, queen g3, hitting d6. So many ideas on the board, Sagar. I like this little move, queen e3.
Yeah.
Kind of creating that blockade on dark squares, keeping things under control. The ball is in Hikaru's court now. How does he improve this position? It looks beautiful. Do you make a move like knight c5? It looks like a natural move, no?
Yeah, it's a natural move, but Tanya, that same thing, right? Bishop h6 is one move to consider.
Rook g7, go for your
Or
plan.
Just go for rook
Just
g7.
go for it.
Even here, you might even, like after queen g7, you might want to play this.
Or
but
bishop
there is
d6.
queen g1. Yeah, there's bishop d6 because the knight can always block this. So I believe that Setu might do that, and that's why Hikaru said, let me trade off that bishop. And it's a very good move by Hikaru. He has understood that giving up, taking this bishop, dark squared bishop, is even more important than this rook.
It's the rule of blockade, right? When you want to make progress in life and there is something in your way that is stopping that progress, you want to think of how you can overcome it. Hikaru knows that to make progress, he needs to push the f pawn. How do you overcome it? The blockade is the bishop on f4, bishop e5. Really nice move, taking away that attack on d6, clearing the way for the f pawn. As you mentioned, nicely done by Hikaru.
Right, absolutely. F4 on the board, and now Hikaru will go back. Taking might not be a good idea here because after the queen trade, pawn takes, knight f3. I think white has got back everything that he was missing in the position. So instead of that, let's not do en passant. Let's move the queen back to f6 and black is better. Can we go to the game of Arjun and Nihal, Tania? Because that is where it seems
Whoa.
like Arjun Erigaisi has managed
Whoa.
to convert this into a better position for himself.
And let's just break this down because this is definitely a position that is all about the concrete moves. Now, when it's rook versus two pieces, rook versus two minor pieces with the a pawn, usually the minor pieces do prevail. But this position is different and it all comes down to how strong this b6 pawn is. Because of practical reasons, it's going to be very difficult for black to save this. What is the piece that is defending b7? Bishop. Let's pursue it. I play f3 here. Sagar, where do you move your bishop? You can't go to a8. There's rook c8 coming in, winning that bishop. You go bishop b7. I don't stop my pursuit. I go rook c7. I attack it further. Wherever you go, I push my pawn. I win the game.
Absolutely. And by the way, Tanya, did you just take a look at the time on the clock?
What?
16 minutes for
What?
Arjun and only 23 seconds for Nihal. That
Whoa.
is just too big of a time lead that Arjun has. It's I will just check with our also official DGT broadcast if that is really the true timing. But it is, Tanya, it is. Look at this. This is just complete crush, and you can see Arjun is calculating right now by looking in the distance. He's not even looking at the chessboard. Do you see that?
This is amazing. I mean, when you got 16 minutes on the clock, you can look everywhere in the world. And the worst thing is for Nihal, the clock is not his biggest problem. It's the position on the board.
But how can Arjun play? I mean, this
It
is just...
to me, it feels like it's potentially some kind of preparation that he got out of the opening, but then managed to, with this move rook c1 that we saw, keeping that rook on the board,
Yeah.
just brilliantly played, and he got this c4 c5. Sagar, if we just play through really quickly from this moment and get up to the live board, rook c1 is where we left it. Important to not trade this last pair of rooks. He took bishop d6, pushed it, and this idea we
And
were
as
talking
you-
about.
yeah.
c4, push that pawn. Push that pawn, and there's such a beautiful move. He sacrifices a piece.
Yeah, he gives up the knight, but then he pushes and he gives up a bishop as well. Because if you take the bishop, then after c7, not c7, maybe
C7 is good because
c7 is also
back
fine
rank,
because
back
there's a
rank.
back rank mate. Bishop f5 takes. It's a back rank checkmate here. So he took b takes c6. Now rook takes, and after rook c4, which was I guess the critical error of the game. But it's already not easy because the b pawn is just moving forward.
And you got a horrible back rank situation. Very difficult to be accurate in this kind of a position when already there's so much pressure. And though black has an extra piece, it's all about the power of the b pawn.
Yeah, I think the defense was something like this, Tanya, where you have to go behind the b pawn and sacrifice your entire rook for it and eventually hold this position exchange down. So instead of winning material, you have to give up material to get rid of that key b pawn. But that did not happen. He did not get rid of the key b pawn. Instead, he tried to exchange the rooks, but that was not possible. And now there was no way to get rid of it. So he took bishop e4 and f3, as you mentioned, Tanya, is on the board. Rook c7 on the board, bd5, b7 on the board, takes. This should be a draw perhaps, but the knight has to save. No, it's not even a draw. It's
You
3-3.
can't. You will
You
lose
lose
the
the
a4.
a4 pawn.
Absolutely, Sagar. You lose the a4 pawn. The knight is not a good defender in these positions, and this will go Arjun's way.
Yeah.
Which means Nihal wins the championship.
But Arjun finishes second, clear second.
Arjun finishes second. Let's take a look at Gukesh and see how it's going against Wesley. And this is also
Oh, that
Sagar.
happened.
Your move is on the
happened?
board, bro.
Knight
Knight
H5.
F4, Knight H5, getting rid of that defender. G2 is the target here. I am worried for Wesley.
Yeah.
What is going on here? What are our youngsters doing?
Absolutely, they are just not having any, in a positive sense I'm saying this, no respect for their opponents, just playing as brutally as they can, wanting that full point in every game that they play. And knight h5 is going against g2, and how do you defend it, Tanya? You can't push the g pawn, the rook is hanging.
I was struggling when you suggested knight h5. How do you keep this position together? Seeing it on the board, I'm struggling even more to just find a move for white here.
I think there are some tricky ideas, Tanya. One is queen c2 with the idea that if you take on f4, I go bishop h7, king h8, and then this crazy move bishop takes g7, winning the queen. You know, something like that. But then bishop b7 is possible, and somehow black is still putting a lot of pressure. So yeah, it is a complex game. But can we look at Vidit versus Shak, because that game
Whoa.
is also very complex.
I love this position. I mean, it is so much happening. Who is playing for what? Who will checkmate who first? Black is going for white's king, white is going for black's king. But in general, one gets the feeling that white's pieces are getting towards the black's king faster. Just more control, the king feels a little more exposed.
It's more weak, right?
And you know what, Sagar? Whenever black does take on g2, h takes g2, for example, you don't have to rush with capturing it back. We've spoken about this concept time and time again, that actually that pawn on g2, if it's black's pawn, it will save white's king. But let's look at some moves. How does white continue here to keep the pressure, to keep the game going? What happens if I first trade on c8, rook c8, you take on c8?
Rook c8.
And what's our move here?
Yeah, here I think Shak has to decide, because Tanya, if you go g3, you're permanently creating these weaknesses, right, on the light squares. Rook d8, and then this d4 knight can be sacked for, the queen can enter on f3. It can get very risky. So yes, g3 is definitely not going to happen. But after rook c8, it's an open question as to how white can continue here. Because I would love to trade the queens. Notice white is a pawn up.
Yeah, with all the piece activity, completely forgot about that, by the way. So do we have a nice way to give a check on d6, or another way to try to trade the queens?
God,
What
he
is
went
it?
g3 without exchanging. He went g3,
Okay.
and this weakening
This is-
can be very dangerous.
Okay,
Very
this is a bit
dangerous.
of a strange move.
Yeah.
Do I have some no, I don't have rook c1, knight d3, because there's knight c6 check. Can we just point that out? That I want to put pressure on f2 and attack your rook, but you've got this knight c6
And
check.
then you take this knight. Right. So that does not work. g3 on the board. Whoa. Ha.
And if I start with knight d3, which is also so tempting, because Sagar, you can't take with the rook. Your rook on c1 is hanging. You have this tactic with knight c6 all the time, picking
But
up that
Tanya,
knight.
if I take this, and then take this, there's rook c1.
Rook c1 is
Oh,
mate. You have a back rank
Mate.
issue.
But,
But you have knight c6, this tactic you
And then
pointed
take
out,
this.
and just happily take it.
oh, he goes knight d3, by the way. With it,
On the
just
board,
play.
chat, knight d3
Awesome.
on the board. And the big question is, does white have to find knight c6, or is there something else stronger in the position?
Yeah. And Tanya, this game is getting very complex. How about we quickly go and check the game of Arjun and Nihal to see if what has happened. Okay, we've reached a clarity here. Rook versus knight, 3 pawns per side.
And it's all about how are you making progress. The first thing that you want to do with white is start pushing your king. You know, you want your king all the way up to d6. Also remember that you can always threaten to go into these this king pawn endings, which will be eventually winning for you.
Right.
I am expecting white to just start advancing the king. f5 was played to take away the e4 square. But let's say you start with king e3. I'll move my rook next. I'll go king c4, king d3, king c4, really slowly.
Maybe put the rook on c2 so that it protects the only weakness on g2.
I like it.
And get your king into d6.
I love it. And just to demonstrate the problems in this position, after he goes g3, just taking away the f4 square. But even after king e3, knight f4 was not possible, because white could have actually picked up the knight. g3 playing it super safe. White keeps all the advantage. Basically, Sagar, this is not a matter of is Arjun going to win? It is when is Arjun going to win? It's not an if, it's a when.
It like 95% of or 99% Arjun will win this, but in case if he makes some very big technical error, it could end in a draw because there is a small chance because of the less material on the board and some positions, Tanya, with a bishop are draws if there are 3-3 each. In fact, 2-2 is a draw, 3-3 is still winning against a bishop as well, but with knight it gets easier.
It's it's very difficult with a knight. And you know, Sagar, you are the the eternal optimist, I would say. That's why you're saying what you're saying. I mean, look at Arjun's clock.
Yes.
He's got 12 minutes. He's up an exchange. He can do everything he wants in this position. Get the king slowly onto the game. I would not put it at 95%. I'm calling this 100%
Okay.
Arjun win.
Okay, let's see. I think you will be right, Tanya, over here. How about Sethu versus Hikaru? It's unbelievable that from Hikaru having a wonderful position, which I thought would lead to some spectacular attack or stuff. He's now landed in a position where Sethu is the one playing for the advantage because the knight on d4 is attacking the f5 pawn, the d6 pawn is weak, the h6 pawn is under attack. Something went wrong for Hikaru, it seems, somewhere.
I mean, he had everything under control. He was winning the h4 pawn. Let's just quickly play back a
We
little
saw
bit.
till move 27, queen f6, and then after rook g5, h6, rook g3, rook g8, everything was going well. He took here, knight g3, rook g8, king d2, rook g4, and I think Sethu very slowly and steadily started gaining control. Like here, queen d4, good exchange of queens. Take, rook
Very
g4 and rook
strange.
h1, check, king c3, check, or maybe Sethu is happy with a draw, but Hikaru says no draw. He wants to play on. Knight b5, Tanya. Take that d6 pawn.
I think Hikaru realizes that this position is probably slightly worse for him, but a draw is not going to get him anywhere. So he's just saying, I'm going to take my chances here. I'm going to play on Sethu's psychology. He thinks that I'm a stronger player, happy with the draw. Well, let him prove it if he can. Worst case scenario, a win and a draw doesn't really matter much to Hikaru. A loss and a draw doesn't matter much to Hikaru. A win, on the other hand, would. So he's taking his chances, but definitely lots
he
of
took
missed
on h6.
opportunity. And this gives Black King the time to come into the game. You can go King f6, but Sagar, Black needs to get that knight from a6 into the game.
Yeah, he will get it via c5, but the main thing is that now the king can go and defend the d6 weakness, which is quite a critical point in the position. And he goes knight c5, Tanya.
Which is why rook, instead of rook h6, white should have gone for the d6 pawn. The h6 pawn wasn't important. Knight b5, knight d6, it was time to go in with that. But instead, h6, allowing Hikaru to get his king, the final piece, into the battle. And it looks like still things are under control, but tricky, could get tricky for Sethu. Let's take a look at Shak versus Vidit.
Right, what's happening here, Tanya? Oh my goodness. Is that like after knight d3 he played, Shak did not go for knight c6, which was like that variation to take the knight. He went rook c8, and knight to f5. This allowed Vidit to play rook d8. Queen e4 played here, and now he chops off the pawn on b2.
And not giving you time to chop off the pawn on g4 because there's queen f2 check coming in.
Yes, and also you can't take the knight because of queen b1 check and mate below. So Tanya, he had to go rook f1. That's a move Shak would not like to make. Knight e5, good move. Defending g4, coming to f3.
I just want to point out, in
Yes,
this kind of a
please.
position, you might think knight into f2, I sacrificed rook into f2, rook d1, I'm winning the game. But after knight f2, there's an important resource of being able to give it check on f4.
on
So there were
and
no tricks like
picking
that
this
for black.
knight.
With
Nice,
it,
well spotted.
super alert, goes knight e5. He wants to come into f3. Things are looking really good for black already.
But knight d4, Tanya.
And
Blocking the queen so that the e5 knight is hanging and f3 is also controlled.
well, Vidit's up to that question. He says, knight d4, you want to outpost your knight in the center. I will do the same. Control the board, finds the move f6.
Nice.
Nicely played by Vidit.
And
Queen h7.
Now rook c8 played, and Tanya, all of a sudden this position has turned into a complete winning position for black, because the rook may enter down on c1 and there are back rank problems for the white king.
You have to calculate a million checks, but you know what? It's not a million checks. Once white starts,
Exactly, the
king
king
b7,
comes
king
out.
a6, and is absolutely safe on a6. So black is really getting the rook into the game. Well, with it, if he does win this one, it will be a big win.
He'll finish third or fourth.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a domination.
This is huge.
This
And
is
you know,
domination
this
by
game,
the Indian
Tanya,
players.
This game of Shakriyar is a very good representation of how his tournament went. First, he was better, clearly. Then he got into some trouble. Now he's worse. Now he's losing. I mean, it's just how his entire tournament has been.
And Sagar, we will have a result soon on the Arjun Nihal board. So let's quickly run to that and focus, zoom into our players. Big moment. Nihal Sarin has already won the tournament. He is the champion. Arjun Erigaisi fighting for that second spot. So close to it. He's played
Can
King
we
E5.
have Arjun and Nihal on the screen?
Let's have Arjun and Nihal on the screen, producer G. In fact, let's not just have them on the screen, let's have them on full screen, Sagar, once we can get them up. We have, this is the current position as we see it. King e5, attacking that knight. And I just wonder if the game is over already. Has Nihal resigned?
It seems so. It seems so. Yeah, 1-0 already done. Nihal Sarin has resigned. Arjun has won, which means 6 points for Arjun. I think last year, Tanya, this score was good enough to win the title.
He was at 6.5.
He was 6.5?
He finished at 6.5,
Okay, which is
won
what
the
Nihal
championship.
scored.
This year, Nihal finished at 6.5, but a big win for Arjun in the last round. Just, catapulting him onto that second spot. And what a finish it's been.
It's like, Nihal is happy that he won the tournament and Arjun is happy that he beat the eventual winner. So, both friends happy.
It's a win-win. It's a win-win not just for them, but for potentially Gukesh as well.
Gukesh, what is he doing?
Okay, this is not looking good though.
What just happened, right? So many moves have been played. Gukesh was looking very strong.
And you know what the problem with this position, Sagar? If we just stick to the current board, because players are down to seconds, materially, black is, he's down in exchange, but there are all these threats with rook h1. But the problem is that black's king is so unsafe. And now rook g8, rook g7, I'm threatening a mate in one. How are you going to defend this mate?
Correct. That's really...
Well, he goes for g6, also strong, king h6, and I think he
check.
wants to go rook h8 and
Did
trade.
he win? Is India winning all four?
Yes, right now Arjun beat Nihal, so he's sure shot second. But Gukesh is losing to Wesley, so he will be pushed back. But I think Vidit had a winning chance against Shak, which he has missed. He was clearly winning. So rook c8 we left here. A4. Rook c1 ke jagah maybe a little bit slower. Trying to win the a4 pawn was better.
Sagar, you remember we were thinking the king would be absolutely safe on a6, which is what Vidit thought as well. But after queen d5, he can't go king a6 because of queen b5. What a trick. Let's just show this.
A4 is such a classy move
Oh
by
my.
Shak.
What a trap. Chat,
Typical Shak move.
What happened here? I can't understand.
look at this. Like this sight, this vision that Shak has.
Let's say you go queen g7.
Okay.
And Tanya, what happens?
So Vidit wants to go rook c1, finish off the game on the back rank, right? That's the idea. Shak preempts this. He says, you want rook c1, I will very slowly joining us. We will continue with this, but first, chat, let's congratulate Arjun. Arjun, a huge congratulations to you.
Arjun, please
Yeah.
come in to the frame here. Arjun, a huge victory towards the end. What did you score today? Like,
Today was a good day, but I'm not particularly happy because the tournament slipped away. But overall, the win against Hikaru, that is something I feel very good.
such a big fight against Hikaru.
Yeah.
It was like craziness. He was attacking something, you were attacking something, and then you managed to outplay him.
Yeah, I think I got a very good position out of the opening, and in the middle game I thought I was winning, but maybe I messed up. And in the end, it was just crazy, but he panicked and blundered it. And
Fantastic.
Well, Arjun, we've got some games going on, so maybe we can analyze them a little bit with you, because especially the Gukesh one, really important on the leaderboard standing. What do you make of this?
this reminds me of my game actually. Endgame. Yeah, I think white is just winning because the b5 pawn.
Arjun, maybe you can sit here so that your voice will be louder, closer to the mic. Maybe you can speak a little louder.
Okay, sure. Yeah. White should be able to win the c6 pawn.
So just rook c5, bishop e3. So have
Yeah.
to be a little careful. He goes rook f5
Yes, and now check, king g6.
on the board.
King g2.
Yeah, maybe white is not winning the pawn, but it's winning anyway because the black king is cut off and
So just
b3
rook
f4.
f3 and you can start creating
Yeah,
a
white
path
gets an
here.
offset path.
All right, so this is looking like it will go Wesley's way. This is the other big matchup. And what do you think about this endgame?
This is a king's Indian, I think. Also.
I love how he sees the endgame and goes like, that was the opening.
It's like those archaeologists, yeah, who just see one stone and they're like, oh, this is from that era.
5 billion years ago.
Oh, he sacks a piece there
No,
and
he
look,
gets it
gets
back.
it back.
It's equal, but I think black has good practical chances.
With b7, you just go rook f7 or what? No, you're attacking the rook.
He's
Because of
starting to go wrong here.
rook f3, he wins the b4 pawn and e4 is very strong.
This is Hikaru's big strength, yeah. In time
Yeah.
scrambles, he's very strong.
Especially in endgames, he does
Yeah.
very well.
And that's actually really interesting to hear, Sagar, because a lot of people think middle game tactics are Hikaru's forte, but actually he's super resourceful
Yeah,
in
yeah.
endgames.
No, sometimes when it's completely equal, he manages to create chances, and sometimes when it's dead lost, he somehow manages to hold. And he's very resourceful, as you said.
But with you, it was not endgame, it was middle game time scramble.
Yeah, and in the very end, instead of playing knight d6, he could offer some resistance with knight h6, bishop takes c2.
We can look at that game just after this ends, like in a couple of
Yeah, sure.
minutes. And by the way, ooh, look at this. Black is 2 pawns up, but quality over quantity.
With this is so hard to say. It's such a race, and I see our eval bar, but tough to understand what's going on here.
Yeah. Okay, I think black is not risking anything.
So it's white's move right now. I go d7.
Look at it has to be
Maybe we
played.
just close this. King c7. f4
Yeah,
So-
that gets a bit scary.
for white. No,
Yes.
you win the rook, but you might end up losing the game.
Okay. I think rook f1, king f6, rook f3, and we win the g2 pawn g pawn by force.
So you mean rook f1 here?
Yeah. So we are threatening to take on f5.
Yeah.
If black protects it with
g2 loses to rook g1.
right, and if king f6, rook f3, g2, rook g3. So the pawn is
Oh,
gone.
nice. So no way to defend this pawn.
Yeah. So after that, it should be fairly easy.
I think he's made this move instead. He's gone for
It's
rook
also
h1.
possible. Rook f8. Maybe he can still go rook f1, no?
Doesn't change anything.
Yeah. The f5 pawn is anyway undefended.
Yeah, this looks very scary right now. Even takes the
And
rook
8 seconds
and
were not
queen
bad.
might not be so clear, right? Who's
Oh,
winning that?
interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, that one would be interesting.
But maybe you end up losing your pawns with queen
pawns are a
g5
bit
check.
shaky.
So you're Sagar mentioning this option.
Yeah.
Did he make a move?
No, he hasn't. He's played rook to d8. Yeah, we have had a couple of moves, and this is the
Ah, okay,
position.
he takes it this way. This also
Is this winning for white?
shouldn't be winning. But...
So if
black is-
f3,
okay,
you've
just
got.
king f6, rook f4, king g5. That's an easy deal.
All right, so this will end in a draw. Let's go back to Sethu
Sethu
Hikaru.
versus
By the way,
Hikaru.
Gukesh has lost his game against Wesley.
Okay. So now I think we've completed almost every game because that one's ending in a draw. This one Hikaru is winning. Arjun, we want to see that Hikaru game, but also tell us how were you so much ahead on time against your game in Nihal's game because you had 16 minutes and he was down to 20
No,
seconds.
in fact, at some point I had 18 minutes.
Yeah,
And
what
he
was
had-
going on here?
Yeah, so I checked this line yesterday actually for Shark, but it didn't happen yesterday and it happened today. So
You have to tell us till where was your preparation because we were just amazed at your
all the way.
clock, man, all the way. Yeah.
yeah. It's until the
Rook C1, we were so impressed with it. Apparently, it was all prep.
Yeah,
This is
until this point, I
Oh my
wasn't there.
god.
And here,
Chat, now it makes sense, the clock situation.
I thought he found most of the only moves, and this is like the final test. If he finds this, so check and you clear back rank. B6, knight D3, B7, rook B1,
Yeah, we saw this.
B8, take, and he wins F2. I win the A4 pawn, but he has the next
Yeah,
pawn, so
T2.
it should be there. But instead, he played this, and
Arjun, is h6 the only move in that
no,
position?
H5 also works.
Okay, you basically have to create a luft for the
Yes,
king.
exactly.
Okay.
And then you give the rook for the B pawn, and knight takes the F2 pawn. So it would have been a game.
So, same ending as what happened, but 3 versus 2.
The bishops would be in the game, but it doesn't change because the main thing is he would have 3 pawns and I would have 2 pawns.
Right.
Arjun, everyone's gone crazy after you said this was preparation. they're like, how did you guess so many moves? Was there some game until some point?
I don't know. I don't keep track of other people.
So you're just analyzing all the possibilities in a
Yeah,
position.
and I think I should thank Kushagar for this.
Kushagar Krishnatar,
Yeah,
he was the one who worked on this a bit. Okay.
and yeah, rook c4 I did not check, but bishop c5 was the only logical move because
Did you know that bishop c5 is a mistake?
you mean rook c4 is a mistake.
Sorry, rook c4 is a mistake.
No, but that's like if I play something like rook a6, I would lose because it just gets bishop e4. So bishop c5 is forced, and I have to push the pawn. And at first, I thought he wanted to go for this one, with bishop e4, b7 takes this. But this looked very shaky because I go like bishop f5.
I mean, okay, queen b2, rook c5.
Yeah. And now the knight is undefended, rook is in the and some queen g3 ideas. For example,
You
knight
need
d3.
Vishy to hold this, but even that might not be.
No, I think it was just,
No,
You
he
can't
just
go bishop
he made a
A3
lot of
here?
queen sacrifices.
In that position, bishop a3.
uh,
Also, maybe.
oh
no?
yeah, that's maybe even simpler actually. I was looking at the bishop f8 position, I think here. So without giving a check.
Arjun, you are left-handed, right?
Yeah, I'm
You
a
can
left-handed,
do it
but
with right also.
no, mouse I can only do with right.
Mouse you can only do with right.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, here bishop a3 doesn't. I mean, it should still be winning, but doesn't win on the spot. But bishop f8 is very strong.
With queen e5 coming in as well. So knight
Yeah,
d3.
knight d3, queen g3. It's a double attack.
Oh, nice. Super nice.
And this one in the game.
Hey, it seems like, just sorry to break this, but Nakamura seems to have blundered something.
Oh, wow.
Oh my god. We were like sure he would win.
Can we just
okay,
quickly
he's
back up at what happened? I mean, this is completely winning apparently for black because you're going to lose all your pawns. Not sure.
Oh, shouldn't push it.
E3.
Well, you generally want to push it.
Exactly. I guess we should have tried to take the pawn with the knight somehow.
On knight d3, knight e5 maybe?
Yeah.
C5? What?
c5. King c5, king e3, king d5, bishop d7.
Oh, nice.
Chess is too tough.
Too
sometimes.
tough. You think it's winning, but it isn't.
What an
Not easy,
endgame.
actually.
What an
Oh, he wants to
endgame.
go knight f4, push it back, and just take king c4. I just
Like
saw.
if king f2. No, e3.
Wait, what's the difference? E3, king f3?
Oh, now just. Yeah, now e2. Bishop g4. Sorry,
No,
e2,
king
king
f2.
f2, king d3.
I think when the bishop was here, king d3 at the end was not possible.
Very
right?
nice point. Let's
Yeah,
just
I
show
think
that
black
to
has an
chat.
extra tempo.
That this bishop over here doesn't control the square of d3, so black can actually just go e3. And this is what happened in the game, but black didn't have this, but now you've got this, and this is just over.
Yeah, it's still not so simple.
Why?
Because bishop g4, king d2.
I want to take
Yeah, take.
knight e2
Yeah, c5 take, this knight goes back and catches the
in
pawn.
time.
Yeah.
So what's happening in the live board now? Is it still lost or is it drawn or what is happening? This I'm sure Hikaru is still
Yeah, also it's
can
not
try.
so simple to hold this.
Yeah. Because you are pawn down plus your d5 pawn can fall.
But maybe you're just going to win
I
this, no?
blundered there
Knight
something.
d3, that's a nice tactic.
Knight d3, I
Oh.
think Hikaru will find it.
That's it, yeah?
There
Knight
you see
c1.
Setu scratching his
Oh
head
my
there.
god.
He knows he's blundered because of the fork.
And let's just point out that instead,
Beautiful.
what he could have done, Sagar, was just simply go here,
He
here,
can-
and then just take.
Oh yeah, he can take the pawn by
Because
force.
king pawn ending is a
It's
draw.
a draw. Oh,
And here you
nice
just
one,
go
Tania.
here. And you're threatening to take.
Very well.
And instead, he went for bishop b3, just missing this tactic, yeah? Of course, Hikaru plays it immediately. We see them analyzing on the board. Wow. Okay, Arjun, tell us about your performance in the tournament. You were the champion last year. This year, you're the runner-up.
Yeah, it doesn't feel so good that, for example, had I finished second last year and first this year, it would have felt great. But still, I think overall it's pretty decent performance. +3 in a field with Hikaru, Wesley, and very strong players. So I'm happy with my individual performance. First would have felt better, but this is fun too.
You know, we felt that this year, of course, last year the field was really strong, but we really felt this year it was a notch.
Indeed, I think Hikaru him alone just adds so much strength to the tournament. He's such a beast. He's 2900 in Blitz as well, and also Wesley is super strong. So
Yeah.
it's just much stronger this year, I think.
Yeah.
But your very good friend Nihal won the
Yeah, I'm
tournament.
happy for him, by the way. Just-
And how do you think about his performance?
Oh yeah, he played very well. I think he was never in danger of losing any game in this tournament. On the first day, I didn't follow much, but yesterday he played very well, all the games, and even today, the first two, he controlled his nerves very well, and he didn't get into any trouble. He was always playing like for the two result game, I think, and yeah, he played very well.
Right, and I think Nihal winning this, and then we had Vishy here who was saying Nihal seems to have forgotten that this is rapid, not blitz. He plays so well in blitz. But I think the blitz tournament will be even more fun.
Yes, it's 18 rounds.
18 rounds. Also,
9
I
rounds a
think
day.
Prague will also join in,
Oh,
so
right.
it also makes the tournament
Even
stronger. So it'll be big fun. And yes, Tania meanwhile has managed to also extract the game with Hikaru. We can just get this scene here so that this is Arjun's game against Hikaru. So Arjun, if you can take us through a bit, like not I know this was very complex, but according to you, which was the critical moment?
Critical. Well, around this point, yeah, when he played knight a4, I was very happy to play this move queen b7 because queen b5 looks very natural actually to attack the knight, but he just goes bishop c2 and there's nothing. So the queen is actually doing nothing on the b5. So I tried to get my queen to the other side, queen e7, queen f6, and then this position I felt I was better. Yeah, so at first I did not see knight c5. But I was fortunate enough to have this, I think, because if he takes, I can just take here. And I had a bishop pair and c pawn could potentially be a passer. In the game, yeah, he played b4.
I think him getting b4 was an achievement for white, right?
I
Because his
wasn't
b2
fully
was
sure, but probably because I thought my c4 pawn is a passer now, which wasn't earlier. And I felt knight e1 is a good move actually because knight d4 I had a5 in mind, and now the thing is he's not attacking the d5 pawn. So knight e1, I didn't know how to defend this pawn. Bishop b7. Take. Okay, f2 is fine. Yeah, rook d8 queen f2 is the point.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I missed knight d3. So I did this. Yeah, but here when he touched the knight, I was very surprised that he went knight a4. I thought he would go knight e4, knight c3. Yeah, at this point I thought it was like when he played f5, it was like desperate times, desperate measures, because otherwise I'm just up a pawn, a5 is a passer, and e3 is kind of weak.
After winning the a3 pawn, did you already feel that you were
I was
clearly?
pretty sure I was much better. But with Hikaru, you can never relax.
That is true.
And maybe f4 was unnecessary because after e4, my f4 pawn is actually blocking the b8 h2 diagonal. And
It's such a
later on,
complex position,
yeah,
right? I
here
mean,
when I played bishop c8, I thought I was winning,
hmm.
but here he played this
Oh,
fantastic.
there's some opening, something happening there.
Maybe they're just announcing the winner.
Ah, I don't know if we can have. Okay, let's just.
Let's go full screen with this. And just if we can hear them as well.
We'll try.
Right, exactly, yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, it's very, very tricky. Yeah, because in my mind I was checking bishop f5 and then knight f5 once and was c2 and I just played knight c5 I wasn't thinking.
While you finish this analysis, should I try? I'll also.
Yes, if we can get
Yeah.
Nihal, would be nice. Or should I get? You can finish.
Yeah, we can do it like that.
So do we continue?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, here queen a1 I completely missed.
Yeah, just.
I knew I was winning even after that, but it's such a resourceful move, and I couldn't find a fourth win.
Yeah, that's what we thought because after you played bishop c8, rook d4 is hanging, a6 is hanging.
Exactly.
Just felt like it's over, but then queen a1
Bishop
suddenly.
a6, knight f5, and I could even be lost there.
I think that's lost. That's what we were
I had to
running.
play king g6, but okay. Yeah, knight g3 and it's game over. King g7, knight h5.
Yeah. And maybe we can just show that after bishop a6, you give a check, you still have this move, but now you kind of run out of.
Yeah, the queen is just lost.
Maybe you'll have to go rook e4 here.
Ah, that is there. Okay, then it's still
But at least knight e7,
at
knight
least he has
f5,
it
you
though.
can repeat. Or maybe this knight goes to h4.
king g5.
Oh, wow.
Ah, maybe he can just like knight d6, king g7, take everything and take on a6 at the end, something like that.
Knight e6, I'm always wondering, can't you take on e4?
Oh, sorry, I keep missing that.
Maybe, let's see. Yeah, so it's still just a draw, but it's very dangerous. Looks very dangerous to go
Yeah.
into this. Yeah.
And also by this point, I was actually playing for the win because I knew I was better.
Yeah.
And the king g8 I thought it was a clever move because, like, if I go king f8, let's say, in some variations I was afraid of some knight e6 check, although I always have key check. So I decided to put it on a light square. And after the queen thread, I was sure that no matter what happens, I wouldn't lose. But this move, knight e5, was so tricky, and I didn't know how to deal with it. Maybe
Typical Hikaru move, yeah?
Indeed.
Knight e5.
I guess I should have just taken with the rook. Knight e5, bishop e5, bishop h7, king h7, rook e5, and this is still not so easy, but it should be winning thanks to the c pawn. So when I took with the bishop, I was anticipating the same variation with knight e5, rook e5, bishop h7, but he played this, and at this point I thought I was messing it up. And when I got like rook d2, I was very happy. I thought it's almost over.
Yeah.
But again here, rook e4, it's such a strong move. Like c2, he just goes rook c7, and my pawn is under control.
Yeah, you can't do anything about it then. You're not pushing it any further. Your
Yeah.
knight is also stuck on
Yeah,
b6.
c2, rook c7, I was looking at bishop b7. He cannot take because c1 queen, but he just takes on f4 with the rook.
So you mean c2, rook here, bishop b7, and just rook f4, yeah?
Yeah, if I take the knight, he'll take my bishop with his bishop. c1,
No, but is that... I mean, it's kind of still complicated, no?
still complicated.
Is that possible?
Guess rook c7 is also a possibility. But
Ah, yeah,
that
maybe
just forces a
draw?
draw, right?
Yeah. And then you're just giving checks along the...
Yeah, although instead of c1, rook d8 might be a possibility. This may be winning. Yeah, this is winning.
Nice.
Next checkmate. But
So instead...
yeah, anyway, instead I went for knight d5, I got rid of this threat of rook c7 and I was interning c2. And after the game, he said he could just play this. And yeah, it's something we both missed during the game.
Now,
I mean, you can.
we'll just finish this
Yeah.
game. So rook 8.
And if I go c2, he'll take the bishop, so I cannot do that. And I guess I
You
would
saw
have-
this on the...
No, no, no.
Oh, you didn't. Okay.
He mentioned after the game, and I would have to go back. And now he can at least go back to a7, or rook a3 is also a possibility.
And then rook c3 or rook
Yeah.
c7, yeah?
So it would have been very complicated. And when he took, I was
Yeah.
at least getting the bishop.
But what was this moment suddenly?
Why did he
Yeah.
take h6 and c2?
Yeah, he should have tried that. So take.
Then good drawing chances, no?
I'm not so sure because his king feels very weak. Like knight e3, f3 is in the air. But he surely should have tried this.
I think he missed, as
King
Tania
h8.
mentioned,
Did he
that
miss
king
king
h8.
h8?
Perhaps. I'm not sure.
I mean, otherwise this knight d6 just didn't make any sense to us.
Yeah, because must have missed king h8 otherwise. Yeah, I cannot come up.
But it happens,
Yeah,
yeah?
it happens.
It was...
Happens to the best.
Okay. Arjun, I think you're being called for the
Amazing.
press
Arjun, we
conference.
are so proud of that you played so amazing
Yes.
chess, finishing second. I know you are not the most happy, but it's a phenomenal performance
Yeah.
to finish second in this field, and Nihal finishing first. And I think Vidit is third, and perhaps Gukesh is fourth. So it's like all India at the top, no?
Yeah, I think we'll just bring up the standings.
We'll bring up, maybe, I think Hikaru is there. So we'll see. But Arjun, congratulations.
Thank you so much, Arjun. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And
So that was Arjun here. Tania,
विदित के गेम में हुआ क्या?
draw हुआ, draw.
कैसे हुआ वो आपने बताया नहीं वो a4.
I think if we go to this, वो वाला जो point था वो, that was
मैं तब
such
से
a
सोच रहा हूँ उसके बारे
smarty move by Shakriyar, right? Yeah, here. So यहाँ पे he went rook
A4.
c1. हाँ.
We were trying to break this position. This is just very
Please,
beautiful.
please, Tanya.
So, Samay, you were here last, and remember, this was the position, right? With it looking super strong, he plays the move rook c8. If he manages to get the rook to c1 with the back rank problem, everything is over. This would be over, right? And it's super hard to fight this threat. But instead of fighting it, Shak actually sets up a trap. The only reason that rook c1 is possible is because these checks don't matter because black's king escapes to a6. Once the king is on a6, there will be no checks at all. So sly move by Shakriyar. He plays a4 here. And the point is, Vidit immediately went for his idea. Check. And now a check from here. And the point was to hide on a6. But because the pawn is on a4, wait, guys, white to play
Queen b5.
queen b5.
Perpetual.
Not
Oh, no, you win.
perpetual.
You win.
अच्छा रुक
क्योंकि
मिल गया
rook मिल
उसको.
जाएगा.
But you take, you give another check, you have to move your king and the rook on c1. Just falls. Let's pull up a chair for Vaibhav as well.
भाई साहब.
I mean, a4 is such a tricky move.
It's a
I love
typical
it.
shark move, which if Vidit would have spotted, sorry.
बहुत जगह भाई.
I can't believe the four of us have actually fit in the frame.
Arey, because he lost weight.
That's right, correct.
Samay, what big advantage.
ये lift थोड़ी है कि only 3 people are
Because if here Vidit was careful and instead of going for this, he would have maybe tried to win this pawn, he would have been very close to winning this game. But that's how it is in the end. Check, 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 check. They drew, and that has ended the tournament. And maybe we can have a look at the standings, the final standings here with
Oh, this is the final standing?
yeah, these are the final standings. So let's show our viewers who have been debating as to what has happened. Nihal Sarin is the winner with 6.5 points.
And on second place, Arjun Erigaisi. What a performance by him as well. Champion last year, second this year with his best friend Nihal taking the title.
And Vidit Gujarati finishes third with
Wow.
4.5.
यहाँ पे हम
अपना
अपना
इधर
ही
ही
prize ceremony
prize
कर रहे
ceremony
हैं
चल रहा है.
नहीं, it's still bigger, longer than Nihal's prize ceremony.
What did Nihal say something?
Nihal said कि भाई मैं जब बात कर रहा हूँ तो अर्जुन को दिखा रहे हैं तो छोड़ो मैं बात नहीं करता हूँ. That's what he said. Nothing. He just said, how does it feel? It feels good.
This tournament by organized in Calcutta by India, like मतलब it's almost like COB ना, जैसे समय बुलाता है और खुद जीत जाता है.
Don't compare it to
Little bit
COB,
like that,
brother.
right?
Please, these are real players.
You know, I want to tell you, Vaibhav, though, in this field, if somebody at the start would say that Nihal would win it, I think few people would believe it. I mean, he's a very strong player. But with players like Hikaru playing, Wesley playing, Shark playing, and all the other Indian talents, I mean, this was a
And winning
phenomenon.
a round before.
A round before.
A round before.
Winning it in style.
Also, I think Vidit is in really great form now, no? Like, he's been playing super
No,
amazing
finishing
chess.
third is great. Yeah.
He's also back to being India number 2.
Yeah. And also today Samay came here and Vidit still finished third.
That's the real surprise.
Second higher रहता है यार.
And then we have Hikaru fourth, which is a good performance considering that he had half a point on day 1.
How is the mood after such a performance for a top player like this? Because I'll tell you my question का reasoning. मैं कल निकल रहा हूँ. मैं एक दिन के लिए आया था, शो था मेरा. तो मेरे को एक फोटो खिंचानी थी हिकारू नाकामुरा के साथ. तो अब इस परफॉर्मेंस के बाद खिंचा सकते
I
हैं?
think he will be very happy to meet you.
Got it.
Because you know you've done streams with him and he will be like, oh Samay, you know, he'll be happy.
वो मूड ऑफ नहीं रहता ना किसी का फोर्थ आगे.
No, I mean, yeah, he will be happy to meet you, but I can guarantee you one thing: Hikaru is not happy about
No,
finishing
Hikaru is
fourth.
like
So
Blitz.
he won't smile in the photo.
He'll give a photo, but might not look super happy in
I
it.
checked my Instagram to find out.
And also
Have you thought of a caption for your photo with Hikaru?
I don't know. Let's see. I think पीछे निहाल, अर्जुन और विदित को खड़ा करके कुछ तो अच्छा कैप्शन डाल दूंगा ऐसे फोर्थ पाने पे.
I thought it was like your classic, you know, really strong chess player with Hikaru Nakamura or something.
नहीं नहीं.
No? Vaibhav, who was the one player in this field you were really excited to see play?
Actually,
Seturaman.
I've been bored by watching Arjun and Gukesh just play so well. It's a little boring to watch. यार मतलब हर जब आते हैं फोड़ फोड़ा के चले जाते हैं यार. I was actually
अरे अभी तो शुरू हुआ है उनका करियर, अभी से बोर कैसे हो सकते हो?
अभी एक बार ब्रेक लिया था. I was actually looking forward to games of Northern. I don't know why. I just got very excited to watch his games.
Yeah.
In general, his style is also very nice. So
He's
but,
joined third in this tournament,
Yeah.
which is not bad. I mean, if you think about it, 4.5 pe there is like 4 people on
Yeah.
or
No,
5.
Nordebek is not joined third. Nordebek is on.
4.5.
Yeah, he's joined.
All
Ah,
are on
okay.
4.5.
Right.
So what
What
was
are the
more
tie
exciting is that
I think some tie break which is applied, usme this is how it ended.
like how Prag, Gukesh and Arjun have just like rose with a storm. Nihal also again like bringing it back. Like none of them are leaving a chance to lay in a punch.
And कल तो प्रज्ञा
कहीं
आने
भी.
वाला है ना
Yeah.
for the Blitz.
Yeah.
Damn.
And Nihal also, I'm sure you were following the global championship. He had this amazing performance finishing
He defeated Kramnik also. Like that was a game which kind of like
Anish.
shared a
He,
lot.
he knocked out Anish.
Wow.
फ्यूचर तो इंडिया का ही है भाई चेस में.
Dude, ऐसा I think Prag आएगा ना ऐसा मस्त रैपर और की तरह मेडल लेते हुए यो.
मेडल नहीं, अर्जुन अवार्ड.
वही तो अवार्ड. अच्छा I don't know like उसमें मेडल नहीं देते.
नहीं, ट्रॉफी वो ऐसे एक बो एंड
Correct,
एरो वाला
correct,
रहता है.
See, Prag won the Arjuna award. Here, Nihal Sarin has won this medal. Now Blitz, I think another of them will win.
Mukesh.
दो तीनों दोस्तों में फिर खुशी खुशी रहेगा उनका
हाँ,
WhatsApp.
and Arjun is already Arjun, so he's got Arjun. But Arjun, of course, was, you know, this is the biggest sign.
Death
Tania,
match कौन जीता था?
Arjun.
हाँ तो Arjun death match जीता था. So now by law of averages, Gukesh has to win tomorrow.
But the biggest thing is Arjun comes here and says, I am not very happy with my performance.
He's like, you know what? I've come second, but I would have rather come first. I'm happy for Nihal. He's my friend, but I would have been happier had I come first.
42 elo points he gained. Here,
What? 42
Arjun.
he gained?
Arjun, he's
Wasn't he already like
2670 and Nihal gained 55 elo points, so he's now 2671. So both are very close. Vidit gained 3 elo points. Hikaru lost 30 elo points.
भाई हिकारू तो फोटो में नहीं स्माइल करेगा भाई.
And Wesley lost the most, 39 elo points.
Yeah, I mean, he finished ninth. This is not something anyone expected after being the global champion, being the runners-up in the Champions Chess Tour final. This is definitely a performance. I mean, Wesley will not give you a photo.
Yeah.
No, I think Samay, everyone would be very happy to sort of.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
I have a
They'll
good
be like-
caption for the photo with Hikaru.
What is it?
Lost a lot of weight, but not as much as Hikaru's kilo.
Elo
Oh,
kg,
Google.
which losses, which counts more.
If would you also like to come and like meet Hikaru and take a picture with him?
Yeah, maybe, but I'm not 100% sure.
Not after this
If Hikaru-
performance.
After मैं photo खिंचाऊंगा and then Hikaru will be like, just like walk up nodding his head. After Hikaru lost, he blundered in that match in the second last round. I think he walked up till he went out of the hall. Like entire, you could see his head just
Yeah.
like Hikaru did not stop saying, "नहीं यार, ये क्या कर दिया है?"
This was after which match?
In the second last round when he
Second last round was.
second last round or third last round where
No, he lost to Arjun. No,
yeah, the one where he lost to Arjun.
Yeah. Yeah, he
In
was
the last
mad at
move,
him.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean he was
didn't see the mate, no,
almost
jo
going to
king
draw with
eight.
Oh,
Setu.
right,
King
right.
H8.
Haan
Last
ji.
round he was going to draw with Setu. Then it would have been very like he might have lost more elo points there. But it was okay. At the end of the day, he saved it.
I think these tournaments also motivate the elder people, right, to perform even better in the next tournaments. Like all the youngsters winning. I'm sure it gives
Hilarious how you say elder people are like 28 years old.
28 years old, but like, considering all these Nihal, Arjun, and Gukesh and all these players are very young. I think let's just say Setu, for example, will get really motivated. Next time I'll have to prove myself even better and be even stronger.
Everyone's talking about these youngsters doing well, but and when we think कि क्या उनमें है बात, did you see when Arjun came here? He revealed one part which was insane, total craziness.
What?
So in this game that he played in the last round, round number 9, against Nihal Sarin, guess until what point was his preparation. So it starts off, we were seeing this, right? We were seeing this. It was Joko piano, अपन ने बोला Italian है, ये. So it goes here, he takes here, he takes here, he takes here, he takes here. Now we will think, okay, अभी endgame आया, he would have stopped. Preparation. This, रुक को move करना, ये मारना, ये भी preparation है, ये भी preparation. This is all prepared at home.
So end of there, तो game.
Here, this is a blunder by Nihal, which he had not prepared. He knew how to play. The moment he blundered, he was well prepared. His time was 18 minutes from 15. He went to 18.25.
And Nihal was down to 20 seconds.
This is move 24.
Move 20 more. This is move
Move
30.
30. Oh, okay.
And here, the only way that black survives and actually the game would end in a draw would be either to play h6, h5 to create a lift for the king against the back rank threats.
This is hard work.
Nihal actually played it, but a move late. Here
JE
he
भी
played
देना चाहिए भाई
it.
अर्जुन को.
क्या देना चाहिए?
JE. All India rank 1. सब prepared है भाई. पूरा दुनिया का सब मालूम है.
But he did mention that this he remembered because he had prepared it against Shakhriyar for his game against Shakhriyar yesterday, but it didn't happen on the board. And then today he got the chance to play this out.
बाप रे. So you're saying that these youngsters are really preparing well. Memory is the thing.
Not just memory, it's everything coming together. Hard work, talent, a lot of time spent and gaining from every experience. Like abhi their analysis kar rahe, they are learning something. Then they go out there, they talk to someone, they gain something. They are like sponge, just absorbing everything that is around them.
Like ChessBase India clips.
Yeah, this was amazing. This game and finishing the way it did, just incredible.
Call VD.
Call VD hai, यहाँ पे VD.
I'll go check.
If he's there, maybe I can go. You can sit.
Okay.
I'll see you.
Nihal, I know, is giving the press conference.
He'll come.
I've asked Supriyo to ask Nihal.
I'll check if Vidit is here. It would be nice to have him. He finished third.
Yeah.
यार तंग आज तो मस्त जोक को मार दिया यार. हमारा मार्केट मत खाओ यार.
Stop it, yeah. But actually,
How was the experience without Peter Leko for a change?
it was a lot of fun actually, and we've done this last year. But
Some other mood only Tania was in this.
could
Yeah.
be you haven't been following it.
A little bit. Like I saw, I didn't see yesterday, but I saw today all of it.
Huh.
I've just been a little tied up. But I mean, I saw how Tanya is not taking any shit.
yeah, zero.
Not given a second, एक second भी अगर कहीं मौका मिला कि ये मैं point out तो कर सकता. Addressal has been on the high. कुछ हुआ
On
मतलब ये
spot.
address तो
Only
होगा.
when like
But
Vishita
I
is
feel
here.
You have to
It's
address
fun.
the elephant in the room.
Yeah, 100%.
How are you?
Yeah, very good. I knew it.
Address
No,
the
but-
elephant in the room.
Yeah, no, but like maybe elephant, but okay. But I mean, I miss apart from the fact that ये chance miss ही नहीं करती थी. I think like with Peter, I think it's a little different.
It's,
Like it's
Lot
not
different, I think.
Yeah,
I
it's-
can't
it's-
be doing it's the time to disco with Peter.
I think I mean you can laugh a little bit when every time he says Magnus. I found it very funny, but I mean after a point you just enjoy it and in an endearing way. But
The thing is with Peter also, I feel as if I'm learning so much in that process.
What a diss at Sagar Shah, guys.
No,
Direct diss
what?
at Sagar Shah.
No, God, that's not what I meant.
That's exactly
No,
what
but
you meant.
it is true, no?
No,
That's
some-
okay.
Sometimes the thing is that with Peter, it's like you just get into the chess mode so much. It's like, I don't know if you saw when Anand came here.
Yeah.
It was a different vibe because it goes a full,
That
goes
time
a
also
full
you
on.
can't do it. It's the time to disco. You cannot.
And the moment he leaves, Sagar and I start with our Disco Divane, and we're like, damn, if he sees it in the player.
But the question है दिल से बताओ ना कि यार मतलब मजा किस में आया? It's the time to disco. या पूरी देर H5 क्यों work नहीं कर रहा है यार? H5 क्यों work नहीं कर रहा है यार?
But one day I will try to get Peter to do.
It's the time to disco. Okay, guys. Tanya's gonna quit her chess for job soon, I guess.
Wait, tell me, are you guys playing a little bit of chess these days?
Very little actually. I've reduced a little bit after COTV.
Do you know I met Biswa at the finals of the Champions Chess Tour? Oslo did an interview with Biswa.
Oh really?
Yeah.
When was he in Oslo? अभी
He
क्या?
was in San Francisco
अच्छा,
for a tour.
Yeah.
And he came to watch the finals,
Yeah.
and I had, he came to see the tournament and all, and I
Yeah.
mentioned because it was not open to audience.
Yeah.
So I told the organizers that, Biswa will be coming. He's a comedian from India. He's really into chess, and it'll be really nice to have him. So they're like, yeah, definitely, and we would love to interview him.
Yeah.
So I had to interview him.
Oh really?
I-
Is it
I-
there? Is this
हाँ,
really
देखा
there?
मैंने
Oh,
ये
shit, I
interview.
have- I missed
There, it was so
बिस्वा
good.
क्या है ना अभी बिस्वा के बाल जड़ रहे हैं ठीक है तो बिस्वा भी फुल चेस में घुस रहा है ताकि उसको ये रीजन मिल जाए कि इसलिए जड़ रहे हैं इसलिए वो हर इवेंट पे पहुंच जा रहा है भाई उसको कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं बचा है चेस में अभी
Is that?
Hey,
Oh, we
is
have
that
the
the winner?
champion with us.
Congratulations. How are you feeling? Oh, please have a seat, sir. I'll just go out first.
You guys don't have to run away.
Hey, congratulations.
Nihal, come here. So, Nihal, you finally won the tournament. 1 round to spare. I can see you're very excited. What's going on? How was it to play today?
Yeah, it was great. It
Yeah.
went way better than expected. I think I managed to play really well.
Yeah, and going into the second last round, did you know that if you win it, if you draw the game, then or win it, then you are winning the tournament a round to spare
If I win the
against
game,
Parham.
I knew that if I won the game, I'm winning the tournament.
And that's what happened. Although the game itself was a draw, no? I mean, it looked
Well,
like
against Parham.
yeah,
Yeah, I was just trying to be very solid, not to lose that game.
yeah.
And
In the opening ceremony, you mentioned that you have a score to settle against Wesley after the CGC. Feeling better?
I think
Wow, this is a party going on at our commentary room.
congrats, Nihal.
Yeah, what a performance. Vidit, it's been आजा ना यहाँ बैठ जा.
Tania, you were
I'll sit
asking some position.
I wanted to get in Nihal's thoughts on the games that we've had today.
Which
But-
one? The first one, no? First one was a critical one.
Yeah, because against Parham, I think somewhere Parham just pushed a lot.
I can. Yeah.
And eventually
Answer.
it was a mess. By the way, what happened at the closing I mean, not the closing ceremony, but there was a little
Congratulations. sir.
congratulations on the
click them.
stage afterwards.
Yeah.
And Nihal, did you have a session with Vishy last night about today? You usually go for some pep talk?
No.
No,
Yeah, no.
nothing.
No.
Wow.
No, Nihal had a pep talk with us, no? Yesterday night at the dinner table
About the heart rate.
about the heart rate, and he thought a lot about it.
By
And
the way, was
today
it
your heart
better
rate-
today?
No, it was 120 to 130 only. Never went to 140.
What did you do?
Does it bother you that everyone knows that how you're actually feeling now with the heart rate monitor?
No, it's fine.
It's fine.
That's all.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm better here. No, this was such a great smooth victory,
Yeah.
right, for you?
I didn't realize I was better.
You didn't feel it?
No, because I did not see how to break through.
This rook, Vishy was very appreciative of your move, rook d7, queen d8. He said that's a great idea.
It's slightly similar to my game against Wesley yesterday. He did this some queen d7, queen c8 with rook on
Ah.
c7.
So you sort of
And here
Just
instead of, by
minus
the way,
it.
rook c2 is a big blunder. Did you realize it's over after rook c2?
I mean, I
Kind
think
of,
when
yeah.
you have a bishop here, it's generally not advisable to put rook just in front of it. I think.
I think the
Whoever is
only
watching-
move with it is actually rook d3. You've got to put it in front of the bishop, but on d3 because rook d1, Anand was pointing out knight c3. Yeah.
Then I would have just gone back.
Bishop e7.
So,
Oh.
yeah,
Yeah.
I was okay with that, bro. Like I did not realize that I was really better.
I guess because
Yeah, I want to
It-
play
it-
some
this
knight.
is
I want to play
really-
some knight c3. Like with the rook on d1 here, I wanted to play knight c3.
And the
Yeah.
same position happened, but without the a2 pawn.
Yeah.
that you can
Yeah.
where is the mouse?
go to.
I'm taking
Take
it.
it.
Where?
और ले जाना.
Oh, finally it came.
Now please. Now you can bring it back.
Okay.
Wait, same mouse is connected to two computers?
No, it's extra
No, it's
It's
monitor.
an external
extension.
monitor.
External.
So
Then what happened? So here rook c2 was the, and it's just lost after rook c2.
Yeah, I was not sure, but it seemed really good. And when I started thinking more, I realized it.
I guess rook c1, rook d4. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then he cannot defend. Bishop moves, rook d1.
Yeah,
It's gone.
and I thought he could try bishop c3, but then there is just takes
But
and
rook
b4.
d1, rook c. Okay.
Yeah, I thought takes and b4 was the simplest.
Yeah, just winning
win
a piece. Yeah. Just winning a piece. Rook d1.
And rook d1.
Nice.
If they talk for 3 more seconds, no one will understand.
no,
No, it's there
moves
on the
are
screen.
happening. No, there
No, there is on the screen.
Come and see. You'll
Ah.
be able to follow the analysis.
Right?
So you want to see the next game or?
Just to see the
I mean,
finish,
Sagar
the
and
last
this game.
moments of this
Oh.
game. After rook c2, let's just finish this one because it was nice how it ended. And here a3.
You took so quickly a3. I thought you'll think, but you were
No,
like
I was thinking about
A3 only.
Yeah, mostly.
Did you consider rook d4 instead of taking on a3?
Yes, I did.
Huh.
I did not like takes and rook c7.
correct.
You were right.
But I
Okay,
think there
it
is
is
a
still
winning
winning
move there,
apparently.
But it's
which is bishop a3. I think no, bishop e4. Correct. Bishop e4, bishop e4, bishop
Yeah.
a3.
But let's say white takes queen e4 and take bishop a3 rook a7, you still have to win. Apparently takes is not the best move.
So you just thought bishop a3 is simpler in that position
Yeah.
instead of going.
Probably queen d1, yeah?
Hmm.
Bishop e3. But okay, yeah.
But okay, it's scary, no?
Yes.
Rook a7, rook a8, let's say.
It's only -4.
Very suitable, I feel.
And now he played rook d2, bishop b4, rook d3.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, this is
Very
just
smooth.
one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing
I
game.
was not sure about this knight c5 if I should play or not, or if I should just go back. I was a bit.
I think
But okay,
any
it's-
move wins, no? You're like
Yeah, I was not sure.
you have
if that
extra
endgame
pawn
is
and a
even-
better king.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
And
he
have
could
more
go
active
for this,
pieces.
yeah.
And probably more time also. So I don't think there is.
Okay, he could go for like knight c5, bishop c5, gf5, this endgame f6. I was not 100% sure if it's
Yeah,
winning or not.
yeah.
We went for this.
Weak pawn. Yeah, h4 is also weak.
Yeah, that's why you don't play f6. You play like f6. Yeah. But okay, I thought it had to be.
And in your game against Parham, when did you realize you were winning? Like that it was done? And did you know if you win, you would become the champion?
Yes, yes.
You knew it.
I
So
knew.
were you a bit worried at that point or excited?
Yeah, I was very happy when he played knight f6 and allowed e5. Then I thought I
that
should,
you
yeah.
felt it. That was the moment when the evaluation changed in your favor.
Yeah.
There was actually a moment where Parham could have repeated.
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
And you would have taken the draw at that point.
I'm not 100% sure, but very likely. Like, I was thinking, when I started thinking, I was thinking maybe Queen C3, Queen S1, I can play
He had
E4.
13 minutes here.
Yeah, he was putting a lot of
What
pressure
was
on the
wrong
board.
with everyone playing so fast with you? Like Parham, Arjun.
Okay, Arjun had
was prep. Yeah,
but
that was
Parham was just playing really fast.
I think he was probably Parham looked a bit tilted today.
right.
How did he do in the previous game?
Last
Against Arjun.
round?
Ah, yeah, he messed up against
Yeah,
Arjun.
yeah. So
Yeah.
that's why I think he was
Probably.
tilted a little bit.
Hmm.
Otherwise, you will not play like so fast.
Right.
Yeah. And this pawn endgame was very nice. Like, okay, it was winning,
Yeah, I think
Here?
this knight c4, knight b6 is very.
but it's a very nice way to finish it.
Yeah, yeah.
You knew this is winning.
I was pretty confident. I was not very sure, but yeah.
I think you just wait for black to play d4 and then you play c6. Yeah.
Yes. And
So and he doesn't have enough waiting moves.
yeah, g4.
G4.
Oh, g4 is a draw. Okay.
Yeah, G4
Yeah,
was the
because-
only move.
Because you take away one of his waiting moves. Yeah,
Yes,
h5.
yes. And I think g4, a3, I have to play b3.
Yes.
'Cause-
Also, you can take king c3, but you don't need to. b3 is simpler.
Yeah.
b3, d4, king c4.
Yes. And
And A3 is not working here also. Because
Yeah,
it was D4, right? No. what-
yes, it is
D4.
the thing is,
B2
like,
remains weak.
yeah, b2 and f3. So
Ah.
if you go one side, the other side, it wins.
Correct.
So yeah, take king c3 was easy.
But Nihal, how does it feel to win this event and gain 55 elo points? You're now 2671 in rapid rating.
54,
Hmm.
despite the last game.
Yes. You were 40 plus, then you won 2 games, and then you lost to
It's
Arjun.
K10, no? It's K10.
Maybe on chess results it's given 55. I think it's
It's
right.
K10 now, right?
K is 10, maybe 20 perhaps.
I think they changed it very recently.
Okay.
But okay. Still,
Then maybe you may gain half.
yeah. But
Okay.
okay, still great.
What is more important? Coming first here, gaining elo points, or winning $10,000?
I didn't know about the last part.
You didn't know 10,000.
Yeah, just winning is great.
And with it, any words about Nihal finishing first, about his play? What do you feel? You have been his teammate in right now World Team Championship.
I actually did not see his games. Like today, I mean, I didn't have time because I was playing until the end against Setu. So I didn't.
Oh, Kitra, you played such a long game.
Yeah, so I didn't know, but I think from what I see, it's typical. Like it's trademark Nihal games. Like
Which
if you
is?
show this to anyone, any top player, they'll know. Like if you have to put Arjun, Gukesh, Nihal, Prag, they'll all pick Nihal because it's trademark. Like everything is
Like
very
Karpo.
much under control. Small weaknesses here and there moves. So I think you would agree. It's typical your style games, no?
Yeah, kind of. Maybe.
You're always unsure about everything. Did I win? Not sure. 55 rating?
10,000?
Not sure.
Not sure.
Nothing. What are you sure about?
Nihal, it's been 1 year. Last year we had another Tata Steel. So now it's been 1 year. So do you think I've lost some weight in this time?
Yeah, I think so.
That he's sure about. That he's sure about.
Only thing Nihal sure about is Samay losing weight.
Yeah, also congratulations, man. Great game. Geography test में कितना आया था पिछली बार? School में next कब है? Class में पूछने वाला. You're in school or in college? We forgot. Yeah, so sorry.
No, I.
अच्छा, oh, okay.
Neither.
Yeah, I think
What kind of question was that, Vaibhav?
I'm picking up.
Yeah, man. Okay, I didn't know that. That I'm not sure.
Okay, F for Vaibhav, guys.
Please put.
But we
with
saw
it-
your parents also here.
Yes.
This is the first time they're accompanying you. Is it because Vedika ji is not coming today? Like this time? That's why?
Yeah, she is growing up, so having work, real life work. And it was nice, like, since I was like 8, 10, my mom used to come with me to Calcutta, so we had a lot of memories. But my father never came here. So for him, it was a nice experience to come watch play. He's a big chess fan. Even at home, he'll have the app running, and even here it was the
father
same.
could actually analyze games. That
Yes, yes.
game with Arjun, he was saying in the end, why didn't Vidit take queen takes c6? He could have won. I said rook h7 was happening. He was like, oh, okay, then rook h8, then queen.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe he could understand.
Yeah, no, he is.
I prepared him very well for one stream which we did with Samay's father. We had a match. So I was
Acha.
like, no, but in general, since childhood, he follows chess. He's really a big fan. Like at 2-3 a.m. in like when I'm playing outside in Europe, he'll be following. So it was very nice that he came here and he saw it. Yeah, I'm very happy about that.
And what about your performance with it, finishing third?
I mean, that's nothing to be like, very proud of. But I think the
Some good
games were interesting. At least today, like playing Ivan's Gambit against Wesley was nice. And then also against Setu, it was a complete mess at some point. So very different games than
And with
usual.
Mamed Yaro, we were almost winning. Did you see
Yeah,
that?
that's what I'm regretting right
That
now.
That
A4
position,
was
let's
very
bring it
tricky
up.
move by him.
Yeah, I should have played Queen A2.
It was a very nice game actually, except the
I mean,
end of missing it.
Opening was complete trash.
Opening, you forgot Queen A5 or?
Yeah, it's the second time I forgot the same move.
Against whom did you make the same error?
Jobava.
In online.
In online MDI.
Dodgy.
Dodgy invitation.
Dodgy, yeah.
So here, Queen A5, of course, I should play. I remembered. Okay, Queen A5. So the thing is, there is Queen A5 check. Then the knight comes back. Knight C6. Queen D1, let's say. Now there is this knight E4 move, for example. Bishop D2, knight D2, Queen D2. So I remembered that something takes on D2 happens. But I went knight D5, Queen D5. And here I'm trying to think Bishop B4, Bishop D2 takes Queen D2. But then I'm like, I just helped him develop. Like that's what happened in the game. So I went here. I thought something should take on D2. And it's just lost. Plus 1.5 after this opening. And then,
But then you played like how Shaq would usually play, right?
Yeah.
You started
So
long
here-
castle, G5.
Here I told him after the game, like, why didn't you play Queen B4 and then you have some F4 here? No, exchange queens. No.
Yeah, because it's a Queen
He's
B4
like,
not possible.
it's better I lose. No. Really, it was like this style. He said. I was very surprised. And okay, it's very good. Fantastic. So here suddenly I started to like there were some extremely pretty lines here.
G3 by him was not so good.
Yes. And here the lines were beautiful. So knight D3. Of course, first he thought that he'll play knight C6 check. Rook takes C6. Now if queen takes C6, queen F2, king H1, and then I just take on C1. But we both were calculating rook C6, queen F2, and now it looks like it's almost mate. But there it is not.
Knight E1 doesn't work.
Knight E1 is what he calculated, and here it's a beautiful mate.
Wow, white is checkmating.
Yeah, you should not see the eval.
Okay, I have not seen.
You have not seen
I
the
just
move?
saw the checkmate, even I didn't see the move.
It's very hard.
Maybe Samay.
Really? Okay, wait.
Queen goes on the right side.
That is so hard, the marker, sir.
And then the king goes on the left side.
It must be.
कौन सा move बोलो? Coordinates?
Coordinates, yaar, come on, man. That's
Yeah,
not-
so
What
queen
about
E5.
Queen
Queen
E5,
No,
E5.
king rook
B7.
D7.
King B7.
Rook D7.
And now
King
it's very
A6.
crazy.
Rook A7. Queen C7, Queen B6. You go
King
King
8.
Rook A7,
Whoa.
Queen C7, Rook King 8.
We have Nihal on our side. Maybe Nihal is.
Nihal, come on.
I saw.
You saw?
Wait.
So truthful.
Nihal, don't tell.
Hey, what happens but in this line that you just showed?
Nihal, how
King
tough
8
is this?
King 8 and no
is
more
Is it
check.
very
no
tough?
more check.
In the
It
end.
is.
It is a little bit.
But the thing is, it's kind of forced. Otherwise, you are making.
Bro, it's rook ahead check.
King A6. No more checks.
No, he meant the other rook, no?
Yeah, the other rook I meant.
That's what we checked.
Yeah, then King A6 is coming and the rook is King 8 or King A6?
No, King 8, Queen H6, of
Huh.
course.
So King A6, but you're fine, no?
Nihal.
No, Nihal.
No, Nihal.
No Nihal. No Hal.
So Queen E5 is correct. Okay, I'll
Yeah.
give you this.
Queen E5 and then
Sagar, you found it?
It's mate in 7.
rook
Arre.
D6 मार सकते हैं क्या?
Rook E3, bro.
AB6. He can't even hear properly.
सब में कॉपी कर रहे हैं फिर भी रॉन्ग आंसर मार कर रहे हैं.
प्रिंट करने की आदत है ना, इधर का उधर, इधर का उधर. कार्ट्रिज खत्म हो गया यहाँ पे.
Did you see this actually?
No, I didn't want to play knight E1, but he saw this.
Okay, wait. What if we
Wait,
start
wait.
with Queen C7, King A6, Rook B6, A B6, Queen C4. A B6, Queen C4. Where are you going?
पर मेट कैसे?
Yeah.
मेट
हाँ रुक D7 आ रहा है ना और King A5 पे रुक D5 आ रहा है.
भाई
very nice.
Tania Sachdev is in such great form. Everyone is impressed.
Because Anand is coming and
I am
analyzing
telling her कि ये टूर्नामेंट खत्म होके जा जल्दी, you will make GM now. You play some tournament. She's analyzing like crazy.
Very nice, very nice.
Super this is.
So this was a beautiful line, but the problem is he missed Queen E2. Long variation, wrong variation. Yeah. And then Knight F2 is coming. Queen D3, Queen G2. Rook takes, Queen F1. So, and he calculated for long. And then, so I can show you some very nice lines.
Yeah, sure.
So he played Rook C8. Rook takes
Improving
C8.
chess.
Yeah, this is
And now,
improving chess.
he played Knight F5.
हाँ.
I
Queen
think
B2
he
you
probably missed, no, Rook D8.
हाँ.
Queen B2, Queen D3. So Rook D8 is probably what he missed from afar. And now
हाँ, he
Queen
played
E4,
Now Queen B2.
Queen B2. Rook D3 is of course back rank issues. Samay.
Back rank.
So he played Rook F1. Now I have to protect this G4 pawn. So I played Knight E5.
Knight D4.
Knight
F6
D4.
was also nice.
F6. I have to protect this. Now he played Queen H7, which was kind of took me by surprise. Probably not a blunder. The point is like, if I take here, suddenly Knight B5, and now Queen C7.
And
if
A7
Queen
is
C5,
hanging.
Queen A7.
Yeah.
So I played Rook C8, which was correct.
This was so tricky, no? A4.
A4, and now, I mean, here the winning line is just Queen A2, very strong move.
And take A4.
No, just Queen D5 is.
Acha, you don't even take that.
Yeah.
But did you see this idea of Queen B5 when you went Rook
No,
C1?
I mean,
And how beautifully.
that's why. Like
Yeah.
here, the point of A4 is seen. Otherwise, my king would be
But
safe.
that is such a
Queen B5.
as a tricky line, no? Like A4.
Yeah.
Like in that moment, you were just happy that.
No, I mean,
you thought that you were winning. And
I
you
was-
just played it. Is
I
it-
was just making moves. Like I had no time to think anything else.
How much time you had? Actually,
20 seconds. 20 seconds, yeah.
But this Queen A2 is not easy.
But I
no?
played immediately Rook C1. I should have thought for like 10 seconds probably.
Queen A2 is only move?
Not
Queen
only
B4
move.
also is winning. at
Not
least.
only move, yeah. But it was nice. But there were some lines.
Yeah, Rook did Queen B5.
Knight D3 takes. So here we were calculating Queen F4. So for example,
F6 is
if
hanging.
King B,
Queen
no,
F6,
I like
Knight
Rook
F6.
C8. I was thinking during the game that I can play this. Queen takes F6. Now Knight F3 check.
King H1.
He cannot take because
Queen
this
is hanging.
King H1, and then I thought Queen F2 is there.
Oh, nice one.
Queen D6.
Queen D6 check. King A8.
D5.
King B8.
Queen
It's
D6.
draw, but then white is winning, I think. Knight C6. I have to take, otherwise there is no back rank. Rook C6, but now he doesn't take. He gives a check.
And Queen D7, Queen C6 and then take,
Yes.
yeah?
Here, and if I go King A6, it looks like I almost hid everything. But Queen D3, and then he protects. Like
Oh, and F.
Oh, and Rook F1 coming
Rook
back.
F1 is there. So it was
Crazy,
crazy
yaar.
lines. Were
What
there.
is this chess, Sagar?
Amazing.
Yeah, but in the end, everything
This is
happens
how-
behind the
this
curtains,
is how
and
you finished third, yeah? It's such a
in
strong
the
win.
game it became like this. All the pretty lines took a back seat.
You must say, ये chess का BTS चल रहा है.
I think chess players must take the longest to move on, right? I should have said this, then she would have said this. I should have done this, then she would have done this, man. But
You're also a
Real
chess
life में
player,
कुछ
my
हुआ
friend.
नहीं.
Although chess players move on in life by playing another game of chess,
yeah,
going to another tournament. But with
that's how
it,
we move on in real life also.
we saw your heart rate. It has come down so much. Like now you are in 90s, and in the death match you are in 130s, 40s, 50s, even went to 160.
हो जाए,
Is
हो
there
जाए.
some?
That's good, no?
Yeah. Did
कुछ
you
किया
put some
तुमने?
effort?
No,
हो
I've
जाए, हो
just
जाए.
increased
Oh my god.
Black
Black Lotus.
अच्छा Black Lotus नहीं है इधर.
No, it's on the sleeves.
हाँ तो show it, no तो.
मतलब आप मान नहीं रहे हो क्या कि है?
कहाँ गया?
नहीं है भाई. हाँ, ब्लैक लोटस ओपी हो जाए दोस्तों.
So it's all the meditation, you know. Almost 2 years completed. It's not a joke.
Bro, I remember you
No,
were-
but real
700
impact
days.
happened in the last 3 months now. That,
So that is what is compounding, Sagar bhai.
compounding, correct.
You see, no.
Everyone,
no.
I'm thinking only about money. You are like meditation also, heart
It
rate.
compounds, no.
Correct.
Like
Vidit and Setu के match में Setu was at 150 for like
Correct.
for the last entire 1/3 of the
Setu
match.
has the highest one.
150
And Anna Ushenina today beat all records. 165 she went in tiebreak.
Setu's future wife would have killed me if the game lasted for even 2-3 more minutes. Yeah. What did you do to my husband?
Amazing. Nihal, we'll let you go. And
My mom is sending a message. VD, we are waiting downstairs.
wait, I'll make her a mod. Where is she?
Okay, I think
सच में उनका?
yeah, I guess.
Hashtag बेटा फोन नहीं उठा रहा.
Where to find with it? YouTube
And
live
the
stream.
funny thing is, my mom is calling me VD.
Wait till she calls you greedy VD.
थप्पड़ ओपी हो जाए चैट में.
जाना पड़ेगा मुझे.
Clips can follow and get थप्पड़ ओपी का footage.
I think is the stream going to go on?
Yeah, for another 2 hours, I think.
Enjoy.
It has just started.
Because now the match is between Vaibhav and Samay on the main stage.
अरे यार,
Oh,
भाई,
really?
यार.
हाँ.
Nihal.
Bye, Nihal.
Bye Nihal, thank you for staying back.
Yeah,
Bye.
right, right.
Congratulations.
See you. Bye.
Hey, we forgot to ask Nihal. Nihal, just how will you celebrate tonight? I don't know.
I'm not sure about it.
Bye.
Just resting.
Just rest for the prepare for Blitz. Okay. Bye.
Maybe. Bye. Sit now.
अब ना Nihal, I think you have to leave now. Nihal is like, मैं कब का I've left. I'm just physically here.
नहीं, जब तक
It's
chess
really
है.
cool. The lines that we saw with
Hey,
Vidit.
Tania Sachdev has become like a full chess mai.
Chess mai?
Chess mai.
Chess mai क्या होता है?
Do you know what chess mai means?
No.
Chess
A
mai.
random word.
मतलब, but I can guess.
You're right.
Chess Devi.
Chess में
No, no.
chess भर गया उसके अंदर.
Like you've internalized chess.
तो पूरा मतलब
Chess में
उसका ऐसा
समा गई,
engine वेंजिन बंद कर देती
Chess
है,
समा गया.
सोचती है. So like Tania, it's high time you start playing now. मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ तानिया? If you can ask them for a wild card in Blitz Tournament, imagine एक और बोर्ड लगा देते तेरा.
You just want to commentate with Sagar and with Vaibhav.
सागर मैं खुद से
You
कैसे
with
करता?
Samay and with Vaibhav. He's like, Tanya, तू जाके खेलना.
अरे तू जीत गई तो
बस
पूरा.
यार, मैं समझ गई हूँ क्या हो गया है. अमृता को वैसे ही लग रहा है वो भी मारेगी तुझको, मेरे से भी मार खाएगा सागर.
बस इसीलिए हम born हुए. But Samay, how was the feeling today in Kolkata?
Oh, it was great, भाई. I had a nice मस्त सोया मैं नींद से उठा और देखा तो सब जीत रहे थे इंडियंस, तो बहुत अच्छा लगा. But I like थोड़ा दुखी हूँ क्योंकि जा रहा हूँ.
कहाँ जा रहा है?
I have to go back now
When are you going back?
tomorrow morning. हाँ. But yeah, otherwise great
But
day, भाई.
can you wait for Blitz Tournament?
मतलब वो शो आप करो जाके फिर.
भाई शो का क्या मतलब है ना, ये भी तो शो है.
पर मैंने ले लिया ना ऑलरेडी शो वगैरह.
शो कहाँ पे है?
मुंबई में.
अच्छा.
तो बस वही है.
Hey, we can maybe talk to them and see if they can delay or something.
I mean, definitely we can talk, but it might be difficult. But I'll be watching
We'll
anyway.
see.
यार. And anyway, I think मेरी कमी तो तानिया पूरी कर ही गई. कर दे disco. And Vaibhav bhai तो कोलकाता में ही है. He can come anytime.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That you
I'm
want to
here for a
make Nihal awkward.
I don't know if Nihal was awkward or yeah, back home.
Nihal was awkward in all questions. What Vaibhav was asking
What
was
was he
that,
asking?
अरे you go to school or
नहीं नहीं, मैं कह रहा था तेरे
Oh, no.
स्कूल की नेक्स्ट क्लास में क्या है, मतलब वैसे मैं कह रहा था कि हाँ ये सब तो देखो पता ही है, तेरे स्कूल में नेक्स्ट क्लास में कितना है, नेक्स्ट क्लास कहाँ है और ये वो. आई डिडंट नो दैट ही इज
I
नॉट गोइंग
think
टू
he journey of a joke
Journey
right
of a
now.
We have to.
I thought
I
you
think
were
हमको
genuinely
इसका
asking.
joke
नॉट जर्नी ऑफ अ नॉट जोक.
इसका जोक लिख के हमको एनालाइज करना चाहिए कि यहाँ पे ये सेंटेंस के बाद ये क्यों बोला. यहाँ पे दो और लाइन जब थी तो.
मुझे लगा कि आप genuinely उससे पूछ रहे थे कि do you go to school or college?
I actually meant in that way.
That's a
Yeah.
valid question.
Yeah.
अच्छा.
I did not know that कि he doesn't मतलब
Of
but
course he doesn't
मैं
यार.
तो-
He
Of
just
course
won
क्या है यार?
90 लाख कितना जीता अभी वो?
तो ये थोड़ी कि स्कूल से निकाल देंगे तेरे को अरे
Did you
मेरे को
hear?
पता नहीं वो स्कूल नहीं
He
जाता है
had no idea that $10,000 was the prize. उसको कुछ होश ही नहीं था. It just goes on.
But
to
I'm
show.
very surprised he knew he would win the tournament by winning the 8th round.
हाँ.
This is
Yeah,
something.
it's hilarious है ऐसा $20,000 जीत जाएगा फिर वहां जाके मम्मी यार ये कैडबरी खरीदना है 10 रुपए तो
He won $100,000 in chess.com global championship.
$100,000.
$100,000. That's
a lot of
80
dollars,
lakh
man.
rupees.
80 lakh rupees. man.
And now he won here $10,000 for which he is like कि I didn't know. And you are asking कि उसका geography test पे क्या
हाँ यार, अगला अपना करोड़पति आदमी बैठा है उसका बोल रहा है ज्योग्राफी टेस्ट भाई उसका ज्योग्राफी अच्छा है उसने वो किया था ना अभी
हाँ जियो गेसर में
Oh.
इसके लिए शायद उनको लगा रहा है
मुझे भी मैं बहुत एंगल से भाई वो पूछ क्या रहा है भाई कॉमेडी फ्रेटर्निटी को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा है भाई
जब 2 सेकंड बाद ये ऐसे ऑकवर्ड सा हो गया ना तो मैं भी सोच रहा था यार ये अब मैं कहाँ लेके जाऊं इसको ये सवाल क्या मिस हो रहा है कहीं ना कहीं कुछ मिस हिट हुआ है
सब वही बो को देख रहे थे मजा आया पर हाँ
Damn nice dude.
Valid questions are मेरे हिसाब से.
Yeah, मतलब I didn't know that he doesn't तो
I'll be honest, I didn't know that either.
that he is
that he's not in school
That he's not.
no,
Yeah.
so it revealed something very important
Which we
Vaibhav,
forget
Yeah,
to
which
ask.
is actually
that
because
don't
of
go
your
to
question.
school
आप देख रहे हो कितना डीप था दिस वाज अ मूव जो ये BTS है
But you
उसको
could have
ये
asked
BTS है उस जोक
Nihal,
का
will you go to school after this tournament या कुछ
अरे ये तो ऐसे थोड़ी
फिर वो,
पूछते
हाँ, आपका style नहीं होता, that
हाँ
was
ये
my
ज्योग्राफी
style,
में कितना
हाँ.
है तेरा नेक्स्ट क्लास कौन सा है ये पूछने वाला था मैं
कॉमेडी में
Do
माउथ स्लिप
Gukesh,
बोल
does Gukesh, Arjun, these guys also don't attend?
आ जाओ कल आ जाओ वापस परसों मैं उसे आ रहा वापस so Gukesh did you give your GRE
Damn nice, damn nice.
पर बढ़िया चेस खिलाया इन्होंने आज
मजेदार यार बहुत ही मस्त
मतलब I think that overall in this tournament these three also with it finishing in top 3 was very nice.
Yeah, I think it's been his best performance so far in Kolkata.
But he was not very happy with it, which also shows the standards he has set for himself,
And
which
that's
is
what
to
you
win
have
the
to do
tournament,
to
right?
be the best. You have to have high ambitions. I think top 3, and also it was the quality of his play was really good,
Yeah, was
Sagar,
very
not
nice.
just the result.
He was playing all fighting chess,
Yeah.
fought till the end. And what about Blitz, guys? Who do you think? Because now with
Oh,
Nihal being
yeah.
like one of the favorites in Blitz, but Prague is also joining, and Hikaru is world number 1 in Blitz.
Yeah, and
He had
it's
a
a,
rating of
it's a
2900.
very angry Hikaru.
Very
right now.
hangry, huh?
I think Hikaru will come
Angry to
second
Sagar है.
I think Hikaru versus Nihal would be like a game to watch out for.
हाँ, 2 बार होंगे और because
Oh.
it's a double round robin.
अच्छा
18 rounds.
9 and 9, huh?
हाँ.
I think Hikaru second आएंगे
अच्छा.
हाँ
And first?
फर्स्ट तो कोई इंडियन ही आएगा मुझे लगता है फिर से
well, I think Nihal is in great form यार मतलब
Yeah.
his confidence also वो
And मैं भी-
confidence वाली चीज तो अलग ही रहता है
हिकारू से मिलेंगे ना हम अभी
हाँ हाँ उसको
बस
बताएंगे
फिर और क्या चाहिए
Yeah. उसको आज पुचका खिलाते हैं और दूध कोला
बस फिर तो आई थिंक हिकारू सेकंड आएगा नीचे से no but like seriously I think Nihal or Prag only maybe you guys what do you think
Yeah, I think Arjun is very strong at Blitz. Nihal is amazing. Prag is in good form right now. Won the Arjuna award also. And Gukesh, as they said, is hungry because he is not won something. And Vidit might also want to win. मुझे लगता है इन पांचों में से Hikaru is of course very strong, but
yeah,
I
it's
don't.
hard to bet against Hikaru in
Yeah.
this. I mean, it's going to be a tough fight, but you know, Hikaru and Wesley, you can't count them out.
Oh, Wesley,
No matter.
yes.
I mean,
Yes.
these are the strongest, fastest players in the world.
पुचका हो जाए फिर 2-3 पुचका लेके आते हैं अगर हम उसके उनके पास जाएंगे फुल इनोसेंटली कि हे दिस इज आवर कल्चरल थिंग तो वो लोग मना भी नहीं कर पाएगा फिर
if you say no it is disrespect
disrespect you know ऐसे करके
to
जाएंगे
chess में ही
अगले दिन हिकारू 1 मिनट में ड्रॉ ऑफर कर रहा है माय स्टमक इज अपसेट
Shortest game
But
of the
that's,
year. Shortest game
that's
of
what
the year.
happened with Magnus
Yeah.
when that 4-move draw
Oh,
happened.
yeah.
Oh, by the way, we are being chucked out of the
Yeah,
national
yeah.
night.
There are ghosts in the library, so unless you want to visit,
Oh my
then
God.
we need to make.
can one of them join
Actually
Can
scared,
one of the ghosts join
second.
वैभव उसको awkward करके
No,
भिजा देगा
no, don't leave.
कि आप लाइब्रेरी में ज्योग्राफी पढ़ते हो
Don't give entry.
Guys, it's a pretty isolated venue. Please send humans.
Guys आओ यार तुम लोग सब यहाँ पे
Guys, you know,
परसों.
जो
If anyone
चीजों
who's in
का
Calcutta,
मजाक उड़ाते हैं उन्हीं के साथ सबसे पहले कुछ क्रेजी हो
I see.
जाता है.
अब मैं समझ गया हूँ, इसको डर लगता है भूत से.
भूत से बहुत डर लगता है.
This is a clear sign जो कि बताए कि कैसे भूत आ सकते हैं.
और फिर जाके देखते भी है सब वही सीरीज जिससे डर लगता है. I think इससे तो मुझे भी डर लग रहा है.
Mount Baden का भूत देखने आओ, guys. Calcutta में
stop
please
it.
आओ. If anyone's there, please come to these events.
Please
It's
come
damn
to
fun.
the Blitz tournament.
Yeah. Also, please get your headphones ताकि ऐसा
Third
ChessBase का
and
commentary भी
fourth.
साथ में देखने मिले. If you guys just ऐसे सामने देख के समझ में नहीं आएगा, please लेके आओ headphones.
हाँ, and Blitz Tania, we want
Wired
time
वाले,
to do all the
Bluetooth
music
वाले
and all.
नहीं.
सब 3 मिनट का गेम है.
Crazy होने वाला है. It's going to be a total
So
rush.
we
We've
won't
got
have-
9 games of Blitz coming up. Sagar, let's just quickly have. Oh, we don't have the graphic, but basically Prague will replace Setu, and the whole field remains the same.
हाँ.
So we'll be back
Yes.
on the 3rd. Tomorrow is a rest day. We'll be back on the 3rd. We'll see you guys then for the Blitz for the women as well as the Open. And whoever is in Kolkata, please come to National Library.
Sir.
They have come to check us out.
आओ ना
We
आओ ना.
have
सर
to-
कंटेंट देके जाओ सागर
Oh
में.
my god.
डांटो इनको थोड़ा, इनको मजा आएगा.
बोलिए सर, इधर आइए. सर, यहाँ पे
Sir, ये haunted है, भूत होते हैं क्या
यहाँ पे भूत होते हैं.
हाँ भूत तो मुझे है ही है. आप लोग मुझे
है ही है, ऐसे आप बात कर रहे हो. मतलब आपने
मतलब?
देखा है.
देखा है कि ये उसको तो देखा ही नहीं दे रहा है. उसका मालूम होता है कि ये इधर से कोई जा रहा है, हवा का तरफ चलता है.
Okay guys, can we please leave, Sagar?
तो ऐसे हवन ववन
आप
नहीं कराते
मजाक
अपने?
कर रहे हो क्या?
हवन ववन नहीं कराते?
नहीं, हम लोग को तो ऐसा मुझे कभी डर भी नहीं दिखाता है. कहीं ऐसा मुझे कोई जाया गया तो उसका कोई साइकिल से जा रहा है रात 12-1 बजे, सब चेकिंग करने उसको गिरा दिया. ये किया ऐसा 2-3 ये हुआ.
2-3 बार देखा है आपने.
हाँ.
कौन से क्या पहना था भूत ने?
Can we leave?
वैसा तो मुझे मालूम होता है कि कुछ है ही नहीं. मुझे कोई धक्का दे दिया बस. वो तो देखा ही नहीं दे रहा
I
है.
am
मालूम
leaving.
होता है.
Bye. Goodbye, Tata, खत्म, खलास, bye.
सर, हम बंद कर रहे हैं.
Thank you, sir.
क्योंकि ये तो बिल्कुल ये तो ordinary
फोन
है.
कर रहा है.
इसमें तो मुझे कुछ
अर्जुन क्यों फोन
उतना
कर
ये
रहा है?
नहीं है. वो जो पुराना बिल्डिंग है ना सफेद वाला,
हाँ.
उसमें आप इतना टाइम नहीं रख सकते.
हाँ.
क्यों, क्या होता है वहाँ पे?
वो ऐसा है आप इधर बैठ रहे हैं, उधर से पे आवाज आ रहा है. कोई सा मानिए कोई पत्थर मार रहा है. कोई
मतलब
वो-
बोर नहीं होना. अकेला
जा रहे हैं.
अकेला आदमी बोर नहीं होगा.
जा रहे.
Please, okay,
पूरे
bye.
दिन
We
बात
will
करता
see
है.
you on the 3rd.
डरावना सीन है भाई.
Yeah,
थैंक यू
please
थैंक
let's.
यू.
Listen, don't. I mean, if they come specially, then it must be over.
या
मैं 1 मिनट बंद कर देता हूँ. थैंक यू गाइस.
Thank you, thank
See
you.
you all.
Guys, he's so happy telling us this.
भाई वो गए कहाँ? भाई where is he? He was just here. The security guy.
Yes.
Where is he? He just disappeared, bro.
साला वहाँ बैठा हुआ है क्या वो?